Hey y'all, can y'all hear the music? Are y'all able to hear the music? No? This is very, very interesting. Something's going on with StreamYard. Thumbs up as you guys enter into the sanctuary. Let me get this together. All right. You know you folks be staying down on the road, man. Rolling all way from Florida, MIA over to Duval, on up to Tennessee. A lot of the real niggas be showing love, you know what I'm saying? I really appreciate that. All the double boys be coming out, all y'all girls be showing love. But a lot of folks, man, they still be living like they don't know who I am. So they tell me who I am. Rubber paying man. Wild as the Taliban, 9 in my right, 45 in my other hand. And I'm in trouble, man. Always in trouble, man. With a couple $100 grand. Who I am? Wild, one man, man. These niggas like the Apollo and I'm the Sandman. Told 100 grand, cannon in the waistband. Looking for a sweet lick, but this is the wrong place, man. Every time telling what I care about a case, man. I'm campaigning to bury the hate, so say your grace, man. I don't talk behind a nigga back, I say it in his face. I'm a thoroughbred nigga, I don't fake it, I don't hate. Check my resume, nigga. My records is cut. Anywhere in the A, nigga. Tip is high to respect. I'm in it, MIA, nigga. Trying to keep it fake, cause all the tall rats been trying to have it snapping. I'm telling you, from the bottom up the new ball, cackalack it and new y'all. And everybody showing me, Lord, it's when the you all. Yeah, all my Florida niggas, my cackalack nigga, my LA, my damn, my New York niggas, you all. Hey, hold on, y'all. Rubber band, man. Wild as the Taliban. 9 in the right, 45 in my couple days. I'm in trouble, man. Always in trouble, man. Worth a couple $100 grand. Shit is all colors, man. Rubber band, man. Wild as the Taliban. 9 in the right, 45 in my couple days. I'm in trouble, man. Always in trouble, man. Worth a couple $100 grand. Shit is all colors, man. I'm in trouble, man. Stay in some trouble, man. Some niggas still hating on shoutouts, but they some suckers, man. Got a couple fans that love to do nothing other than niggas up, show up, man. Still I love a man. Nigga, love Pippin got the mind and the muscle. Stay down on his grind, put the crown on the heart. Hey, I can show you how to juggle anything and make it done. We blow real estate, liquor store with no trouble. Your cash is play on my damn Marvin Gaye on my time. Trying to stay alive, living high, saying my rhyme. My cousin used to tell me take the shit a day at a time. They told me Friday died, Saturday win, day in the prime. I see a smile cause somehow I know he's seeing me now. So I'm doing on my show just like he in the crowd. Hey, throw you lighters up for my cousin too. Rest in peace, left eye, we just out some church. Now who I mean? Rubber band, man. Wild as the Taliban. 9 in the right, 45 in my couple days. I'm in trouble, man. Always in trouble, man. Worth a couple $100 grand. Shit is all colors, man. Rubber band, man. Wild as the Taliban. 9 in the right, 45 in my couple days. I'm in trouble, man. Always in trouble, man. Worth a couple $100 grand. Shit is all colors, man. Grand hustle, man. More hustles than hustle, man. Wild rubber band. They representing the struggle, man. My folks trying till they come up with another plan. Stack a couple grand to get themselves off their mama lane. Ain't scooping services, you was doing the running man. Went down, did 10 back round and rich again. That's why I'm young with the soul of an old man. I'm shell shocked, get shot, slow you roll, man. Still ride around with the Glock on patrol, man. Nah, I ain't robbing, I'm just looking for the truth, man. For my niggas slaying blow, pimping hole, rolling pole, 24. Let these other niggas know who I mean. Rubber band, man. Wild as the Taliban. 9 in the right, 45 in my couple days. I'm in trouble, man. Always in trouble, man. Worth a couple $100 grand. Shit is all colors, man. Rubber band, man. Wild as the Taliban. 9 in the right, 45 in my couple days. I'm in trouble, man. Always in trouble, man. Worth a couple $100 grand. Shit is all colors, man.
What's going on, Conscious Crew? Welcome to another riveting episode of the Consciouztv platform, child. You guys already know what to do. Thumbs up, thumbs up, thumbs up this video. You guys know that thumbing up the video helps with the algorithm, girl. It helps it to explode. Also, it helps to trigger up the YouTube notification system, because for those of you who don't know, YouTube only sends out notifications to 10% of your subscriber count. Actually sends out notifications to less. But when you thumbs up the video, which is press like on the video, you not only trigger up the algorithm and help the stream to get into the recommendations of new people who can then subscribe, but you also help notify the other Conscious crew members who are not getting their notifications right now, because YouTube always is on this ball-headed whole shit. So thumbing up is super, super, super significant. Please don't forget to do it. It costs you nothing. All you doing is sliding your finger up and pressing thumbs up on the video on period. Okay? So thank you for that, and continue to thumbs up. Also, make sure that you are subscribed here if you love it, because if I love it, if I like it, you're gonna absolutely love it here, girl. So go ahead and thumbs up, and shout out to all of the new subbies. Also, make sure that you have your notification bell, because as my boo Darth Midi Bell says, honey, you never know when the king will be kanging, so you got to keep the notification bells on lock, honey. Grand Rising, Miss Bell, okay? I told y'all don't know when I'm coming through. It could be 2 in the a.m., 2 in the p.m., the crack of dawn. I could be turning up while you watching the crack of your ass. You just never know what type of crack I'm coming in, baby. The crack house, okay? The crack of your ass, baby. The crack of dawn, baby. Okay, you just never know when the king is coming, honey. So you got to keep your notification bell set to all, because at this point, baby, I done put both feet into this content creating thing, honey. So all I do is sleep, wash my ass, jump online, sleep, wash my ass, jump online, sleep, wash my ass, jump online, then give your man something he can feel, and then jump online, girl. Okay, that's what we do, girl. Okay. So you got to get into the things, girl. We're working, okay? And you also want to make sure that you share. We do not have a monogamous community over here, girl. All polygamy, all polyamory, because there is enough king to go around, girl. Okay, we got to colonize the earth and dominate the planet. Panky, what you want to do today? Panky, I want to take over the motherfucking world, okay? So we got to evangelize the gospel by sharing wherever it is you have social media and digital community. With no further ado, let's go ahead and push the hell on through. Okay.
I know a place where you can recharge your soul.
Baby, that's Consciouztv.
And in the midst of brokenness, he gon' see your asshole.
Baby, that's Consciouztv.
You gon' heal, you gon' laugh and catch a little shade.
Ooh, girl.
Y'all know he be slaying, y'all better stop playing. Come hear what he's saying.
Ladies and gentlemen. Also want to shout out my contributors, girl. Y'all already be throwing bands on the bitch soon as he gets started. So shout out to baby mother. Good morning and ready for this live on period. Grand Rising, baby mother Ashley. And God bless you and bless your seed. And thank you for contributing to the platform, honey. You guys know that all donation information is in the description box, as well as on the scroll below. My PayPal, my Cash App, my Patreon, and my email. Okay. Let me give a good Grand Rising to everybody before we get started. Grand Rising Marie, Grand Rising Plain Jane. What's going on, love? Hey, trolling for the Lord on period. What's going on, Renee? Grand Rising love. What's going on? VS Speaks Royalty. Hey, Usher Ray. What's going on? Glamour. Hey, Miss Frazier. What's going on? Amy for awesomeness always. What's going on? Denzel. Hey, Crystal Light. Grand Rising Taylor Marie. Yeah, Taylor Marie, what's going on? 8 Bless. Hey, Marie C. What's going on? Emily B. What's going on? Crystal Light. Hey, CN2. What's going on? Sonia. What's going on, Sonya Joseph, girl? Got two nasty Sonyas in the building, baby. What's going on, Ashley Imperfectly Perfect? What's going on, Big Red? Hey, Boo. Hey, Diva. What's going on, Patrice TV? Hey, Roman, getting that 18 wheeler on the road on period. What's going on, Asia? Hey, Mexican China. What's going on, Sharon? Where? Why you girl? Something like that. Girl, it's too early. Okay, what's going on, Ashley? Hey, A Chantel. What's going on, Sarita? Hey, James. What's going on, Ebony? Grand Rising, Taryn. What's going on, Miss Reynolds? What's going on, Molly Huff? Grand Rising, Melanie Rice. Grand Rising, Pamela. Grand Rising, Shada Love 72. Grand Rising, Magic Crystal. Grand Rising, God's Favor. Me. What's going on, Sharon? And Nietzsche, Cheryl, JCT, Spoken Word, Nanya. What's going on, Miss Spencer? What's going on, Notch, Sims, ASMR, Cooking Life? Y'all in these names, girl. God damn. What's going on, Tasty Cake, baby? Y'all be getting into the names, honey. Grand Rising Greg. Hey, what's going on, G-Man News? Hey, Flower Bomb. So, you guys already know what the hell we talking about. Okay. Oh, period. Honey, how doing? Y'all know I gotta give y'all a old nasty piece of formal intro, girl. And to the things, thumbs up as you're coming into the building. Oh yes. Oh yes. Don't forget to subscribe if you're new here, child. Hold on, before I got some church announcement first. Get your ass into the Patreon if you're not there, girl. We got a live coming up this weekend, honey. Okay, we've been getting into some magical, astrological, Aries moon, and retrograde things, honey. Okay. Also, I got some dope news, girl. This morning, first thing this morning, child. It got me. It was such good news, girl. It just put work in me, child. Okay. God is good. I am very excited. I don't know if I'm going to be able to even say what it is. I don't know yet, but I'll figure that out through the day. Okay, as things come together. But I'm excited. And I know the person who I'm talking about is probably listening. I'm very excited. It's been a long time coming, and I'm just very excited and very, very happy, girl. Okay, hashtag we're working, bitch. We're working, girl. Nonetheless, girl, you guys see what the title is. So YouTubers have become the new paparazzi, apparently, who can stimulate reactions from some of the most notable of celebrities, as YouTubers have found themselves in lawsuits and entire social media wars with some of Hollywood's finest. Okay? YouTuber Charleston White has joined the ranks and been given an opportunity to read a book or get the 10-inch foot of rapper T.I. stuck permanently in his ass as a result of the commentator's ongoing beef with T.I.'s son King ever since he was arrested earlier this year. Shout out to my contributor. Shout out to my baby father, Greg, honey, for the child support. God bless you. I think you emailed me too, Greg. I'm going to get to my emails today, so I'm coming, baby father, okay? So, girl, YouTuber Charleston White done found himself in the midst of fuckery, girl. So let's go ahead and get into the things and the gatherings, girl. I told you it's a lot, child. Retrograde just unleashed the whole goddamn beast, baby. Okay, that's just on period, baby. I don't ever want to see this type of retrograde again, girl. I feel like can't nothing else happen after this retrograde but the rapture. That's just on period. Okay? The motherfucking rapture, girl. Okay? So this is courtesy of allhiphop.com, and it reads, P.I. calls out Charleston White over dispute with his son, King Harris. Okay, T.I. told Charleston White to come and speak to the daddy after YouTuber Charleston White got into it with his son King Harris. T.I. has stepped in to defend his son King Harris after the 18-year-old got into an online back and forth with YouTuber Charleston White. The controversial social media personality has spoken negatively about King since his arrest last month, when White said King and his friend Boosie badass son Tootie Raw. What type of damn name is that for the son of a gangster? Tootie Raw? Tootie Raw is the street name of Boosie Badass's son, King, and Tootie Raw? Tootie Raw sounds like an adult entertainment production company. Like Tootie Raw presenting Lil Boosie Badass and two interracial mayonnaise bitches. Like Tootie Raw? Tootie is AKA for booty and then raw on the end? And, yes, and right. And my shock is, what damn name is Lil Boosie? Lil Boosie, Lil Bussy. Nonetheless, girl. When White said King and his friend Boosie Badass son Tootie Raw don't know how to fight, the teen responded, quote, Charleston White, you was a bitch, boy. King said, man, we about to whoop your ass when you come back here. I can see you had a soft upbringing. I'm going to let you hear from him real quick, bro. Okay, then we're going to slide back into the old nasty piece of article, child.
Boy, that nigga said he was with him. He was with him. I stayed with my older cousins. Motherfucker went to pointing who did what, man. We was about to whoop your ass when you come back down here from telling. Your ass, I can see you had a soft upbringing. That video I seen was just so funny. The nigga got...
Okay, now King's sister Zanique stepped into the chat, okay, with some tweets of her own coming to her brother's defense. Quote, give my baby some time to grow into the king he's destined to be. And until then, send the kid some positive, encouraging words. Thanks, management. And everyone loves to bring up the gated house like we not talking about T.I. and Tiny Kid at the end of the day. What do y'all really expect? It's literally 7 of us. It would be boring if we didn't have a wild card, she says. Okay. Okay. So going back to the motherfucking article, child. Because, baby, it seems like it's a family affair, allegedly. His most recent remarks caught T.I.'s attention, who challenged the Texas native to speak to him, not his son. Quote, come speak to the daddy, he said, before adding, if you don't want no trouble, what you kicking up dust for? He continued, quote, I ain't on no gangster shit. I'm a father, I'm a businessman, and I'm a leader. So ultimately, if you have something to say about me and mine, come to me. Whatever you have to say about me, come to me. T.I. said, quote, keep my motherfucking children's name out your motherfucking mouth before something bad happens. T.I. said he wasn't threatening Charleston White, but suggested he stop playing with people's kids. Quote, people would die about their children, and people are willing to go to prison about their children. Stop. That's a suggestion. Please stop. Check out his comments in the clip below, and we won't. Meanwhile, Zanique Pullins also came to King's defense, asking folk to take it easy on her little brother. Quote, when I was 18, I said dumb shit and had a ton of going to do. Y'all really could just ignore my brother, but I'm guessing y'all want him to act like an upperclassman because y'all think he grew up in the house y'all watched on TV every Tuesday, she tweeted. Finally, she implored, giving my brother some time to grow up into the king he's destined to be. And until then, send the king some positive love, okay? I'm disappointed. Not really. It should be expected from T.I. at this point, right? This is kind of why these young people don't have respect for authority and are out of control. And it's because our community as Black and brown people have adopted this every man for themselves attitude, when at one point in time it used to literally require a village to raise a child. The fact that T.I. had more to say to Charleston White than he did to his son is crazy. The fact that T.I. is branding King, who of course is his child, but King is now an 18-year-old man with 18-year-old hands and 18-year-old feet and 18-year-old toes and bunions, bitch. He got grown ass toes on his feet, girl, and getting his motherfucking ass locked up. If anything, he should be on G code with Charleston White. And I did go over and look at Charleston White's content about King because I'm not familiar with him and I don't follow him. But when I checked out some of his commentary on King, he's basically just slow roasting both King and Lil Boosie's fucking sons. He's gagging Tootie Raw over his dad, Lil Boosie, pretty much being a goddamn street nigga who ain't got no room to be calling out Kanye West over his White Lives Matter merchandise because his own daddy has killed more niggas than Jeffrey Dahmer. His daddy, Lil Boosie, done had more niggas off and done had more black men on a hit list and responsible for more black men hitting the grave than Jeffrey Dahmer ass is in all 7-part series on Netflix, honey. And then he's gagging and dragging and roasting the shit out of King because King is out here acting hard for what? Acting hard and high for what? So as far as I'm concerned, Charleston White ain't saying nothing motherfucking wrong. He ain't saying nothing motherfucking wrong. He clearly is letting them niggas know something about their pappies that their pappies ain't bold enough to let be known about them damn selves. I'm definitely here for him gagging the fuck out of Lil Boosie ass. And as far as King, T.I., Charleston White is doing everything to King that your ass should be doing, which is keeping your motherfucking foot on your son's neck. You told Charleston White to come see about you when addressing your 18-year-old adult son, when the reality is you should have been telling King, you come see me when you get into a situation with your elders, because it's not your fucking place to act like me and your mother didn't raise you with some type of damn decent values. Okay? Because at the end of the day, nigga, you being roasted over what the fuck you should be roasted for, which is getting your ass into unwarranted trouble. Unsolicited trouble. But is that what T.I. doing? No. T.I. would rather defend King and double down on the fact that a privileged child deserves even more damn coddling of an ego instead of truly being chin check. And now we know what's wrong with King. We know what's wrong with King now. His fucking pappy. His hypocritical ass pappy. Because T.I. just turned around himself. Check this out. He just turned around his motherfucking self. And had this to say about his son. Courtesy of Complex.com. T.I. responds to his son King being arrested. Quote, he's chasing after the wrong shit. T.I.'s son King has found himself in some legal trouble. It looks like the 18-year-old was arrested, though it's unclear why. He was arrested for driving without a fucking seatbelt on. Tip has now responded following his son's incident. Quote, I got a small request, T.I. said. Stop hitting me and getting in my comments telling me what to tell King, okay? I know my son. I think I ain't spoke. You think I ain't spoke to my son? Think I ain't told my son, his mama and his grandma, his ass going to prison if he goddamn keeps up. His ass going to prison. Ain't no way around it. Ain't nothing I'm going to be able to do about it. Can't nobody stop him but him. I've already had that conversation. I've already made my peace with it because I know the energy. I was that energy. I know exactly how it's going to turn out. He continued saying, King's a good kid. He's chasing after the wrong shit, and I trust in God to deal with it the way he see fit. Now he going to have to go through it and get through it. In another video from King, it looks like a girl who was with him in a vehicle received a violation for not using a seatbelt, and King said he got 4. In a separate video, King seemingly addressed the situation, saying, everybody that say nigga trying to be gangster, I ain't asked for the police to pull me over, y'all bitch ass nigga. I'm so is King kind of like special in the head like his mother is? Don't you, if you're riding around without your seatbelt and it's illegal to drive without a seatbelt, you are in fact asking for the police to pull you over. That's like breaking the law and saying, I asked for the police to arrest me. Like, are you fucking dumb? Considering who his parents are, I know these are rhetorical questions. I mean, rhetorical. Yeah, these are rhetorical questions, y'all. So, back to Mr. T.I. So, which one is it? King is a grown-ass man. He's the child of celebrities. He's in the media space. You should be using Charleston White roasting King as a way to instill in King or to remind King of why he don't get to be a regular ass nigga. Because every step you take, sir, is going to be scrutinized by the media. And even me being your gangster daddy can't keep the media from scrutinizing your ass. Okay? That you can't even put on a seatbelt in a car that you didn't even have to work at McDonald's to purchase, you privileged little motherfucker. I think T.I. definitely missed the ball. T.I. is another dumbass bitch who's confused. 1 minute he want to be the goddamn T.I. Luther King of the black community, but he can't even act civil himself because while he's trying to address Charleston White on some non-G shit and trying to remind him that he's a civil, sane, non-violent person who's a father and can be diplomatic and, you know, want to talk to him off the script. He ends all of that by saying, keep my motherfucking son out your name, nigga, or bad things gonna happen. So T.I. on bipolarism can't even keep him straight. It's like there's something genetically off in the mind, girl. like it's all wrong. Like it's all hypocritical. Like this family is just wild as fuck. But T.I., it's a shame that niggas like Charleston White, who are just attempting to discipline your child through, because what Charleston White is doing just reminds me of how black uncles are when your ass get in trouble and you come around and they tease your ass for the bald-headed hoe shit you out here doing, all the pussy popping your ass is out here doing. And I cannot believe that T.I., who was just talking shit about his own son a month ago, saying that this nigga is grown, his ass gonna go to prison. Hell, he said worse things about damn King than the damn Charleston White did. Stand in solidarity with the fucking adult and remind King, yes, bitch, you're dumb. You're stupid. You're an embarrassment to the legacy. It's already bad enough. Your father, me, I'm an embarrassment to the damn legacy. Now you're walking in the goddamn steps of me and embarrassing the fucking legacy. I don't know what T.I. thinks he's going to be able to do. Like, threatening every man that has something to say, and it's literally all of the coddling. You got the daughter, you got the older sister saying, "My brother has time to grow up." How is he supposed to make it with a daddy who's going to defend him and stand up for him against a man who's just simply giving his commentary and dragging accordingly? Have sisters who gonna come to his defense and act like he's young and he says dumb shit, etc. Would she be saying that shit if King ass got arrested in this climate and got his ass gunned down? Then these niggas would be wanting folk to fucking galvanize money from fish fries and shit to support a Black Lives Matter protest. Like, it's an opportunity to realize that the village is actually villaging. Like, it's not like King is being dragged for no reason at all. He's a black privileged male in this climate who's acting stupid as fuck. He got his ass pulled over by the police. That already by itself could have went all the way left. And you have other black and brown people showing concern for that in their own way, whether that is playfully teasing him, dragging him, telling him to stop acting like a gangster, go get a fucking education, go be great, bitch. You born with a silver spoon, girl. You was born out of the barrel that the rest of your community is in, bitch. Like you trying to emulate something that you never lived your entire fucking life. Not even your daddy wanted to sustain that shit, even though he's still an indoctrinated, institutionalized ass rich nigga with a big dick Derek cell block 8 psychology still, even though the damn daddy is a prime example that you can take the ratchet ass thug out of the hood, but you can't take the goddamn hood out of the goddamn thug. Nonetheless, none the motherfucking less, the village is villaging. T.I. should be sitting, both T.I. and Tiny and Zanique should be sitting and nodding their motherfucking heads at all this work that King is getting from his own community, because this is what it looks like when a village is involved. T.I. should be pressing like on the videos of Charleston White. But you know why T.I. can't do that? Because T.I. would rather defend patriarchy and toxic masculinity, probably also feel some way about Charleston White dragging little Boosie ass, because it's not like T.I. has ever done that. And all of his T.I. Luther King and girl, he don't call out his toxic black male peers, but he got all this shit to say in tandem with the little Boosie about Lil Nas X, baby, and Billy Porter and all this gay shit that ain't about nothing. So of course he in his feeds for all the wrong reason. And now that I think about it, bitch, he probably didn't even step into this fight really for King. That was just a cover story. He probably stepped into the motherfucking fight to low-key defend Lil Boosie, because that's what T.I. does. Defend toxicity. Defend toxicity. But T.I. is fucking trash. Unfortunately, King didn't have a shot in hell. His daddy done been locked up how many goddamn times? Him and T.I. done been locked up how many times for goddamn pills and drugs and all type of shit, guns and ratchetosity. And the fact that T.I. thinks that he can make a public statement about King getting his ass locked up and reminding the people that you don't think that I haven't said these things to King, that's the problem. I don't know why the fuck parents think that children do what they say. Children do what they see you do. They don't do what you say. So you can't tell me to act right while you get out here and get your ass back and forth to jail, while you having 50 million 11 goddamn run-ins with the fucking law, while you around here having menage a trois and having motherfucking people having women open up their legs and you put your big toe in their damn private regions, while your ass is out here living your best ratchet ass life, rapping and glorifying thuggery and druggery and drug trafficking and all type of shit. But I'm supposed to be raised up in a well-to-do. Make it make sense. Make it make sense. T.I. makes music that conditions young black boys to become adult black men who think that rebelling and thugging and menacing and hyper egotism and narcissism and misogyny should be second nature to them. And then it's upset on one hand that his son is trying to emulate that shit. But those were the actual values that T.I. was saying was important to him. So it's funny that King is not trying to live up to whatever corny, goofy shit that T.I. caught himself saying to King when he was making C's and D's instead of A's and telling him he wanted to grow up and be a goddamn scientist. But King was looking at the type of niggas his father kept around him. King was looking at the type of men that his father was friends with and respected, like the little Boosies. King was listening to his father's music and all the ghetto ass shit that his father rapped and wrote about. And now he mad because his son is trying to be one of those niggas and garner respect from his father, because that's the shit his father actually is about. All that goofy corner shit T.I. been saying to him when he would get suspended or get sent home early for throwing bananas and shit at the teacher's head. All that goofy shit King threw out the window. Because let me tell you something. Your kids know who the fuck you really are. And your kids know what the fuck you really about. And this is the shit that parents really got to get through your fucking head. Parents really believing that they can send mixed signals is hilarious to me. It's hilarious to me that parents really think that they can live one way, show up themselves one way, but then teach the child something completely separate while they go represent and live as something completely opposite than the messaging they give to the child at home. It's absolutely comical to me. King knows who his dad is, and King, unfortunately, is trying to assimilate to what he believes his father's real respectability politics are, which is be a rebel, don't give a fuck, do what the fuck you want to do. Hell, ultimately, King is just like T.I. T.I. is a rule breaker. I mean, isn't that what T.I.'s long criminal arrest record displays? Is you are a fucking culture breaker and a rule breaker? And guess who coming in the likeness of the father? The motherfucking son and the goddamn side effects. Every time T.I. look at motherfucking King, he should see the motherfucking side effects. Exactly, Patrice. The first thing that Charlie's gonna say is, bitch, you got a cigarette to your mouth. Bitch, you high. Bitch, you fucking. Bitch, you hoeing. Bitch, you spend your money on shoes instead of paying the rent. You do it. Kids do what they know and see you do. They don't do what you say. And whatever you don't clear up in your psyche as a parent, you will give birth to that alter ego in the form of your child. So when a motherfucker be like, I don't know where he got that from. Oh, where he got it from, boo? He got it from your secret thoughts. He got it from your suppressed rebellion. Yeah, you might not have physically did a lot of shit, baby, but you damn sure desired to. You damn sure wanted to. You might not have started fucking and lost your virginity until you was married, but you done gave birth to the so-called hoe. But the so-called hoe was secretly vibrating in you, boo. You gave birth to your alter ego. You might have kept your skirt down, baby, but you never wanted to, baby. You wanted to pop, lock, and drop on all the boys, on the basketball team and the football team, baby. Yeah, you might have forced yourself to listen to your parents, baby, but you never really wanted to, girl. You wanted to be out there skimpy and skipping school and at the party, baby. Had much resentment about having to do your homework instead and not being able to watch cable television instead. Now you done gave birth to Miss Rebellion and trying to wonder where the fuck she came from out of you. Out of the secret place in you. Out of the place in you that you was never honest with. Out of the secret place that you was never honest about yourself with. Gave birth to your alter ego. Kids in one way, shape, or form are always a motherfucking product of you. A product of your spirit. A product of your trauma, a product of your mixed messaging, a product of your inner self, a product of the motherfucking side effects. A hard truth that a lot of motherfucking parents ain't willing to deal with. A fathers ain't willing to deal with. It is what the hell it is, baby. I woke up with violence in me. And that's is acting like a goddamn a double-minded fool. He don't know whether to condemn King on one end or whether to cuddle King, because ultimately what he's doing is still reconciling his own manhood that's symbolically represented in the manifestation of his son's delinquent, immature ass and unnecessary ass buffoonery, because he see himself in that shit. He's still a man. That's very much so in two places at once. And look at his own statement. Look at his own statement. Let's go back to All in Hip Hop. What's going on, Infinity Red? Hey, boo. Look at the bipolarism of his statement to Charleston White. I ain't on no gangster shit. So right here, he establishes, baby, he on his grown man. He a businessman. He a billionaire. He got sense. You know, he being a black man and not a nigger right now. But then he goes on to say, just that. I'm a father, I'm a businessman, and I'm a leader. So ultimately, if you have something to say about me and mine, come to me. Whatever you have to say about me, come to me. But then after he done established he ain't on no gangster shit, that he's a father, he's a businessman, he's a leader. He's a civil and intellectual man. Keep my motherfucking children's name out your motherfucking mouth before something bad happens to you. Baby, it's almost like the statement. One part of the statement was in the Old Testament and one part of the goddamn verse came from the New Testament, and somebody glued their motherfucking asses together. On one end, he ain't on no gangster shit entering into the conversation, but his outro is keep my motherfucking children's name out your motherfucking mouth before something bad happens to you. Something bad gonna unfortunately probably happen to your son before it happens to Charleston White if you don't gather this nigga by his high ass ponytail and double down on some much needed disciplinary and some much needed wisdom and some much needed attention. But unfortunately, T.I. is going to have to make a choice if he wants to be effective as a father between playing this fake ass gangster, coke trafficking ass nigga or being an actual fucking man. Because as long as he's trying to have both his cake and eat it too, he will not have children, definitely not have a son, surely not have King remotely be able to take his ass seriously at all. at all. He gonna have to pick a side, pick a side, pick a side, pick a side. Because not picking a side is why his kid is in the predicament he's in right now. Not picking a fucking side between whether you want to be a gangster nigga or whether you want to be an actual leader, an actual businessman, and an actual father, and be those things only. Not be those things and a ratchet ass nigga. Be only a businessman. Be only a father. Be only a husband. Be only a leader. Not a thug. But one of those things over the goddamn other. So King is unfortunately just a product of the confusion and the bipolar behavior and warped manhood that he's seen demonstrated in the man he looks up to in his life, which is T.I. So I would even go further and challenge T.I.'s statement that no, yeah, your son might end up in prison, and that would be unfortunate, seeing that it's too much blood in the streets for him to have to turn out this way because of all the bullshit you done did to come into the life that you done came into alongside with your wife. But he won't be in that prison if that's where he gonna end up at, solely because of him. You gonna be directly responsible in spirit for why he there. King gonna be responsible for why he physically there, but you gonna be responsible, T.I., for why he is there spiritually, because it was your mixed messaging, your hypocrisy, your contradictory, your mixed messaging that got his ass acting as a privileged, oppressed nigga. He want to be privileged, he want to be rich and in the struggle all at the same goddamn time. And why? Because your ass, T.I., glorifies the trap house. That's why. Because you got your rich ass on TV and Viacom and VH1 and still got the audacity to go into the studio and pitch a poor man's art and speak a poor man's music and write a poor man's doctrine. Because clearly Viacom and VH1 and mansions and upper class living ain't enough for you either. So I hope that Charleston White is dragging the living dog shit out of you and King. And I hope that more black men with huge platforms join in and drag the living hell out of all you Jeffrey Dahmer ass niggas, because I don't make no distinction between mayonnaise ass Jeffrey Dahmer and this same lunatic behavior that's in the form of thuggery and gangsterness. You gangster ass niggas are just as much wrong with the community as Jeffrey Dahmer was. You lunatic ass niggas with all your shooting and banging and thieving and raping and violating have claimed more fucking lives than any white serial killer ever has. You niggas are just as fucking warped, demented, demonic, and goddamn evil as that nigga was. And y'all don't even have the excuse of coming out of the womb of a pill-popping ass black mother like Jeffrey Dahmer did. Coming out of the puss of a pill-popping ass mayonnaise man. How you even want to be a leader and sit on the stage and talk about mental health and liberation and want to hijack the algorithms of shit that's happening in black political spaces and yet still represent low vibrating art and still produce low vibrating art and then be mad that your community is trying to bring attention to you about your son and tell you what the fuck you need to be told, because clearly Tiny is too busy getting goddamn contact surgery over in Indonesia. She trying to look like every motherfucking bitch to keep you home with one bitch. You got your ass pillaging and ravishing the goddamn earth back and forth, while your son is out of touch and deaf tone because his pappy out of touch and damn deaf tone. And when the village is got his foot on your badass son, who might I add, been rebellious and been obnoxious and been unruly since he was a damn child. Instead of you appreciating it and redirecting all that smoke and energy towards your son, you mad at the fucking community. You gonna issue a statement out to us and tell us to stay out your mentions and stay out your inbox and stay out your whatever. So it's okay for the same community to put y'all on a fucking pedestal and to tune in to VH1 so you can get clicking fucking views on your reality show and get paid accordingly and be brought back for season 7, 9, 10, and 11, but it's not okay for that same fucking community to make an asserted effort to get the fucking attention of a black man that they can save themselves from having to march for if his goddamn daddy takes daddying seriously. And this is why I don't respect these motherfucking cisgendered ass niggas with all this gay agenda shit, because bitch, gay men ain't producing fucking lunatics, honey. It's you motherfucking cisgendered straight ass niggas out here with the bullshit. It's you cisgendered ass straight ass niggas not taking care of your goddamn sons. They being raised to be woman beaters, misogynists, have intimacy issues, emotional fucking issues, legal motherfucking issues. You motherfuckers are the ones producing the goddamn little Chuckies of the damn community and the goddamn gremlins of the motherfucking community. But let Lil Nas X put on some thigh-high ass boots and slide all the way down the hill where you told his ass to go. And it's got to be a congressional hearing. But nobody can bring a congressional hearing to you about your son. But you got the energy to speak about a non-existent ass agenda, while your music is out here responsible for why young black boys think that being in the streets is cool, and disrespecting women who they love and who they in relationships is cool, and killing and disrespecting other black men is cool. And yet you got the nerve to have a goddamn trauma and trigger response to the fucking gay agenda. At least Lil Nas X has the gall to go be a successful artist and not be getting fucking mugshots and getting his ass locked up like the cis hetero child you've raised. At least Lil Nas X can go and sign deals and be in somebody's dance studio and in somebody's recording studio and in dance rehearsals and shooting music videos rather than getting his ass pulled over by the motherfucking cops like your cis hetero son is. But you motherfucking niggas always want to talk about some motherfucking gay agenda and don't want to address the way that y'all emasculate, hyper-masculinize, which ain't even a motherfucking word, but it is on this God-given this mornings. And the way that y'all castrate and sterilize your own fucking black children. And now you done raised what seems to be a damn sociopath in the making who has no fucking awareness of self He looks dead in the fucking eyeballs. He's giving me Jason Voorhees ass level energy, girl. He's giving me mutant level 5 category, child. Dark Phoenix energy, boo. And you mad at everybody else for applying pressure that you ain't concerned about applying to him, because on one end, you're happy his ass is grown because you can justify leaving his ass to his own devices, and then you want to step in for all the wrong reasons. Why did you know what, T.I., if you really wanted to send a message and you call yourself a leader, what the fuck you should have stepped into the goddamn chat to do is show us what type of conversation you gave to King. But you wanted to make that shit private. And then when you step into the public space on his behalf, you want to do that because he's in a childish ass altercation with a nigga who ain't telling him nothing but the goddamn truth to begin with. Since you a leader and you a father and you understand single parent households and the importance of fathers, and that a lot of young black men have father fractures, wouldn't a leader have used the opportunity to not address King ass privately, but let's make a congressional hearing out of this nigga? Let's have this conversation, King, loud, live, and in color for all to see. But you want to cuddle him private and then jump into fucking violent exchanges with a nigga who got a specific message for King. And no, he don't got to go through you to get to him. Just like the police who pulled his ass over didn't have to go through you to get to him. Remember your words. He's grown. And he got to go through it. And a part of going through it is going through Charleston White's ass. How about that? That's a part of going through it. I'm going to drop the link and let y'all ass come up here and sound off if y'all have anything else to say, child. Girl, baby. It's the cis hetero male supremacy for me. Let me drop the motherfucking link and see if y'all got something y'all want to say, baby. About T.I. calling out YouTuber Charleston White over dispute with long hair don't care, baby. King 6ix9ine in the motherfucking building, honey, with the motherfucking side effects. Welcome to the platform, Cat Mouse, Grand Rising. What are your thoughts, Shy?
Hey, Conscious.
Hey.
You know, I just woke up like 2 seconds ago, literally, and I woke up to the sound of your video. I saw the link. I saw your video. I'm like, yeah, I listened to literally the last 5 seconds, but I already knew based off the title what this bullshit was gonna be about. So, yeah. T.I. has been just a misogynist ass degenerate for the longest. Even when he had that show, was it on VH1 or MTV, The Family Hustle, whatever the fuck that bullshit. Yeah. I knew it was some bullshit. I knew it was for him to change up his image, to make it seem like he's a family man, to make it seem like he on that Cosby Show type of bullshit, he's some, magical fucking black father. He hasn't been in those kids' lives. Wasn't he locked up for good for a whole damn decade for most of those kids' lives?
I'm not sure, but I know the nigga was definitely in and out of the goddamn justice system.
Okay, yeah. He been in and out of the justice system most of his goddamn life. So I can't imagine having a father who's been in and out of, who cared more about committing crime than being a consistent father to his own children. It's just the example of cis hetero black male degeneracy. That's all he exhibits, and he's teaching his son. His son is just going to be a little inmate number, whatever, by the time he gets to be, 22, 23 years old. So, and I think someone in the comment section said,
what's unfortunate about that is thinking that King and King alone is to blame, and that he don't have he as a father don't have anything to do with whatever the fate is of King.
No. This is all on him. This is all Ti. This is Ti is taking the L. This is all on him, and in a little bit all on Tiny, because I can't. I ain't picking a man like Ti. First of all, this may be a whole nother fucking topic, but black women. This is pure fucking example of black women need to fucking expand their fucking options. Get the fuck out of this idea that black men are the only groups of men that's available to you. It ain't. There are other fucking men out there. It ain't got to be white. It could be Arab. It could be Asian. It could be Hispanic. I'm married to a Latino. Okay. I'm learning. He teaching me Spanish. I've been married to him for damn near 15 damn years. Okay. There's other men out there who will love you, provide for you, and raise your damn children. That's the key. Who will raise your children who are brought up under family values, because cis hetero black males, what they've been known to do and what they've been doing for the past 50, 60 years is abandoning their women and abandoning their children. So these little black boys are growing up without black fathers. And if they have a black father in the home, he's a goddamn degenerate. He's a goddamn fucking crazy criminal, just sick bastard who's basically a domestic terrorist in the home. So this is a message. What's today? Tuesday. I'm losing track of time, child. On this Tuesday morning, to any black woman who hears my fucking voice, you have fucking options. Do not let these goddamn niggas tell you that you have to stay where you are not loved, you are not fucking cherished, you are not going to be provided for, and your children ain't going to be provided for and taken care of and protected. Leave these motherfucking niggas alone. And if the black fucking community crumbles because niggas can't live without black women. Basically, black women are the welfare. I don't know who said it, but black women are the welfare for niggas. So if these niggas fucking crumble because your ass fucking left, then let them fucking crumble into fucking dust.
Yeah.
Leave them the fuck alone.
Right over them. Step right over their asses.
Step right over their ass and go where you are appreciated and loved. Because T.I., like I said, King is on his way to either the grave or the fucking prison prison system, and it's fucked up because T.I. doesn't give a damn. All the money that he earned. Okay, you can say, his music. I listen. I used to listen to T.I. His music is cool, but all that money he earned, all the wealth and privilege that he earned through making music and shit like that, he fucking pissed it away. And fucking all that money is no reason that King going to all these different private schools and having all this luxury that you and I could never imagine living that type of life. That this young man is growing up to be a goddamn domestic terrorist in his fucking community, growing up, and his future ain't going. His future is going to lead him right into the fucking prison system, just like his fucking pappy. T.I. should be ashamed of himself.
Yep.
Should be ashamed of his goddamn self. And I'm gonna just leave it there. I love you, Conscious. I'm gonna eat me some breakfast, some fucking cereal. Bye, y'all.
All right, love. That it was something that Kat has said something that I wanted to speak to. I kind of forgot what it was. It'll probably come back to me.
I'm still here, Conscious. Go ahead. What you wanted to say, Conscious? What you wanted to say? Go ahead.
Back to me. I forgot what it was. It'll probably come back to me.
Okay, babe.
Yes.
I'm about to have me some waffles. Bye, y'all.
All right,
wow,
babes. I want to welcome E to the platform. Grand Rising Love. Your thoughts on? Oh, this is what I was going to say. See, it came back to me. I just don't understand how Tiny never woke up, especially. I mean, when they started having boys and said to T.I., you have to make a choice. You have to make a choice. You are raising black men.
She cared about the money more.
You cannot go produce the type of art you do and think that's going to be able to be compartmentalized away from your sons. You got to make a choice. She did, as far as I'm concerned, she did not fight for her children. and I'm not surprised because T.I. has been able to narcissistically do everything he wants to do, including turn her bisexual and including convince her to open up the marital bed, including all these things. And Tiny has just chosen to be a pick-me-sha bitch with permanent contacts in her eyeballs. But nonetheless, E, welcome to the platform. Your thoughts on T.I., Charleston White, and Mr. Man here.
Good morning, Conscious. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, perfect. I'll start with Tiny because I kind of said something in the chat about it. Me personally, I don't see how Tiny can fight for some. She's the same type of person. When you look at it, I don't think Tiny is any better than Ti. Um, she has low self-esteem. Well, we presume she has low self-esteem behind her aura of high confidence. I think that I was happy because I'm catching up on those Charleston White videos about King and Tootie. I believe that's his name.
Tootie Raw.
And he told the motherfucking truth on it, and that's just all it is to it. Listen, King showed his monkey ass in that Waffle House restaurant, and I will never forget that video with him talking to that woman like that. And when that male employee tried to simmer things down and speak to him one on one, he went live on that. So you bring everything to the internet because you want a show, you want a promotion. He makes a spectacle of things because this is his way of getting street credit. So I don't find any issue with Charleston bringing it to the internet and addressing him on his level because he's right. Ti and Boosie both. I know this is all about Ti though. They have done so much damage to the community. You have sold drugs in the community. You have, violated women in the community, and so nothing is off limits. Nothing is off limits for you. You just got an award from the city, and I messaged the mayor personally to find out what the hell is going on here. Why is Ti and Tiny getting an award? These are criminals. Like, what is going on here? And
Your
so
son was willing to get his ass whipped at Waffle House because his food had too many fucking pickles on it.
girl, I listen. This person must be stopped, and Ti is a hindrance to his progression forward. When Charleston said you can't lead that son by standing behind him, you have to lead him by walking in front. I was in here, I threw my phone across the room because he's absolutely right. I mean, you don't come in when the boy is 18 years old. You should have been doing this all along. And the caller who was right before me, she said that Ti had to raise him. It's a difference in living in the home with your child and raising them. The only thing Ti was doing in that house was sleeping there because he was out sleeping with everybody else. He wasn't throwing down good roots. The only thing he wanted to make sure was that Deja maintained her virginity, and and King could run amok and do whatever the fuck he wanted to do. So this is the effect of not being raised properly.
And this is the issue, E, with black fathers. Your sons are being raised in a system that does not inherently give a fuck about them, disproportionately is willing to misrepresent them, always paint them as low vibrating thugs, etc. You do not get to be a white father as a black dad. Your children need you. Your sons need you. You don't get to be a white black dad. As a black father, your sons need your ass. You cannot spend half the fucking year out of the country on tour promoting fucking thuggery and ratchetosity and on the set of movies and raise black men in a system that already conditions them and tries to transform them into a shell of themselves. Like, black parents can't afford to be checked out in the system. Like, they can't afford to be checked out in this system. T.I. absolutely dropped the ball, and it's sad that it's a little too late now.
Yeah.
Because Now salvation is going to totally come down to King. He's fucking 18. Yeah, so what are you going to tell him now? What you going to do? Send him to his room, take away his phone? Now? Shit is fucking wild. Go ahead, E. I ain't going to interrupt.
No. You're absolutely correct. But it's one last thing I wanted to touch on. Because if you go to the shade room, there's so many people in the comments saying, "Oh, he's just trying to set the rappers up," and he's a snitch and this, that, and the third. They're acting as if T.I. has a snitch. I believe wholeheartedly that he has something to do with those Atlanta cases, those rappers, Young Thug and Gunna, being arrested. I believe he had a hand in it, 1,000%. Oh, sorry, I'm getting some feedback. And also, he did that Crime Stoppers commercial. So why are we coming down on Charleston saying that he's trying to snitch? I applaud him because T.I. just said when he got that award at the city, he said, "We got to do better for the next generation. We need to make sure that the community is safe." And if he is really big on safety, like he says, and if he wants to be this political figure, because he keeps maneuvering himself into the political atmosphere and trying to speak up as a pro-black activist, he maneuvers himself in this way. But what he produces at his home and what he sends out into our community doesn't match. So I'm curious to see how all of this is going to play out. But like you said, it's mixed messaging, and he has to own up to it.
Yeah, and he probably won't because T.I. is a bona fide fucking narcissist, a bona fide grandiose fucking narc. So I highly doubt he will ever take any real responsibility or completely change his fucking ways or straighten up his goddamn public image. Yeah, and it's just fucking unfortunate. I mean, and it ain't even just him dropping the ball with King. Like, even him, like, hyper policing his fucking stepdaughter and making sure that she didn't lose her virginity and constantly taking her to the doctor to get her hymen checked and to make sure it was still intact, while he was also on the show asking his sons if they had lost their virginity yet. But yet doubling down on the girls in the family and policing their orientation and policing their reproductive organs, while once again sustaining that toxic ass patriarchal shit where you're going to let the boys run a fucking muck and put them under this belief that life is a jungle and their job is only to play in the sand, but to hyper police the fucking women and hold them to an entirely different status of virtue and self-preservation, like, completely fucking wild. And once again, Tiny as a mom sitting amongst all of this and just like, I don't know whether she can't see straight because of the permanent contacts, because it's clear that she needed brain surgery instead of eye surgery. But thank you for that, E. Jordana, welcome to the platform, boo. Grand rising to you and the missus. Your thoughts on T.I. King, Charleston White.
Good morning. You guys hear me okay? You hear me okay?
Yes, I can hear you, boo.
Okay. I'm in the gym. Have to make sure. So the only thing I wanted to say was this is exactly why two-parent households at face value is a fantasy.
Oh, it's a little difficult to hear you, boo.
Okay, hold on. Give me 10 seconds.
Okay.
Hold on.
Thumbs up the video, you guys, as y'all are entering the sanctuary. Thumbs up. There's 800 of y'all in the building. These likes should be at an easy 700.
Do you hear me better?
Yes, I can hear you much better.
Okay. So I just wanted to say that on face value, the Black community especially has sold this idea of two-parent households. You need the father in the home. You need the father in the home, and if not, it's the mom's fault that the child turns out the way they do. Mm-hmm. And this is a two-parent household. So I say all that to say that just because a father is physically in the home doesn't mean he's a benefit. Sometimes you're better off being a single mother and finding healthy father figures for your child than to keep the father in the home who's going to encourage, whether it's directly or not. And I do think T.I. is encouraging King's behavior because of his response to the Waffle House incident, as E said, where it was like, you know, him saying, oh, those people are jealous. They wish they had what you had. That's not the response you give when your child was disrespectful to people. And once you sanction that behavior, I already knew that it was downhill from there. I mean, I always saw T.I. as problematic because of his alliance with Boosie Booty. I've always seen it as problematic because you guys can come together for homophobia, but here you are sanctioning your children to have sex with women that are probably twice their age or to be
Them
complete
niggas.
degenerates
Them
in the
niggas for
community.
you.
Hold on, everybody. Oh, there's too many people on the platform, one at a time.
So that's really what I wanted to say, that this notion, and you know, Conscious, I've been part of your crew for a while, so there's
Yeah.
always going to be black men that are going to come up and say, you know, it's the mother's fault, it's this, that, and the third. But here we have two parents, and both of them are failing this man because he's 18, so technically he is a man legally. I don't see him doing better without his own decision to do better, because the examples that he has in his immediate surroundings are failures of doing better. And the last thing I wanted to say was the gays, especially men primarily, are typically the ones that benefit the community in terms of income, in terms of contributing back to their community. I can't say the same for people like this. Like, it, this is why it behooves the black community to embrace the LGBT community, because we are the ones that are actively trying to make the community better. And we just have to do it in the background because the black community does not want to co-sign our efforts because of our sexuality. But you have a heterosexual family here, son, mother, father, sanctioning degeneracy. So where's that really getting us by hailing him up because of who he sleeps with and what he supposedly stands for? That is not helping us. So it behooves us to broaden the spectrum of who we allow to lead us, because there's clearly a difference between how we're addressing things here, and that needs to be addressed from the root of the problem. That's all I wanted to say.
Okay, and I do want to make the announcement, since people are already stating it in my chat, that Celine Dion did pass away. Unfortunately, I'm reading the headlines now.
Oh wow.
That
That little white
oh,
singer.
wait a minute, hold on. Nope, it's an actual hoax. It's a hoax.
No, isn't that little white woman that?
It's actually a hoax.
But like you said, off topic though.
Yeah, it's off topic, but it is being reported, but apparently it's a hoax, and this ain't the first time. She died in a plane crash one time before. Now they're claiming she passed away in her home, but yeah, that's a hoax. So moving along. But thank you so much for that, Jordana. And you know what? To add to your point, Jordana, this is also a prime example of two-parent households in terms of sometimes the mama ain't no goddamn good either. So this is what it looks like when the mama ain't no goddamn good and the daddy ain't no goddamn good. Because to your point, it's not just about having two people in the household. It's about the condition of both those parents as well. Because if you got two dumbass, toxic, ignorant, weird ass people that are raising you, what did it mean that you had both parents in the household when both of their asses was in a goddamn sunken place?
Exactly.
Oh,
But
great point, Jordana.
thank you for having me up. I'll drop down.
Thank you, boo. Knockout Media, welcome to the platform. Grand Rising, your thoughts on T.I., Charleston White, and Mr. High Ponytail here?
Man, well, good morning. First of all, I need to call you back.
Yeah, Joe. But you made up for it by jumping up on the panel. You made up for it.
No, I need to call you, but I'm gonna take a different approach at this. So I find it really like perplexing that each time that there's a panel talking about fatherhood, or anything of the sort, we rarely have fathers tap in on the stream. It's usually mothers that are saying what a father should do, or how he should act, or what he should do towards his son or toward his children. My thing is that if the shoes were on the other foot, if Tiny was the one that was a single mom, it would be, nobody would blame Tiny. It would always be, what did the man do? Why wasn't he there? Blah, 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 right? My thing is that I don't believe that the LGBTQ community is perfect, and I don't think that they could replace black men. I don't think that
We are black.
divesting.
We are black men.
Well,
See,
yeah,
that's why I say
we are black
but I'm
men.
saying,
these niggas the
I'm
fuck
saying
alone.
that.
Stop worrying about these niggas. Stop worrying about these niggas.
Miss Monica, I know you're triggered up, but just hold it still, please. Okay.
Okay, so the thing is that I don't think anybody can replace a black father, and trying to find a compensation for that is never going to work. There's still Latino men who leave single Latino Hispanic women alone with 5, 6, 10 kids. There's
Not
still
at a rate
Asian
of
men that
70-80%, sir. Sir, no, we're not gonna do
let
this.
me finish, because everybody else got to talk.
No. Hold on. But
I'm sorry.
Everybody got to talk.
Can
Everybody gets to talk.
Can we contain the conversation? Because I really don't give a damn about a Latino community. Can we contain the conversation to blackness and whatever the hell white men do and everybody else do is fine. But we have issues that are very unique to us because of a lot of complicated variables.
Yes, but I'm talking about the first caller had said that black women need to stay away from black men and start looking for other races, as if that is some kind of solution to the issue. I'm saying that no matter what race, what ethnicity, there's always going to be problems. I don't think it's just exclusive to black men. So I don't think the answer is getting away from black men. The other thing is how does a black father correct himself if he's getting chastised, and on top of that, having his family leave him and divest from him completely? So where does that leave the black man?
Boo-hoo.
So I want to offer a push on that, because it's not that like it's not like it happens because like it's a one and done situation. There's a psychology that's already like pervasive in the black male community that makes black men double down on not even hearing anybody else, and that comes from this idea of being trained to believe that you are the head and that everybody falls beneath you and behind you, and that you inherently have a right to everything that you are and your entire worldview and shaping the world in accordance to that. And because that's the way that like generations of blackness under this patriarchy have materialized, it's very difficult to speak to correct black men, because black men believe that they are beyond reproach. They don't believe, and they haven't been taught to actually empathetically listen and adhere to the criticisms and the love and the constructive criticisms of their community, whether that be their women, whether that be their children, whether that be each other, whether that be whatever it is. And so the real question is, what is a community supposed to do with people who don't seem to give a fuck? Because all black men do is make the excuse for it. And just like T.I. is a perfect example, his community is speaking to a 18-year-old black male who has an opportunity to avoid all of the pitfalls of his father and of many black men in his lineage and his community. And they are also addressing T.I., and all T.I. can do is get in a ring and tell everybody to shut the fuck up, to leave him alone, and then to make violent threats toward the man who is chin checking his privileged ass son. And it's just like, how is that appropriate, Ti?
Well, see, CTV, the thing
Because
that
when his ass is fucking dead, guess who the fuck Ti gonna want out there marching on behalf of his ass? The entire community. When and if King ass unfortunately or hypothetically ends up on the back of a fucking milk carton, or some shit happens to his ass in police custody, that same fucking community, I want Ti to remember, you told the community to kiss your motherfucking ass when they tried to tell you, when they tried to come for King's neck out of love, when they tried to bring their plight to you and bring their concern to you about a son who you shoved in the community's face. Because y'all were America's black urban family on TV. And now that that community gives a fuck, all you can tell them is to fuck off. And then God forbid something happened to King guys. You gonna want every last single one of our black asses standing in solidarity. Standing in solidarity.
Here, I have a couple more points. So, on to piggyback off of what you're talking about, there's a guy named OG Percy whose son had just got 20 years in prison. He said himself, I've been trying to tell my son, I've been in prison, in and out of prison all my life, been in and out of prison for half his life. I came back into his life and raised him and stayed out of prison. And he said he did everything in his power to tell his son what prison is like, whipping his ass, beating his ass, correcting him, trying to be there for him and everything. But his son still ended up with 20 years in prison. His response to it was clapping for him and congratulating him and said, yeah, you're stupid ass, you earned that. You worked hard to go to jail. You worked hard to earn a prison sentence. Even though I told your stupid ass what to do, what that's gonna earn you, you went and did it anyway. So I think as a father, and especially raising a man, especially by the time he hits 18, because I would say by the time I was 15 years old, me and my father, I was living just with my father. And he told me, anything that you go out and do, you know right from wrong. You're not stupid. You go out there, you know the consequences of what can happen to you and what's going to happen if you fuck up. So I would imagine that conversation takes place with almost every father who's physically present in their son's life. I'm not saying that I know with Ti.
For the person that you're talking about, then that's one thing. But we're talking about a hypocrite when it comes to Ti. We're talking about a man who spent half of his children's life in and out of fucking jail, and then promoted a complete toxic ass image of black men as thugs and drug lords and gang.
That's how most of these motherfuckers.
Wait. It's too early. Hold your horses. Do not interrupt me when I'm speaking. And then had the fucking nerve to have all this shit to say about an attack on the black man image when a gay black man is in music and art, but has nothing to say about his own low vibrating ass image, and neither does other straight men have anything to say. But let my black ass get up here and talk as a representative for black men. I can't do that because I'm feminine and I wear wigs and weaves and makeup and shit. But there's no outrage from the straight black male community about the image of the black man that Ti promotes and perpetuates. And you know why? Because most niggas are okay with that because they want to be that any fucking way. And then for Ti to try to separate that as having any influence and impact on his father, if I was king, I would be glorifying the same fucking thing because that's what I believe my father ultimately respects. How can you surround yourself with niggas who do nigga shit, rap and promote an image of this version of black men, but then try to tell your son to become something opposite of that while you tell everybody else's son to be a fucking prisoner and an ex-con? That don't even make fucking sense.
Do as I say, not as I do. That's how a lot of
And that's why I said everything I said earlier, that kids do not do what their parents tell them. Oh, how easy the parenting would be, right? If that was the case. But all parents and all kids know the reality of that. We do what we see our parents do, not what they say. T.I. is out of fucking order. He needs to be chin checked. He's a fucking hypocrite. His image of the black man is deplorable, evil, and fucking demonic. And black men don't have nothing to say about it. And then he's out here chin checking another elder who is on his son's ass how he should be.
Now, okay, so that was my last point. I'm sorry to cut you off. Are you? I don't know if you're done, but
yes,
that was my last point. Smokey Chew. Charleston White is not the epitome of the role model black man. Charleston White is somebody who had committed murder, had talked about openly R-ing women, like sexually abusing women. And on top of that, this is somebody who constantly tries to put black men in jail. Some deservedly so. I'm not going to say that him calling out a lot of these thugs or like a lot of these idiots that are just going around committing atrocities towards the black community. I definitely can get with that. However, Charleston White is not the staple role model black man that we should be looking toward. He's calling people out because he doesn't want to be called out on his shit. And when somebody does call him out and expose him on the things that he fucked up with, he's gonna say, okay, I can take accountability because I call everybody else
I completely disagree in reference to Charleston White.
Charleston White is an ignorant motherfucker.
I gotta speak on Charleston White because that's me.
Hold on, y'all. I will let everybody.
Go ahead, but
Look, I don't interrupt anybody. I don't interrupt anybody.
Y'all, hey, everybody, calm down. Trust me, everybody is gonna get up in here, and I know Infinity.
Charleston White is an ignorant motherfucker. Okay, Conscious, I'm sorry.
Does
and I still got to speak on that ignorant motherfucker and speak in his defense, okay? Because he's an ignorant motherfucker that has changed and that has said that he's changed. But, hey, Mystic. Hey, Conscious.
Hey, boo.
How you doing?
I need you to help me to control the
panel. Definitely.
Now, she can't hold her tongue either.
Y'all, wait a minute, because I'm interested in hearing everybody talk.
Y'all about to make me start my camera.
Everybody, I want y'all to hold it. So, yeah, okay. So to your point, a knockout, because like I said, I don't know much about him. I don't know whether he is a hypocrite. I don't know whether he's a man who.
He is. He straight up is.
Hold on. I'm not sure if he is a hypocrite or whether he's a man who has a past, and that's why he be on these niggas next, because he know how shit gonna turn out, because he know the type of shit he done did, he been on. So I don't know in which direction. However, despite all that Charleston White might be, he is right. He is on point when it comes to Tootie Raw and Mr. King motherfucking Harris.
Now,
and so if we got to eat the meat and spit the bone, then we can do that.
But I don't see any difference between these privileged kids, and we're talking about, let's say 50 Cent son with the $6,700 a month for child support and everything like that, and him saying, oh, I just want to talk to my dad, I just want to see my dad, and he's like, well, I've been trying to be there for you, but you duck me every time I try to make so my thing is there's no handbook for mothers or fathers, and I don't think that mothers can be sitting here judging on how a father is raising their children.
Yeah, they
just like a father.
Yeah, we raising them by ourselves, sir. We raising them by ourselves
because they're full family units of black people.
They absolutely can when these niggas are out here going to jail instead of being dads. They absolutely can when these niggas out here talking about killing and selling drugs and out here literally in these streets and trying to live the shit that they rapping about. They absolutely have a right to be entitled or to have a say so, and these niggas straightening up for their children. Because it's ironic that when these niggas go get themselves in all the fucked up situations they in, and then the child turns out to be aloof or to be queer or to be trans or to whatever, then those same niggas want to blame however the child turns out on being a single parent household, but they don't want to do everything they can to be in the fucking house or to at least do their entire share of the co-parenting. Like which way they want it.
Man, I'm Kanye this morning. You don't have all the answers, Sway. You don't have all the answers, Sway.
God damn it. Okay.
All right, I'll move on. All right, next.
Okay. Sydney, then Emily, and then my boo Infinity. Sydney, welcome to the platform. Grand Rising. Your thoughts on T.I., King, etc.
Hey, Conscious.
Hey.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, I enjoy your show. I've
Thank
been
you.
subscribed for a long time,
Thank you,
but I've just been in the bush. But however, this T.I. and the King and everything else, King is not King. King is a Pookie from the streets. And secondly, T.I. is a hypocrite. Then he told me that tell us that it take a village to raise a child. I feel like that. Okay, if it take a village to raise a child, and somebody coming down on your child, why you want just say kiss your ass and stuff like that? That's not cool at all. If it take a village to raise a child, you should have you should be like what's the word? You should be appreciative to what anybody else would say about your child. If they doing the right thing for your child. I used to look up for Tiny because long time ago he taught my cousin off the ledge because he was about to off himself. But now T.I. could just kick rocks for me.
Sad.
Because he's too much of a hypocrite. And he's up there exploiting women and destroying women at the same time and all that stuff.
Yes.
I mean, he just is just as a disgrace as a black man.
Yeah.
That's how I feel. It's just heartbreaking to me that how can you exploit women and denigrate your own child and everything else about her virginity and everything else, but then praise King when he lost his virginity. That's disgusting to me.
Sad.
It's really heartbreaking.
Knockout, you're gonna have to bring your ass right back up here. I cannot believe you are falling for the stereotypical deflection. When people, when either men or women are called out to their shit. If black men were so fucking hated, most of the goddamn community wouldn't still be supporting goddamn T.I. ass.
Sure, it's hard,
and the sad part about it, a knockout, is that you can't realize how much hate that T.I. has for fucking black men.
And talk about black men. Black men should be praised and everything else.
Because hell no, they don't. No, they shouldn't, girl. Stop that man shit.
Hold on. Hold on, everybody. Hold on. T.I. is the one out here allegedly, according to his criminal arrest record, pillaring drugs into communities, selling that crack and that coke to black fathers who have to take their addictions back home to black children and to the black women in their lives and do the KKK and the racist and the white supremacist job for them by destroying the community from the inside out. I don't know why you more upset at people being upset at a low vibrating black man than being upset at the low vibrating black man. T.I. don't like black men. T.I. is
a lot of the bitches fat.
I promise to God, if I interrupt it one more time, this panel is done. I'm not going to be shucking and jiving and speed bumping through my own thoughts over a panel I don't have to put together to begin with. Let me speak. Everybody will have the opportunity to speak. T.I. is literally addressing another black man with violence. With violence. He's raising a son, though. And everybody's critique of T.I. is to be interpreted as hate for black men. Now, I'm not saying that there isn't segment that definitely does not black man bash, but this is not that, and this would be a gross misrepresentation of that. This is accountability, and this what the fuck it should look like. And T.I. is dead ass wrong for being hypocritical, for being in and out of his children's fucking life. It was already bad enough you in and out their life for prison. Then you want to be a Hollywood nigga and spend even more time outside of the fucking house, and then got the nerve to be outside of the house by producing an art that puts other black men into the goddamn sunken place. Something that they don't need no goddamn help and assistance, no aiding and abetting being put in, because the goddamn society and the culture around them is already toxic as hell. And you should be just as outraged. Knockout. What do you want your young son listening to T.I.'s music? Do you understand the meaning of Rubber Band Man?
So T.I. should look in the mirror. He is a black man. Instead of Don Gray and everybody else, look in the mirror. You're a black man. Face the facts.
I don't understand. Hey, it's a. And look, what whole nother conversation. But are you finished with your thoughts, Sydney?
Well, I guess pretty much. But like I said, it's just heartbreaking how he just turning everything around when he opened the playing field, saying like, oh, it take a village to raise a child. And now he want everybody to kiss his ass. That's crazy.
Yeah, it is. He's full of shit. He's a fucking narc. I can't stand T.I. ass at all. But thank you for that, Sydney. My blood.
Conscious before I go.
Yes.
You see, my little picture. Yeah, I love Prince just like you do.
Yes, that's baby father, honey.
Yes, indeed. Shoot, I'm obsessed. It's just heartbroken that I was going to. Sorry, off topic, but I spent 4 hours traveling and then make it to Paisley Park. I was so doggone heartbroken.
Wow. Well, thank God that he left a beautiful body of work behind for us to still feed off of. Rest in peace to the Godfather.
Yes, I'm still obsessed with this man.
Yeah. We got it's good taste, boo. Keep up the good taste, and thank you for being here.
I love you, Conscious.
I love you too, boo. Infinity Red, welcome to the platform, child. I know that you was ready to get into the Charleston White, so tell us about it, Miss Infinity.
Yes. See, peace and love to you, Mystic, always. And I salute, I always salute Consciouztv, but I'm gonna just say this.
Sis, you got your phone breaking up real bad. Real bad.
Okay, can you hear me?
It sounds robotic.
Okay, can you hear me?
No, it sounds really bad. It's like super robotic. It's getting worse.
Oh my God. Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, you sound clear now.
Okay. Yeah, I was saying hey, and I was also saying I salute Consciouztv and your whole platform. I just salute everything you're doing. Started from the bottom, now we here. Period. But yes, now in reference to Charleston White, now how I see it with him. He is, I don't know the man personally, but in reference to what he has put out there in reference to his message, he is a real killer. You know what I'm saying? He has murdered people before, murdered someone before, and also too, he suffered the consequences of that. That's what he's come out and basically said out to the public. And as far as for role models in the Black community, let's be real here. All of us have done something or been a part of something that we didn't necessarily want due to the fact that we don't have unity in our community. Period. So with that being said, it's people who have been through things, who have been through the fire, who have encountered certain situations, and they saying, yeah, I had to go through X, Y, and Z, but now I'm on something different. I learned the consequences of my actions, and this is how we should be moving going forward. But people respect that. And see, with Charleston White, he done clearly said, he done came out on public messages saying, hey, I done had to deal with children who done been a part of murder situations, little kids who done seen, people get killed, or little kids who have killed people and who in these jails and institutionalized and going through all kind of different things. And you don't know what that's like, because you haven't had that experience yet, or hopefully you never even have to experience that. And see, that's the whole thing. And I think that people just try to fine tooth comb people's history and past. And yes, you can do that, and you're supposed to do that to understand who you're dealing with right now. But with Charleston White's message, his whole message is, yeah, he done been a real killer. Yeah, he know real killers, and all these rappers and people that's out here saying what they saying, they not a part of that. So they need to stop promoting that and stop speaking on that, speaking on the consequences of that. And that's his whole message. You know what I'm saying? So with T.I., like I said, I don't support killing. I don't support none of that shit, and I ain't a part of none of that. But the reality is, with those things transpiring in the past and even transpiring even right now, it's things like, okay, you got to learn from that. You got to get past that. We got to grow as a people to not even be out here thinking that we should be killing each other or promoting that type of lifestyle or any of that. And that's just the whole point with Charleston White and with T.I., with King, all them.
Well, can I piggyback off of that? Can I add on to that, Infinity? So with him doing that, he does actively put people in, it's not just King and it's not just Tootie Raw. Like, he's put a lot of people in jail that have threatened him, that he's gone back and forth with, or whatever, as far as gangbangers, or he does say that he hates people, he hates gang members, he hates gangbangers. So his mission is to clean up the Black community, but his focus is to put them in jail. Like, he works with the feds, he works with the FBI and the police and shit, and he gets people arrested.
Okay, and I'm going to say this in reference to that, and this is this is a reality that we have to face. It's some people that it's no communicating with them. It's no coming to an understanding about things. It's no listening for them because of how they were raised, because of how they think, because of their experiences. You can't tell them shit. You can't speak to them about things. They're not open-minded. They're not gonna change, or they're not gonna reform until it's at the point of the sword. And what I mean by at the point of a sword, meaning to the police saying, drawing down on them or locking them up, or them getting into some kind of crazy chaotic situation,
or them getting killed.
Yeah, or them being killed to make a change. And that's unfortunate, because it should never have to get to that point. Even in an argument. See, that's another thing, because we into these actors and TV and theatrics and all of that. When someone comes to you and say, you hurt my feelings, that was really disrespectful. They don't have to be crying tears or doing a big theatrical scene to get you to understand that. If you understand language and words, if someone comes to you and say, hey, that hurt my feelings, that was disrespectful, I really don't appreciate when you did X, Y, and Z. If you don't accept that and listen and come to an understanding and agreement, try to reason, come to a compromise, then you don't give a fuck. And that's just really what it is. And the reality is, it's a lot of people who have that mentality, and they don't want to have an open mindset towards other perspectives, other lifestyles, other point of views, none of that. So it has to come down to a point of jail or death or something drastic in order for them to really rearrange how they think. So, and like I said, that's unfortunate. And I don't think T.I. want that for his son, for himself, or Charleston White wanted that for his life, for himself. But shit, once you experience certain things, it ain't no going back. So it's, and we have to realize that as people, especially when someone's saying, hey, I've went through X, Y, and Z. I've experienced these consequences. So please don't go down this path. Please don't choose that. Please. And if you respect them, and if you respect other people's life and experiences and differences and other perspectives, then you will listen and understand. But if you don't, then hey, it's gonna be what it's gonna be. It's inevitable.
I can agree with that.
Yeah, so that's just how I see it. But yeah, I don't agree with any of the toxic aspects of anybody's character. My own, the next man, the next one.
I think your line breaking up again, Infinity.
Yeah, can you hear me now?
Okay, yeah, I can hear you now. So, great talking points. And I figured that was probably the case when it came to Charleston White, because when I listened to him, I got that from him. Like, he was speaking more so from experience, and he kind of tries to trash talk these dudes out of their bullshit and really kind of make them kind of look at themselves. And because he's been there and done all that, it's just he knows the ropes and the insides and out. He can discern who ain't from who he is, and he's just interested in just like making them feel stupid for being like for acting stupid.
He wants to put them in jail. He wants them to lose their freedom because of the shit that they're doing, which is like.
I don't think he wants that.
No, he does want that. Like, but that's the thing.
I don't think he wants that. I think he wants that for the ones who want that. Meaning, if you're not someone that's able to come to a reasonable understanding because you feel like you too high up because of your money, because of your status, because of whatever you got going on, you done got away with so much or whatever, and you just steady pumping that bullshit into the community.
Right.
Yeah,
but
he wants
see,
Infinity.
This is the thing. So, like, let's say King Von, right? He openly disrespects King Von because he felt like he had no value to the black community. He felt like all of the guys out of Chicago have been a detriment as far as like the drill rap scene and everything like that towards the younger black generation, because they influenced a lot of this murder and like killing culture, right? So he'll say that he's pissing on King Von's grave.
Yeah, see that
all this other stuff. But see, like the thing is that that's an extreme form.
That's too low vibrational for us as a people to be sitting there watching somebody piss on somebody's grave. What is that doing for us? I mean, I don't know King Von experiences, and I'm not saying that King Von or whoever that, because I don't even know what even went on in reference to what you're speaking on. But but I'm just gonna speak on pissing on somebody's grave, whoever you is, to do that. To think that that's okay, to really be out here like, yeah, I'm pissing on graves. Like, who the fuck are you? Like,
but see, to your earlier point though,
that's not okay. That's never okay.
To your earlier point though, and to CTV, what he just said, it's an extreme form of correction and chastisation. I think is like you're using this as a provocative way to stop the issue, right? However, it's causing people to threaten him and to say, okay, well, since you're disrespecting him, I have to come back and do this to you. So he's like, oh, well, since you're threatening me, I'm gonna put you in jail. So it's like he's really creating enemies out of the things that he's saying and doing, which I do see the aspect of him correcting.
Would you condone that Charleston White go and kill all these people that got beef with him, or would you prefer that he said, you know what? I'm so past that because I experienced the consequences of that. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to be a law-abiding citizen in America and do what is actually right and use the legal system. I'm going to call the police like any other law-abiding citizen would do, who has sense, who understands the legal system, who understands there's consequences to your actions. I'm not going to get myself upset and irate, go load my guns, go strap up in my car and go and fly out here and do some crazy stuff because this person done said X, Y, and Z online or done pissed on a grave.
Okay, so,
hold on.
I'm going to get a mediator involved. I'm going to get a mediator involved because I don't want this to be bigger than what it is.
We get it. And before you speak to that,
and I don't believe in calling police. I believe in dealing with it sensibly, but everybody don't have that ability to have that real conversation.
This is the simple thing. Wouldn't we get, as a community, I think we would be more productive by like supporting people when they write. And in this instance,
he's right.
He's right about Lil Boosie and what he's telling to King and to Tootie Raw. We don't have to take it all. It's like if we as a community got to a point where we stood on principle and not worried about identity politics, like, oh well, because he does all this other salacious shit, then it means that he's not correct in this instance, and there needs to be correction in this instance. Like, that's why we're never going to be able to actually like move forward on anything, because we're too blinded and saturated, and we're too led at this point by respectability politics. Whatever the fuck Charleston White does, piss on graves, piss on his mama, whatever it like, wherever he need to be like, because we can chin check his ass too. Like, it's not
anybody can be chin checked because you gotta check.
Hold on. He isn't the hero of the year, so like he get to be right here, and wherever he's wrong, we get to chin check him when he's wrong, like we do anybody else, like we can have both of those things. Like there's not going to be a monument resurrected in Charleston White's image because he's right, but we will be more useful as a community by joining in on each other when people are right and working in tandem, and then when people are wrong, including those people who were right yesterday are wrong today, check their ass too today, despite them being
what's right for the greater good. See, that's the thing. What's right for the greater good? Because see, what's right for Charleston White is, nigga, you got beef with me, I got beef with you too. Let's go. You know what I'm saying? I mean, that could be anybody. You know what I'm saying? Who feel like, hey, you want a problem with me? Hey, I want a problem with you too. Let's go. You know, but how is that helping us as a people, as a community? How is that helping us make progress? That's just like they say, that's just kings killing kings. How it's never gonna get anywhere. Even with women, queens killing queens. I mean, it's no point.
Ain't none of these niggas no damn king. They don't deserve that title. Let me please say this.
Right, but you know, well, they
don't
got
deserve that damn title.
You know, they got a slogan out there.
Especially Charleston White's bitch ass.
Oh, they got a slogan out there. Kings killing kings. We don't want that, you know.
Do not worry about these no life, no good ass niggas. They ain't shit. Stop worrying about them. Let these niggas, like I said the other day, let these niggas kill themselves off. If that's what they want to do, let them go ahead and do it. It ain't none of our damn concern.
You know what? Like I said, for some of them, you can't even talk to them. You can't come to understand it. So that shit is inevitable. For real. That's just the reality of it.
Charleston White is a bitch ass
like that. I hate to even look at it like that, but that's the truth.
Charleston White is a bitch nigga. You do not need to listen to this bitch ass, punk ass, fake ass, punk ass nigga.
I don't think none of them right. I don't think none of them right. I just
the shit that he said about Zaya Wade really pissed me off. The shit that came out of his man talk about, oh, if Zion Wade was in public school and da-da-da-da-da-da-da. He said all types of shit about Dwayne Wade. Then fuck this damn nigga. Look, his ass died tomorrow or got ran over by a fucking train. I wouldn't give a shit. I'm tired of these damn niggas.
Lord.
But I mean, Monica, that's just like Conscious was saying, does that negate him correcting King and Tootie Raw? Because I mean, he is right about the situation.
Yeah, he's right about this, but he's a fucking hypocrite. Look at the bullshit he say. And if any one of us said anything right, us as a black LGBT people, we say right things all the time, but these niggas can't look past.
Bingo.
They can't look at the right stuff we say. All they look at is our gayness and our transness.
Bingo. You won the game. Bingo.
Should we look?
I'm telling you,
the right shit they say, but they don't look at the right shit that we say. They don't look at the right when we say something right. They don't care about that.
Any and everyone could be called a hypocrite, but the reality is, if you can see the error in your own ways and check your own self, that means that you are really doing some real inner work and you really are trying to get past that bullshit. And with Charleston White, I ain't sitting here saying I'm not an advocate for Charleston White. I'm not an advocate for T.I., his son, none of that shit. All I'm saying is his point in reference to, hey, y'all promoting people to be locked up. Y'all promoting murder.
Some of these niggas, like I said, need to have their motherfucking ass locked up. They need to sit there and die and rot in jail. They do.
Oh my Lord.
Okay. Hold on. Somebody said hold on. Somebody said the F word was used. I went to the bathroom, so I don't know who said the F word.
Yeah,
but
it was.
But don't say the F word again.
Monica. Damn it.
Yeah,
I was talking out of love.
And let's slip that because I went to the bathroom. But and let's kind of calm down on like too much of the other type of language. Like this is a platform.
I get real. I just want these niggas to. I want these niggas to feel the pain that they.
Now that I understand that there's not going to be a leader, the leader is going to literally come moment to moment. In terms of the leaders of today are wrong. I mean, are right for the day and wrong for tomorrow. That's what the leaders. That's what the leaders of the new world are. So this era of like thinking that you can agree with every person's thought and every person's belief, and that everything in their ideology has to represent everything that you believe is right. Those days are over. It's done away with. The leaders of today will be followers tomorrow. Everybody in this new era is going to get an opportunity to lead. Everybody in this new era is going to have an opportunity to be right. Everybody in this new era is going to get chin checked for being wrong. This is where we're at now. So
everybody has the ability to be a
Somebody
leader.
saying kick me off.
Well, it's not.
I've been on conscious stuff.
Hey, like I'm talking. Like who? Like you hear Monica? Like divorce the chat. The chat is not here. Like, and you can't interrupt me to address them.
I was trying to interrupt you, bro.
Or get down in the chat and fight with them folk. But don't interrupt me when I'm speaking. Like, so we have to. So that's why in this case, when it comes to Charleston, I don't know if I'm sure that if I listen to him enough, I'm going to find a bunch of shit I don't agree with. But that's not going to take away from the fact that when he's right, he's fucking right. When he's wrong, just like everybody else. When they're right, they're right. When you're wrong, you're goddamn wrong. It is what it is.
And some of these celebrities, everybody has the ability to lead.
Hold on. And this is the issue. Heavy is the head that wears the crown. I find it funny that this man wants to adopt the word leader and businessman and the word man, and yet doesn't want the responsibility that comes with kingship. And that's another problem with cis straight men, is they want the crown but don't want the responsibility thereof.
Please speak on it.
They want the convenient. They want the convenient and the glamorous aspect and the power that comes with it, but don't want to bear any of the fucking accountability, because when shit go wrong on their watch, then it's everybody else's fault. But you want to be the head, and you want to be the honcho, and you want to be the big kahuna. Well, guess what? The big kahuna takes responsibility for the entire Titanic.
Right, the whole kingdom, boo. The
king goes down with it. The nation is a reflection of him. But so pick a side. This man got too much visibility, responsibility. These are black men in the media. And yeah, the public is on their ass. And T.I. should be deeply appreciative of the fact that people are trying to keep his fucking son from being on a goddamn flag somewhere with a graphically designed on his damn face. Because there's no real reason for him to be where he is, and he only is in the position he in because his fucking daddy is out of order. But because his daddy can't be checked because he surrounds himself with a yes man, he married to a yes ass bitch, and he ain't got no accountability his damn self, he's stuck in a goddamn sunken place. So like everybody's saying in the chat, T.I. is too far gone. He's a reprobate. He been like this his whole fucking life. Everything that T.I. does is performative, which is why he can't keep his script together. Because he had an opportunity to really step into that leadership when he was addressing this fucking black man. But all that leadership shit goes out the window because it's performative to begin with, something that narcs specialize in. Nothing is authentic for them. They only occupy these positions because they're, once again, positions of visibility. So there's no real substance there. King is a representation of the state of chaos that a lot of young black men are in because they got fathers like a fucking T.I. And for once, I'm actually proud of the black and brown community for actually being upset. I'm proud of their ass for trying to hold T.I. ass accountable. I'm proud of their ass for putting a foot up in King's motherfucking ass because you wanted the village, now you got him. You got him. We here. What's good? The village is here. This is what it looks like when the village is raising the children.
Well,
the village is here.
Very true.
I can't agree with that.
Or now, when the idiots reproduce.
Now, I do want to get into Miss Monica. I don't know if you were done, Boo. And then get into Miss Queen. And then get into...
I got a lot more shit to say.
And then I'll give you double background.
You know I got a lot more stuff to say. This is going to be ramble off real quick. Just leave these ignorant ass niggas alone. Leave these niggas and their kids alone. You can just ditch them. You know you can just ditch these niggas, right? You ain't got to speak for them. If they ain't trying to speak for themselves, You ain't got to speak for these no good niggas because they damn sure ain't speaking for us. Fuck T.I., fuck King, fuck Charleston White, fuck all them niggas. Because they ain't speaking for us, fuck these motherfuckers. If they ain't speaking for us, we ain't got to speak for their ass. Fuck. Like, let these niggas go. I don't give a damn. Even if they pass niggas. If they pass niggas, you said this nigga killed somebody. He killed somebody, his ass needs to be killed.
But Monica, has anybody really ever looked at T.I. as a leader, though? I mean, I don't think anybody's ever really followed T.I.
As ignorant as these motherfucking coons are, they will look at motherfuckers like this as a leader. This how ignorant these coons is.
Monica, where are you from?
I'm from Little Rock. I hate Little Rock.
Oh, yeah.
But I mostly grew up in Atlanta.
I'm about to say that's full of them.
Yeah. No wonder you got that language. Little Rock. Okay. That makes sense.
Yeah, but I mostly grew up in Atlanta. I like Atlanta more because Little Rock ain't shit. There's too many niggas and crackers down here. Yeah. You know, but these niggas.
You don't like the white folks either.
You don't like or she don't like nobody.
I like mixed men and black women.
Okay, but let's stay on topic.
Men. Oh no,
stay on topic. We got.
But let me just say this. You got to. I don't fight for these niggas because they don't fight. They don't like themselves. This is why I focus on my life. I'm pro-choice. I'm pro motherfucker doing whatever a motherfucker want. If a motherfucker ain't about me, I ain't about them. Why would I be about a group of people who not even about themselves? They make it clear how much they hate their blackness. They make it clear how much they hate black women. They make it clear how much they can't stay in their own fucking community. So why should I fight for them when they're not fighting for themselves? You can't help somebody who don't want to be helped. Obviously, these niggas don't want to be helped. So your best bet is just to let them go and let them fall. If they don't get up, if one day these niggas may wake up and realize what they doing, but if they don't, fuck them. But you got to let them fall on their ass and get back up. And that's what I'm doing. Stop calling these no good trash ass niggas. Stop mammying these no good trash ass niggas and they kids. Because they kids.
You so right. You so right. You so right.
Stop mammying for them.
So right.
Let them fall on their ass.
You so
when they fall on their ass, they'll probably realize they probably won't. But you gotta let them. You gotta throw them out to the pool. If the sharks eat their ass, let the sharks eat them. Don't be a lifeguard and go out and save them.
You're lifeguard.
Well, if that's okay, thank you for that, Monica. If that's a very creative way to basically say save who want to be saved and you can't save who don't want to be saved. Then point taken.
Can't be Captain Save a nigga.
Thank you for that, Monica.
Save a bitch. Save none of these motherfuckers.
And thank you for that, Monica. I got to get you some of the other panelists here. Queen Barbara, welcome to the platform. Your thoughts on T.I., Charleston White, and Mr. High Ponytail.
Wow. My thought on Mr. T.I. first. Very disappointing because at the beginning of his career, when he was thrown all this money, fame, and fortune, he didn't know what to do with it. So he used drugs, sex. And then when he learned as he matured his power, how he could change things, he really tried to be an activist for Black people. But it's more of a hypocrite because you was violating, then they got to bring up the fact how you violated and disrespected in your younger days. Allegedly, I believe that's how it went down. Allegedly. I find it to be sad. As far as that man is concerned, he should have addressed T.I. instead of trying to address that ridiculous son of his, because two wrongs wasn't going to make a right. So he should address T.I. instead of even trying to address his son. And his son is going to wind up getting somebody killed because of this. They strap their children with guns. I know for a fact the daughter was caught in at the airport with a gun, a loaded gun. So they strap their children with guns to bear arms legally. So that's going to be a problem when this thing, King, the only thing he could do is shoot somebody. You understand? He don't threaten. Nobody takes him as a threat. So the only thing they'll be threatened of is a gun. So that's how he's got his son rolling right now. Right now, his son is rolling, strapped up. If he not strapped, somebody's strapped. A strap is in that car. So that's the sad part about it, because I see Tiny did not allow T.I. to get in King ass, Remember, they grew up on television like the Kardashians, and Tiny always kept T.I. off of King ass. She spoiled King too much. Now he's a little minded. All of the children are not like that, though. I mean, come on, we gotta give parents a break, man. We have 10 or 5 children. Maybe some of them might come out right. They all not gonna come out right. Is it our fault? Sometimes people could say, but at the end of the day, when people become of their own sound mind, they make their own decisions. You know, and I was hearing Miss Precious Killer saying at the age of
hold on. Before you get any further, hold on, Miss Barbara. Before you go any further, I'm going to say yes. That is always the goddamn parents' fault. You know, at one point in time, I really thought that there was like a middleman, and there definitely is a space for it not being the parents' fault. But really, honestly, people are choosing to bring kids in the world when they still want to be gangsters and they still want to sell drugs and they still want to rebel and be unavailable and they still are immature. Yeah, all that's your fucking fault.
No, you know
for bringing a child into that. I actually am going to blame parents entirely on the condition of their children, because messed up adults are messed up children. Like there's not a line of demarcation.
I blame the community.
Hold on. It's not a line of demarcation. It's not that all the shit that happened prior to 18 now becomes erased and irrelevant now that I'm technically a fucking adult. No. All that shit shapes who the hell these folk go off and be.
No. Well, I beg to differ. I blame the community, and I say this: I have witnessed parents doing every godly thing there is, and their children become to be menace to society.
Nope. Well, do you know what the problem? Okay, so once again, that goes back to the parents, right? Because you made a conscious choice to fuck and bring that child into that community. You made a conscious choice to fuck and bring that child into that culture. You made a conscious choice to fuck and bring that child into that reality. It would never escape being without the fault of the parents.
I agree with that.
Okay, Daka. When I speak on the community, I'm speaking of I'm a beautiful woman living in the city. My city is unfortunately a ghetto, but I'm striving. My family is striving. I have most of my children striving to be college. And if my child gets in trouble with the community, that's the community. Like the gang members are out there. Come on, son. If you can't get to your child quick enough, the gang members get to them. You know, there's a lot of
preaching. So why bring a child into the world that you know your ass can't get to? Once again, the parents' fault.
And see,
why bring children?
It really is a thing about
why? I don't see, this is why we're not going to get nowhere, because the level of accountability that we would actually have to fucking take is so extreme that it would bring equal death to everybody involved. Everybody will walk away pissed the fuck off because everybody is all the way out of fucking order and wrong as fuck. We ain't ready for the level of accountability that would have to be had in order for us to clean this shit up the way that it needs to be cleaned up. The Black community has a big ego issue because we've had to develop a strong one to survive an even more egotistical ass system. So if we are interested in being the TIs and not being checked and want to have no responsibility, well, we see how far that's getting TI. We see how far that got Jeffrey Dahmer's parents. We see how far that gets families in general. There's going to have to be a level of profound accountability that we take as a community and get clear about that shit before anything changes. Our children are not a product of themselves. They're not happening within a vacuum. We are deciding to bring them into spaces, into families, bring them out of us at fucked up places in our lives. We're choosing to bring them into poverty. We're choosing to bring them where there's crime. We make a choice. We're We just don't think of pregnancy and then get pregnancy. We're making conscious choices to yield forth and
that comes to the science of
under
sexuality.
all type of circumstances,
That's
for
right.
all type of reasons that are
That's right.
misaligning to the parental style. And then when they get 18, we want to say, bitch, I don't know where it all went wrong. Bitch, it went wrong with you. That's where it went wrong at. It went wrong with you and him. That's where it went wrong at.
It went wrong with you two.
And guess what? And guess why you went wrong? Because it went wrong with your mammy and your pappy. And guess why them hoes got it wrong? Because they motherfucking got it wrong. It's a generational wrongness.
He's wrong.
That may be how the wicked, judgmental, rich society might look at the ghetto, but the ghetto look at their children as golden little kings and queens, and you might think it's poverty because they eating beans and rice, but they are fulfilled with love. You know, I don't see the description. I see racist white. I had to live for 30 years among the Ku Klux Klan, so I know everything about them folks. They think that our children are born in undesirable situations. I don't care. No, baby, we'll have food stamps, a Rolls Royce, a college education, all of that, denied our jobs, property, and all that. We don't look at our children to be undesirable. Oh, you a poor black bitch, don't have that baby, get rid of it because you a poor black bitch. In fact, you a nigga, so that's the only thing you could be raised is a nigga. I beg to differ on that, baby. No, the black people that I know,
we just had this conversation again. So I think it's really injurious and it's really narcissistic and selfish for some of y'all to actually believe that it's actually okay to willfully bring children into this time-space continuum at a time where you can't even afford to be nowhere but under a fucking bridge. Like, I think that's very selfish. I think that's very stank. I think that's very goddamn raggedy. I think that's very fucking unloving. I think that's very child endangering.
But let's talk about the manipulation that comes along with that. And like you said, the narcissism that comes along with that.
For men and fucking women who make the choice to bring into this fucking world just because they can and don't give a fuck about the conditions.
It's creating trauma through sex. That's exactly what it's doing because it's bringing the children into the problem.
Spiritually and physically for children is a fucked up thing.
No, you should want to build yourself up and have yourself financially stable. But if you get yourself into reality because you are a human being that may get pregnant and it may not be lawful for you to be pregnant and you decide to give life, you will be blessed and your child will be blessed because oh my God, this is horrible. I'm never going to
if we're seeing Miss Barbara, hold on, Miss Barbara. We're sitting here talking about a family who produced kids who are blessed, and they still on the self-sabotage.
Because Tiny did that. I'm telling you what happened.
How much fucking more is the
No, Tiny would not let T.I. get in King ass. She would not let it. She would not let T.I. bust. T.I. been wanting to bust King ass from day one. Tiny and that grandmother, they'll send them over to grandmother house. We seen them raise.
I don't want some of y'all to conflate the issue because some of us are not talking about not having children. We're talking about having them at more appropriate and healthier times in the parents'
still failing them.
It's mental. It's mental and spiritual. That's really what these
kids.
If you're not involved,
hold on, wait a minute. Because you do realize
you spoke on it earlier.
Hold on, wait a minute. Because you do realize that there is a big fucking foster care, welfare, social worker issue because there are massive bundles of human beings, both black and non-black, who are bringing kids into the world just because they can, to your point, Miss Barbara. Do you think that these kids actually appreciate being born into a system where mom was too fucking cracked out to be there? and allowed the stepdad to sexually abuse the goddamn daughter as a result of her ass.
I will pray that there's
You think that these? Hold on, wait a minute. I ain't finished. It's a long laundry list. Do you think that trans children appreciate being born into bundles of homophobic ass families and being misunderstood and casted out and demonized by the church?
What about you being a good-hearted person born into
I ain't finished yet. I ain't finished yet. The black men's community alone is dealing with a big ass father fracture and finally living in a space where they can be honest about their father fracture, because we know that daddy ass being locked up because when he chose to impregnate baby mama, he was doing that at a time in his life where he didn't know anything about being a goddamn father, and as a result he done produced a man who don't know shit about being a father and now has a fucking child that he's not fucking fathering. This is how we get generational shit. This is why it's called a generational curse. This is why it's called a generational pathology. And without accountability, you cannot break any pathology or pattern. You cannot do it without accountability. You cannot do it without self-awareness. You cannot do it without the confrontation of self. You cannot break a generational curse without a total 4K look into the inner mirror of self.
Now.
You cannot do that.
There are, for queer children and children that are being abused, there are so many loving people that have died for them to get these services that we have available for them now. Counseling, love, and direction.
No. There ain't one goddamn loving system that fucking exists, and that's the aftermath. Because the whole point of why I'm saying what I'm saying. See, because you keep missing it. The whole point of why I'm saying what I'm saying is that if people would make more responsible choices and make sure that they are healthy and well within themselves before they bring children into it, if they actually did that, there would be no need for a fucking external.
Now you're gonna let me talk.
No, I'm going to talk. There would not be no need for a third-party system if parents did what the fuck I'm telling them to do. If they took responsibility and made sure they were well emotionally and mentally at the time they have these kids, there would be no need for a foster care system. There wouldn't be no need for a Head Start program. There would be no need for social workers and DSS and a goddamn CPS if there was accountability on those doing the reproductive thing. These systems have to exist because motherfuckers are just fucking and having children and don't give a fuck and got all this trauma and all this poverty and all this crazy and all this external shit working in tandem with internal shit that adds injury to an already insult situation. So you're talking to me about loving system. How the fuck is it loving for a child to have to be displaced from their biological fucking family and being thrown through a system that can't promise to protect them, that they only furthered exploited in? That's not fucking loving.
And that all started with slavery.
Conscious, can I jump in here? I keep getting kicked off. I 100%.
Can I say one thing, please? Because Conscious had me in jail. Time out. Because I'm learning. Thank you, Conscious. But can I please just say, oh Lord Jesus, honey,
because Ms. Barbara, you're not going to give any good feedback. You're not.
You can't judge me for that, sweetheart. I would just like to say that Conscious was speaking of. Conscious, where I came from, Tompkins County, Ithaca, New York. Let me tell you how I was set up for the ghetto there. At high school, the children learn how to drive. They learn skills like carpenter skills, how to fix cars, all of that with that basketball player used to be fighting for, talking about trades in school. Where I came from, and it still exists there, that's how their ghetto raised their children. Their children graduate from high school with job skills. So they're never into the bondage of being poverty, needing somebody to take care of them, having to beg and be an assistance. They are provided for. We need to build communities that build up our children and build up an economic economy and stop judging people by a dollar. The reason why people are terminating their children because they are living in such damnation and hardship. And one thing about it that has been clear, people have died for these now children that are recognized, that are labeled queer and other kind of special ways. You understand? They have beautiful services that are available to them, counseling, and they do have loving people. And this is like everybody on this earth is not a demon from hell. Now, back on the subject of T.I. and Tiny.
No, wait a minute, Ms. Barbara. I'm going to cut you off because you cut me off to speak to what Conscious was talking about and what you said, as I knew it was not going to offer anything because that did not.
In your opinion,
it didn't address anything because what Conscious was opinion. What Conscious was saying, the point he was making was it starts with the parents first. You're talking about community. Community is an afterthought. It starts in the home first. And that is the problem with most parents. They are too selfish to consider their children.
And slavery is a mind.
Adopted parents.
That starts before you even. That actually, I'm here with the I am here with the shit today. That actually starts before you even procreate.
At the age of 12.
It starts before you even reprocreate. We know we're not well or prepared to bring children into this world. Even if it comes into a point of an accident, you know good damn well, right? You know when you're not ready. And because we're selfish, we just go ahead and make these babies and bring them into a fucked up, dysfunctional ass environment. And then never want to take accountability for the fact that we fuck these kids up.
I'm not going to never. We
fuck these kids. That's because somebody fucked you up.
Again,
because somebody fucked you up. And that is the God honest truth, Barbara. Somebody fucked you up because you constantly get on this platform. And we are right with everybody not agreeing all the time, but you constantly get up here and you spew this misinformation. You put a false narrative out there all the time. You are one of the people that are part of the problem. I'm sorry. You are part of the problem.
Help me, God.
You are part of the problem. And we need people like you to really keep your rhetoric to yourself. I'm not going to be brainwashed because you're not offering up
life into the world is selfish.
You're not. I'm sorry, you're not. You're not. Now, I want to piggyback off what you were saying, Conscious. Honest, the truth of the matter is parents do not take accountability. We don't take enough accountability. And although there is not necessarily a right way or wrong way because there's no blueprint. Every child is different. The needs across the board are the same, but there are exceptions to the rules. With this situation with T.I., Tiny, and their kid, listen, this kid is a prodigy in karma for T.I., okay? Also for Tiny. To me, it felt like watching their show that his children that he had with Tiny, I'm not talking about all the other children that were not made and reprocreated between the two of them. It just seemed like those children that they made together were the ones that were put on a pedestal. They didn't get the same treatment the other children got. It wasn't to me just about how he did his biological daughter. To me, it was even a difference in how he treated her versus how he treated Tiny's daughter. I saw a lot of I don't know how to put it into words, but I just saw a lot of mistreatment and differentiation when it came to those kids. That's the reason why King is going to be their karma. That's why he is their karma.
Could I go really quick, guys? Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, you can.
Were you finished with me?
It's okay. You can go.
Well, hi, everyone. Hi, Conscious. I love you. I haven't you by in a long time.
Hey.
Okay, so you inspired me to come up here, Conscious, because you were preaching when you were talking about the parents and not taking accountability. But I immediately thought of this concept called nature versus nurture, right? So nature is, I'm just reading real quick. It says nature is what we think of as pre-wiring, as influenced by genetic inheritance and other biological factors, and nurture is generally taken as the influence of external factors. So I wanted to say, I think it's a little bit of both. I do think most of the responsibility is on the parents, but I do think the environment does play a role. Also, when we talk about like how children develop, when you were making your point about like we can't erase what happened between age 0 to 18, I think is very true. I do not understand women who have these, I don't want to call, like, have these, raise these bad people. I'll just call them that. And then want to sit around and blame everyone else. But you didn't sit there, and the men too, I'm not going to just say women, the parents who didn't take the time to nurture their character, nurture their personalities, embed good habits, good manners, make education a priority. None of you didn't do any of that. But then somehow you raise these horrible ass kids and it's everybody else's fault. No, I just don't agree with that. I think parents need to take responsibility. Like I said, it's not 100% because the environment is a real thing. But we can't sit here and act like it's not your fault if your kid ain't got no goddamn manners. That's your fault. Your kid don't read well, that's your fault. Your kid out here committing crimes and shit, I'm sorry. Why are they doing that? So that's all I just was really feeling what you said. I feel like I'm tired of people trying to act like they just don't be the same ones on the news. Oh my God, free my son, when your son was terrorizing the whole damn neighborhood for the past 3 years. Like, I just want people to take accountability for the fact that y'all are failing at raising your kids and you need to do better, period.
I agree. I think that there's definitely, like, the culture is very important, especially in the type of system we have in the West. And obviously what happens at home is very significant as well. But there's a lot of people relying on the culture and think that the shit that happens at home don't got nothing to do with it. And it's all culture. And yes, the culture is fucking toxic. And in this system, unfortunately, you can't save your kids from everything per se. But simply put, they're just people who ain't fucking parenting. And they are doing the bare minimum and then wondering why their kids are in a state of chaos. Or those kids who become adults are in a state of chaos and never get their shit together and can't keep their shit together. And that's all the more reason why I'm passionate about the responsibility on behalf of the parents, because the culture is already toxic. Your children already don't have a fair shot because of the toxicity of the system that they're birthed into. They got to deal with anti-blackness, white fucking supremacy, materialism, secularism, all this shit that they're going to inherit just by being born into the system. And then on top of that, you're going to be two dumbass parents too.
Right, because nobody's thinking about the people they lay down with, beside the fact that he might have some good penis. But if you just pay attention to his habits, is he responsible? Does he have a good career? Does he make good decisions? Does he lose his temper over every little damn thing? So you thought that was something to procreate with?
Or do you have Pick Misha, or do you have Pick Misha ass issues? Are you a lonely ass motherfucking woman? Like, what fucking state are you in? Like both parents have to assess themselves. And like somebody else said, people know that they ain't ready. Like, people know their life is fucked up. People know their internal life is fucked up. And still don't give a fuck. And then we'll bring forth a spirit, a soul into this earth, and then think that somehow magically things are going to be different for the child than they were for the father or for the mother. Like, everybody knows what condition they're in. Everybody knows. You know why? Because you're walking around in that condition all fucking day long. You know you fucked up. You know you fucking lonely. You know you fucking insecure. You know you don't know who the fuck you are. You know you're lazy. You know you're selfish. You know you got a badass temper. You know you're irresponsible. You know you're bad with money. Like, you know all these things. Still yet. Let's bring the soul in, baby.
How selfish and conscious when if you really think about, sit down and really think about this, it's kind of like borderline abusive. It really is kind of borderline abusive. You know that you're bringing a child into dysfunction. You know you're not going to meet their needs, because guess what? Your needs are lacking. You haven't even came to a place to meet your own needs, to fix yourself, and you're bringing another human being into this shit. knowing that you're going to damage this person because you're damaged. You haven't healed yourself.
This shit is so out of control that you got grandparents acting as the parents and having to raise these kids because that's how much of an issue there is with people having
grandparents
children.
refuse to raise their own children.
So
That's why they're raising the grandchildren. That's their karma.
The answer to this, the answer to the solution is termination. Is that what
termination of what?
What is? Hold on. I have said it 100 times in a conversation we had the other day, and I already said it here just a few moments ago. There is nothing difficult about what I'm saying. I'm talking about people getting their motherfucking soul, psychological, and their emotional in fucking order before they have children. What is so hard to comprehend about not having a child at 21 because you and him on some bald-headed hoe shit, and instead having that child at 30 when you are well, the father of your child is well, and you both have the internal and external means to provide a decent, functional, loving, affirming reality for the child. I'm talking about having children as a result of your healthiness, not having children as a cure to your problems, not having children as a way to sustain ties to the other person. I'm simply saying that children should be a product of your wonderment and your self-actualization. You cannot do them any justice without that. You will just bring them into confusion and make them wobble, lopsided ass human beings who will go out into the world as adults and behave lopsided and lopsided. And then when their spouse is sitting down calling you on the phone in the middle of the night and saying, "Bitch, what did you teach this nigga?"
Then that's what we need.
That's why you gonna get that phone call.
That's what we need to get.
Can I
Get that implied in the school system, just like they want to teach our children how to use condoms. They need to teach our children about the economic economy of not being able to support a child and the trauma and the circumstances against that. That's what they need to be teaching our children also, along with the condoms.
You're still putting it on the environment. It is not the school's job to teach your child. That's what we're saying. That's not the school's job. That's your job. You teach your child.
A lot of people don't have parents, honey. I was one.
You know what? Hold on. I'm gonna tell you why. I'm gonna tell you why this is done. Hold on. This topic will always hit close to home to me because I have grandparents who had to raise grandbabies because their parents were not well and responsible. I have grandparents that had to raise 2 generations of motherfuckers. Unfair. That is appalling. I can't even find the appropriate word to assign to that. Out of fucking order. To think that your mother and your father is to raise your fucking children, to think that the system should, to think that the foster care should, to think that your mom and dad should, to think that your siblings should. And this is the type of dysfunctionality that we're living in. And then instead of us being clear and concise and speaking right to the heart of the shit, we want to make excuses for it. And be emotional about it because of how we're receiving that shit on a personal level. Fuck your personal feelings. When it comes to children, it ain't about you. I don't give a fuck how you feel. I don't give a fuck about what you want. It ain't about you. When you decided to bring some, you know what? When any of us decide to have kids, first of all, we should only be having kids out of our best selves, and then we should also be reminded that to have a child is to also temporarily a suspension of me, at least for the next 18 years. That I'm willing to temporarily suspend myself in an effort to be fully present for these two consciousnesses, or this consciousness that is coming forth. This shit is
I don't agree with the suspending yourself, but I do agree with having a mindset of
this shit is out of
centered.
This shit is out of fucking order. If we let Miss Barbara tell it, we are to encourage the crack addicts of the community to have their children at this time in their life. I think that would be irresponsible advice to say, you know what, girl? Yeah, go ahead out there and fuck unprotected, honey. If you get pregnant, you get pregnant while you're in the crack house, while you're in the drug house, while you're in and out of rehab, while you're stealing out your mammy's drawer, stealing her life savings to go purchase the crystal meth. Yeah, just go, girl, be sexually liberated, child. Do what you want. It's your body. It's your wound. Who gives a damn if we let the Miss Barbaras of the world tell her how responsible is that feedback to people who are clearly not ready?
Okay, so let Miss Barbara tell it, because I was in the room with those ladies that was holding their crack babies, and right now, what they daughter is what? She's a lawyer, huh? And the mother is now running for politics. She's no longer a crackhead. Yeah,
once
she's
again,
running for
the fucking aftermath.
Office.
The fucking after and how many moms and dads stories is that?
How many?
Are you telling me? Wait a minute. So are you telling? Hold on, wait a minute. So are you telling? No, I'm asking you a question. Are you saying that you find it wrong to tell people to have children when they are in a healthy place in their life? Are you saying that there's something inherently wrong with encouraging people to have children when they're at their best self?
I'm telling people, if you find yourself with
I'm not talking about what you find because no, I'm not going to listen. I asked you a specific question because what you're talking about is a whole different scenario. If you already pregnant, it is what the fuck it is.
Right. Oh, don't get pregnant.
I'm not asking you about the hypothetical of an already
conscious. Nobody to get pregnant.
Yes or no. It's a yes or a no. It's a yes or a no.
Right. I want people not to get pregnant until they're 30 years old. I don't want people living in hardship.
Do you not find it appropriate to tell people to have their children at a time where they are at their best self? Is that bad advice? Yes or no?
You have to tell people. That's good advice. That's good advice. That's good advice.
Now,
but if they happen, hold on. Don't turn it into that M word, though. Don't turn it into that M word. If you were with child, keep your child, because God will make a way. God will make a way.
Talking about thinking before you even get there.
Angels took care of me all my life. I was adopted. I had the most beautiful.
Yeah, well, angels ain't took care of everybody else.
Family.
Angels ain't took care of everybody else.
Family.
Everybody.
Hey guys, I've been patiently waiting.
Angels ain't take care of everybody else, and that's the problem. The God conversation is wild as hell. Where were the fucking angels when niggas was on the Amistad ship, shitting on themselves and sleeping next to dying black people? Where the fuck were the angels when black men were getting buck broken on the plantation and black women were being fucking raped in Master's house? Where was the goddamn angels when these niggas was subtracting our native language and our native beliefs and stole us?
I think those souls are living eternity.
Where were the fucking angels?
I think that the souls are living eternity in heaven.
Slave trade was I don't want to hear about the fucking angels.
Wow. That's my life.
What about all the fucking kids that are dying in the womb? Where are the angels? Where are the angels?
Since life is eternal, they live in an eternal life.
For the hundreds of thousands of millions of black children that are missing right now, why the fuck are the angels bringing home those missing babies? Why the fuck are the angels not bringing home those missing black women? Why the fuck are the angels not bringing home those missing black men? Where the fuck are the angels?
God has a purpose. I don't know.
When crack hit the black community in the 80s, where the fuck was the angels? When the bomb blew up the Black Wall Street, where the fuck were the angels? When white supremacy was out here blowing up, when white supremacy was out here blowing up churches and killing little black girls and black boys, where the fuck was the angel?
Conscious, can I come from a different perspective, please? I've been patiently waiting like for 2 hours
to talk about the angels.
Because y'all use that God shit as a way to escape the conversation.
He's been waiting.
No, I'm not escaping
y'all bring the God shit in to make the shit whimsical and magical. This ain't a God
It's not whimsical.
These are not affairs that are playing out in heaven. These are man affairs. This is a man versus man conversation. This is a humankind issue. This ain't a heaven.
So don't kill humankind. That's all.
Whatever the fuck the angels are doing is whatever the fuck they doing.
Allow him to say what he got to say. He feels very strongly because of his past history. Okay? And what he's seen. And what we have to do on a humankind level is respect people's experience and why they feel the way they feel.
Yeah, he does that. I respect him to the utmost. That's my king.
Okay, stop cutting him off then.
I don't cut him off. He'll cut me down.
Okay, so I'm gonna throw out my experience. I had one point, because my first point was, as a black woman, I love my black men. I do. But I've been failed by black men. And Conscious, your point about why go and get pregnant and all of this, you know what happened to me? I was a youngster, wet behind the ears, didn't know nothing, was in a relationship with an older man that lied to me and said he had a vasectomy, because I never chose that for myself. I never wanted to have a child out of wedlock. Not ever. But that man chose to lie to me. And because I'm young and dumb, I believed him. And then what happened when I'm 6 months pregnant? Not 6 months, 6 weeks pregnant. I was like, I thought you said you had a vasectomy. He's at least 10 years older than me. Not working, not nothing. I'm taking care of everything. And why I took care of everything? Because I was trying to make up for the trauma and the abuse of my own mother. That wasn't for me. So I thought, okay, well, let me put a little good in the universe. Maybe some good gonna come back to me. It didn't. So all I want to say is, all women that are in these situations with these children that are angry, that are cutting up, doing everything. Mind you, I raised my son in school, in church. I made sure I stayed up with the school administrators and his teachers. I got him therapy. I got him everything he needed, and he's still angry at me when I wasn't the one that did wrong. So there are outliers in situations, and all I'm saying is, you can't paint everybody with a whole broad stroke. I didn't do drugs. I was a church girl. I was in the choir. I was in the alto section. You know what I'm saying? I went back to school at 27 years old because I was like, okay, I got to get a degree. I have 2 degrees now. I did everything I could for my son. He's still angry. And so what I want to say is, people have to understand there are principalities. It's not necessarily the parents. Sometimes it is the parents. I'm not going to take that argument away because sometimes it is. But there are principalities. There are evil forces in this world.
Amen.
That have our children. No matter how much we pray, no matter how much our knees are bloody from praying.
Amen.
You go, I can't even stand. One time my son signed in on his Instagram on my phone by accident. And the stuff I saw, I said, wait, this ain't how I raised him. Then I went into, because I thought it was my chat, but it was his chat. What you call it? The instant message thing or whatever. And he was cussing this girl out for bloody murder. He told her to go kill herself. I said, this is not my son. So it's not, y'all, please stop pointing the finger
at the parents,
at each other. It is principalities. There are evil forces roaming this world. The Bible says the enemy comes to steal, kill, and destroy.
I understand. I don't want us to conflate two different things.
Okay.
People finding themselves in unfortunate situations is definitely a much different thing than people who willfully bring kids into this world.
I totally agree.
Out of their minds.
I totally agree.
Knowing that their lives are absolutely scattered, that their insides are scattered, etc., and that's where the real attention.
That's where the heat. That's where the heat comes from.
Most people who are like that pair themselves up with people who are attempting to self-actualize, and they try to procreate with people like that and try to manipulate and play games with those types of people. So it's usually a dynamic where you see, like with people co-parenting, you have a narcissistic person who is playing some kind of manipulative game, attempting to have a child with somebody to be able to keep that person around who has that light,
that's totally
self-actualize and do what they need to do, basically. So that's really, you have those kind of power struggles really throughout a lot of different relationships. I mean, it's different dynamics and different outliers.
There are.
Ma'am, is your son's father in his life? Is your son's father? Is he an active? Okay, so ma'am, when you spoke about evil forces at play, the evil forces, that man that lied to you and told you that he had a vasectomy and basically to get you to lay down with him and get you pregnant. Your son is mimicking black male culture. He got his father's DNA, his blood up in him. And he's mimicking black male culture. And you could pray. I listen, pray about it. Do what you can. You're doing the best you can. I don't know you, and I already know you're doing the best you can, just like my mom did the best she could with me and my brothers. I don't have sisters. I got nothing but brothers. I hate it, but it is what it is. But I'm the one, out of my brothers, I'm the one who went to college. I'm the one, and not only that I went to college, we all grew up in the ghetto. We all grew up with my father who was absent. And my brothers, my younger brother, he's doing the best he can because he has a learning disability. So he's doing the best he can. I have a twin brother who ain't shit. Okay. We both got similar DNAs and the motherfucker ain't shit. And we both had the opportunity to go to college. He's just as smart as me. Hell, you could say maybe smarter. And he chose to go the wrong way. It's the black male culture. It's simply put, you could talk about evil and demons and all those other stuff. But the man who forced, I shouldn't say forced, but the man who created, Forced you and tricked you to lay down with him. That's the evil, and your son is of him. I'm not saying your son is evil, but he's mimicking black male culture. Black male culture is demonic, it's destructive, it's degenerate.
Watch yourself.
It's all of it. It is.
Watch yourself.
No, I don't. No. We can say not all. We can say not all. But it is the numbers. The numbers don't lie. The statistics don't lie. No, they don't lie. They don't lie.
I'm
1
sorry.
plus
I have
1
to say this, and
equals
I'm gonna
1.
get right out of your way. I'm gonna say this, and I'm gonna get right out of your way. All of the discussion that has been taking place up to this point has been the justification to have sex, not children. Y'all have a good day.
Okay, you too. So basically, as I was saying, it's destructive. When I'm going to tell you my personal story. Just like when you were 19, 20 years old, I was 19, 20 years old. I decided to take myself to college. I got myself into college with the help of my mother, of course, without the help from my fucking ain't shit father. But with the help from my mother, I got myself into college, and I found myself having a boyfriend for the first time. I was always one of those girls. I was a book smart, stayed to myself, awkward black girl. And I stayed to myself, and I had a boyfriend. And this motherfucking boyfriend, he was a black man, and he tried his damnedest to try to get me fucking pregnant. And I knew what the fuck he was doing. I knew it. I never wanted, like what you said, I never wanted to have children out of wedlock. I had to wake myself up to catch the bus, because we didn't have a car, catch the bus and take myself to the gynecologist's office and ask for birth control. I knew that if I didn't do that, this motherfucker wasn't going to wear a condom. As much as I begged and pleaded, he wasn't going to wear a condom. And me being low self-esteem and having a low sense of myself and shit, I should have just left his ass alone. If you ain't going to wear a condom, leave these motherfuckers alone. But I didn't. So I knew, okay, so if you're not going to wear a condom, I can't force you. I took myself to the gynecologist, did the pap test and all that, and asked for the birth control pill and got myself on the pill. It was because of that I was able to avoid getting pregnant throughout my college. I'm almost 40 years old.
I was on the pill.
Okay,
I got taken off the pill because of high blood pressure.
Okay, well, there we go. The pill don't work. If you got high blood pressure and diabetes and all that, it don't work for some people. It has a 99, 95 or whatever % effective rate. But if you got pre-existing conditions, it's like, I don't know.
That they should be teaching our children in school along with birth control and everything. That's the best birth control. Prevention.
Right.
Why don't you teach your children? Why do you keep saying everybody else gotta teach your children?
My mother, Miss Barbara, my mother taught me this. What we're trying to say, Miss Barbara, my mother, and I understand that some people don't have mothers.
Everyone doesn't have a mother.
I know, Miss Barbara. I know that. A lot of people don't have mothers. I get that, Miss Barbara. But what I'm saying is that what Conscious talks about accountability. He talks about accountability. And for us as a people, we have to hold ourselves accountable. We can't just, yes, the system, yes, the community is fucked up. But it is fucked up. But we have to, and that's okay. That's okay. We have to say to ourselves that if you want better for yourself, you're going to have to go through. Listen, I was born into poverty. I was born in the hood. I was born into the ghetto. But I didn't allow I didn't make excuses for myself. Exactly. I knew if I wanted to go to college, it was me that had to make it happen. Yeah. And thankfully, I had a mother. Other people don't have mothers and fathers. But luckily, I did. And I made the fucking shit happen. And I graduated.
Yeah. What I found in the ghetto is me and my family members have to openly adopt a whole lot of children because they don't have direction from their family or food on their table or to know how to go to apply for a job or to know how to take
Well, guess what? It's not a problem because you wanted those people to have those kids at those disgruntled times in their life. So
And
I
you
mean,
still make a
so what's the
choice.
problem?
No,
So what's the
no,
problem?
no.
So
What
what's the
I
problem?
want,
Invest in yourself.
conscious, is for children to make beautiful decisions.
No,
not
you don't,
by
because it's not what their parents
Yes,
They
make
I
it
do.
can't.
a better
But
one.
what I will
They
not
can't.
allow them to believe
No, you
in the
don't.
American way
No, you
that
don't.
that
No, you
situation
don't.
is a
If
way
you
out.
want children to make, if you want children to make good choices, then I mean that you agree with their parents making better ones.
Right. And please, when I say this earlier, when I mentioned about Black women just leaving Black men alone and actually expanding their options, this is what I'm talking about.
I feel you 100% on that.
This is what I'm talking about. Because when you link up, it's too many Black women who link up to Black men, and you become tethered because you have their children, and you tether yourself to poverty. I hate to say this, you're tethering yourself into poverty when you're laying down with these motherfuckers. Black men are the poorest of all the group of men. They're the poorest. We could talk about why, but they're the poorest. They're the most uneducated, the most unemployed. They have little to no net worth, and they can't build for shit. So when you have a group of Black women who laying down with these only group, because Black women, we're the most race loyal. Black men ain't race loyal. They're not. They fucking lie. They're not. They can sleep with Maria, Ling Ling, fucking Becky, but we the only ones that are forced to be race loyal. That's some bull fucking shit. Black men abandon their children at damn near 80% of 80% of the fucking time. That's a fucking fact.
And then they got the nerve to whine.
Whine about child support.
Feel.
Right, we fail. We have nothing but a failed well, we ain't going to get about that. Failed patriarchy in the Black community. It's not a matriarchy, it's a failed fucking patriarchy.
Now that's a good book right there.
It's not what it is. It's a failed patriarchy. Because everywhere else, when you go to the Asian communities, I used to live next to, you go to Chinatown, I don't know, well, New York got a Chinatown. Chinatown, Korean, Hispanic, they got grocery stores. They got their own grocery stores. They got their own pharmacies. They got all the shit. And the men built this shit. The women and children didn't build this shit. The men
did it.
The men
I got a
built.
question for you, Cat Mouse. How do you
Yes,
feel
sir.
about a lot of the feedback that you hate men, that you are mad and bitter?
This fucking shit. Listen here.
No, she tired.
Okay, so
blaming all men, and you getting it from men and women.
Oh, I know. This. Yeah, I know a lot of mammies and pygmies in the comments. Listen here. Accountability is not hate. The numbers don't fucking lie.
Preach.
Black men don't fucking build. That's just, they don't do it. So why the listen? And listen here. There's not enough Black men to go around for every Black woman. They outnumber us by what, 2 to 1, 3 to 1. So if every Black woman wants to be married and have this wonderful life, there's simply not enough Black men to give it to them. The numbers just they don't equal out.
You're putting your head on the chopping block for your head to get chopped off.
The 1 + 1 don't equal 2. There's not enough Black men available. And 2, only 30% of Black men marry. You know this. You see this shit. Only 30% of Black males will ever fucking marry. Yes, when they do marry, they marry Black women, but only 30% of them marry. That's why your asses are single mothers. That's why your asses are unwedded mothers, because they don't want to marry you. They don't want to marry. They're not marrying you.
Everybody doesn't want to get married. Everybody doesn't want to get married. Everybody doesn't want to go to college.
Not want to take accountability. This woman is quoting statistics and speaking absolute facts, and y'all are mad, and I don't understand why, because she ain't tell one lie yet. I'm sorry. It is what it is.
Thank you. Thank you. So what I'm saying is this: listen, if you want to stay, if y'all want to stay in the land of destruction and Black male degeneracy and shit like that, I'm not saying that other male groups are better. God damn it. We all fucking know that white men can be trash, Latino men can be trash, Asian men can be fucking trash. But goddamn. But damn it,
different. Goddamn it,
expand your goddamn fucking options. That's all you can do.
I'm gonna tell you,
Let them jump off the bridge.
You're gonna have to judge people on their
been on
righteousness,
dates.
not their ethnicity, whatever that word is.
Right.
You're gonna have to judge them on how godly they are, not by
Exactly, not how they
what they're
race are. Exactly, because we've been race loyal, and where has it gotten black women? Where has it gotten black children? No goddamn where. So if you
Baby
have
mamas and
standards,
broke. That's where it got
thank
them.
you.
Baby mamas and broke.
So if you raise your standards, another YouTuber, I ain't gonna say her name, but having standards, boundaries. Thank you. Standards, boundaries, and expectations. Standards, boundaries, and expectations. If you have standards, you have, and your standards better be high. What they say, high as a fucking giraffe's fucking pussy. As high as a fucking giraffe's fucking pussy. That's how high your standards need to be when you're dealing with all men. As long as you have standards as high as a giraffe's fucking pussy and have boundaries and expectations, you ain't gonna fall for the fucking okie doke. You will never fall for the fucking okie doke. And I know the black men in the comment section, they're mad. They're the ones.
They should be mad because of the way you disrespecting them.
I know, because they, I know, no.
You are wrong. I got brothers and I got sons.
Oh,
and
yeah,
they
I
are
got
not the representation of what you're talking about, sweetheart.
I got uncles and sons too, and what?
And they
I got uncles and sons too.
Representation of what you're
talking about the
speaking of.
majority.
I got uncles and sons too. I got uncles and sons too. So listen. I got uncles and sons too. But like I said, black women outnumber black women outnumber black men. So again, black women outnumber black men. So if you want to be married, and if you want to be married and you want to live a middle or upper middle class lifestyle, you have to expand your aspect. You have to expand your options.
How many women up here are married? Y'all got kids, right? Who married?
I'm married.
I don't got no kids, boo, and I got them.
I'm married.
Okay, I'm just because I feel like she's on to something. I don't know why y'all fighting. They don't marry like
ain't
that.
nobody.
But if can I ask that because the point to the wait a minute, but the point to if somebody is married or not, what I don't understand. Everybody does not want to be married. There are people that do not want to be married. So I don't understand that.
Let me make it clear because I'm not married either. I was speaking specifically to mothers. Like
I'm a mother. That's why I asked what I just asked. Because I will certainly chose not to be. I was engaged and I chose not to be married.
Okay, who were you engaged to?
Why would you choose a broken home? Why?
Who said my home was broken? Who said my home was broken?
It's a broken home.
How was it a broken home? Because society says that.
Why would you choose not to be married if he was a great guy? Why would you choose
my
that?
home? Because I wasn't with the same. Hold on.
Let y'all tell it.
Now, if you want to ask me a question, let me
terminate everybody.
She asked me a question, so let me answer. The reason why I didn't get married because I did not want to get married. I knew that that's not what I was ready for. The reason why I became a parent when I became a parent was because I was ready to become a parent. I chose wisely. I become a young parent. I waited till I was at an age where I knew that I had myself together mentally, not just financially, that I knew how to set my personal feelings to the side and put the needs of my children first. That's why my home is not broken. My home is not broken. Me and my children's father, we raise our children together. We just don't choose to live in the same home. We do it very well.
Not everybody want what you want.
Hey, hold on, everybody. At least one person needs to drop down temporarily so I can get a black man up here to get into this hetero one to get into this conversation.
I'm gonna drop down, but I just want to speak to that.
I'll drop down.
I'll drop.
Who's speaking?
That was Venus. I just wanted to say, if I can say my one last point to her, and then I'll drop.
Okay. Hey, Venus.
So, hey, y'all. I'm sorry if I offended anyone, but this is the fact that you felt like you didn't want to be married, but you felt like it was better off for you to raise a child as a single parent is part of the problem.
I'm not raising my child as a single parent.
You technically are.
I'm technically not. No. See, that's the whole thing. I personally believe no one can tell another individual what a family should be.
That's true.
I don't go based upon what society says, the statistics or the standards of a family unity. That I don't operate that way because that don't have nothing to do with my tribe whatsoever. So when it comes to marriage, as far as to me, marriage is a business.
It is a business.
It's a whole
And it's a
business.
beneficial
And
one for you and your children.
if I
And
feel
it's
like you're not a good
beneficial for
person
you
for me to
and
go
your
into
kids.
business with, we ain't doing shit together. Period.
But you
We
might
can't
be
get into
right.
business
Okay,
together. We
wait.
can't get into business
That's
together.
what it
I don't
is.
see you as a
Okay.
person that I could. Maybe your worst ethic ain't as great as mine, and maybe I don't want to help pull the load that you should be pulling. So whatever the reason was, it just wasn't for me.
You signed up to work harder. Do you hear yourself? You signed up.
I signed up
You
for
were
what?
like what?
You signed
Yeah,
up
but
to pull the whole entire load.
It's only one
Did
person.
not.
Only one person can talk at a time.
This is the
Only
mentality.
one
This is
person
the
can talk at a time. If I hold on, listen to me. I'm not trying to be combative. I can't hear what you're saying if another person is talking. I really didn't hear nothing you said.
I said, so basically you signed up to take on a harder load, according to what you said.
My load ain't harder. You assuming my load is harder. My load ain't harder.
You said someone's work ethic is not the same as
I'm talking about marriage. I was talking about specifically to marriage.
We wasn't talking about her situation per se.
I was speaking specifically to marriage.
Exactly.
That's why I said earlier, I don't go. You talk about a family dynamic. My family, my situation is nowhere near harder. It would be no difference if their father actually was living in a home with me. It would be the same situation.
Not true.
It is. We just. Hold on.
You had a baby from somebody you didn't want to marry.
Let's listen. We just established that with T.I. and Tiny with their son, right? Did we not establish that 2-parent home? Did we not establish that? Oh yeah,
a 2-parent home with a black male. Yeah, go ahead.
That's a
Black, Puerto Rican, or Asian. It's the same thing across the board consistently, but we stick to
it's not.
No,
it's
yes,
not.
it is. Please, yes, it is.
Hold on.
She got a point.
Hold on, wait a minute. E, are you still there?
Yes, I was going to drop down, and I want to say one thing though before I go, if that's okay.
Yes.
The point of contention became, they didn't like the argument. Well, from what I heard, they didn't like the argument that, and I forgot who was speaking. They felt that was a negative representation of their black sons and their black husbands and so on and so forth. And we've talked about this on this panel before. We cannot excuse that there's an overwhelming display of poor behavior by hetero black men. And so a woman came up here and she specifically said she saw her son's DMs and she was flabbergasted. Oh, that's not my son. My son wouldn't talk like this. But your son does do that. And so when we talk about these bad behaviors and people say, stop saying all men, I don't put anything past anybody, whether it's male or female, but we cannot just say that these black men are displaying overwhelming great behavior, because they're not. And I'll leave it at that because I think Venus is on to something great, but I'll drop down now. Thank you, Conscious.
Thank you, E. And I wanted to, so if E drops, then that makes 2 spots open. I want to leave those 2 spots available for the men, since they are already outnumbered any damn way up here. Let me find who I was looking at so I can let him know real quick. Hold on. Somebody jump in. Yeah, I need to.
Yes. Can I just say something?
Hold on. I need to find this. D Burke 4400. There are 2 spots open now, sir. Please hit the link. I would love for you to come up here and join. Any of the other black men in the chat, please use your nuts and use them to get up here on this panel. Like these conversations can only come full circle when like everybody who makes up the subject are at the table. So please, like, hold on, y'all. No. I know, because I need everybody who's passionate to stay up here too, because that's what's going to make the conversation stick. Now, Burke is here. I also want to ask before we get started is what magic is supposed to take place because somebody chooses to participate in the social construct of marriage? Like, what does being legally married, like, what is that supposed to mean about? I don't understand, like, what's the whole marriage? Like, what is that supposed to mean? Because you can be in a relationship, a healthy one, and be married. You can also properly and co-parent without, like, what is being legally married supposed to do? Like, there's no inherent substance in being legally married.
She was trying to be sarcastic because most Black women are not married. That's why she threw it out there like that. But most Black women are married, sweetheart, because they let a man know that they're not going to waste their time unless they're going to marry me.
Right.
Okay. I want to hold on, because I got to get some other folk up in here. I want to welcome Burke to the platform. I know you've been listening from the from the stream. Burke, welcome to the platform. Speak
how y'all doing? How y'all doing?
We're good. Awesome. I want you to speak to whatever was kind of standing out to you in this conversation.
I just ain't like the way she just grouped all Black men in one pot like we just like I didn't, and I feel like I don't know her nationality. Was she Black or?
I'm Black, sir. Go ahead.
Okay. I'm sorry. I don't want to talk to you like you're not here. I don't know if you had dropped out or not.
Yeah.
I just want to understand where you're coming from, because I honestly, I'm not gonna sit here and get on here and be combative with you, because I honestly feel like a lot of Black women do hate Black men, and I just want to know why.
You really? You want to know why?
Yeah, I want to know why.
Okay, so it's
by the way, let me tell you, I'm 31 years old.
He won't even let you answer your question.
Yeah, I'm saying I'm just giving her a heads up. I'm 31 years old.
Hold on, hold on. No, everybody up here has occupied the space. Like, let this man let this man clarify. Let him participate in this conversation.
I'm just trying to get some clarification of why I'm asking what I'm asking. Y'all so ready to jump down somebody's throat. Like, calm down. It's okay.
Exactly. Calm it down. It's okay. Because I want you to be able to clarify so that can be exact.
Because I don't even know.
I think you got some feedback in your mic, homie. I think you're a guy, maybe. Can you hear me, G-Fam?
I got some feedback.
I think he's gone now. Okay, yeah. So I want you to jump in here too. So after Burke asks his question to the panelists, then I want you to also get in this discussion as well and speak to some of these things.
For certain.
Okay, Burke, ask your question.
Yeah. I was just trying to get some clarification of just why I'm asking what I'm asking, because I'm 31 years old, so I'm still kind of young, so I don't know your age or what you've been through in your life, so that's why I'm asking that question. So my original question was why do Black women hate Black men? Or why it seems like that.
Okay. Black women don't hate Black men. Just because I'm up here saying that Black women should expand their options is not because we hate or I hate Black men. Black men expand their options, do they not? So Black women. So okay, Black women who desire. Listen, there's been studies, research, books. A Black man wrote a book called, I believe the title of the book is called "Is Marriage for White Folk?" And basically, the whole crux of the book, his whole thesis is for Black women who are educated, who have achieved some level of success, who are who desire marriage, because understand not everybody desire marriage, okay, but for Black women who are educated, who have achieved some level of academic and financial success, who desire marriage, who doesn't want to be rooted to poverty and rooted to struggle, his whole thesis was they have no other choice but to expand their options. That's all it means. So if you still want to date Black men, date, but also expand your options to other men, because Black women are still women. See, we forget that, Black women. We forget that we're women. We're still women, and a man is a man. So now I'm not talking about homosexual gay relationships. I'm only speaking about heterosexual relationships. So if you are a Black woman who desire marriage, if you achieve some level of academic success or some level of financial success, if you desire marriage, you have to expand your options, because simply said, there's not enough Black males for every Black woman to go around. Black women outnumber Black men. Right? So understand that there's a small percentage of Black women who don't desire marriage. They don't desire to have children. They want to be single for the rest of their damn lives. Fine. But there's still, even for those who desire marriage, there's still not enough marriage capable men, because again, Black men do not marry on average compared to Asian men, Hispanic men, and white men. Only about 30% of them marry, which means that the rest will never marry in their lifetime. So if, as a Black woman, and I speak for myself and I speak for my girlfriends and other women that I know who have found success in marriage by expanding their dating options and by not just simply sticking to be race loyal just to be race loyal. Okay, so that's one. It's not hatred, sir. I don't know you can hate.
Son, do not listen to nothing that woman is talking about.
Listen, let me jump in here real quick because all that is fine, Danny. I'm a Black man. I honestly can't see me ever dating anybody outside my race.
Good for you. Good for you. Good for you.
Because I honestly feel like nobody other than a Black woman gonna understand what I go through. I thought that.
Okay, yeah, right.
He represents.
I thought
He represents the 1%.
I let you talk.
Y'all, hey,
no, let him talk. Please let him talk.
Hello, allow the captain.
That's how they do Black men all the time.
Allow the captain to captain. Please refrain from ad-libbing because it just becomes jumbo. So just ad-lib in secret. Don't speak out loud.
Going on mute.
I thought that before I jumped on this panel and I heard you say the things you said about Black men. All Black men ain't terrorists. All Black men ain't out here abandoning their kids. All Black men ain't out here. I let you talk. Let me talk. All Black men are not doing those negative things. You have not said one positive thing about Black men since you've been on this panel. And that's very sad coming from you as a Black woman. Because all Black men not doing those things that you're saying. I'm 31 years old. I don't have no felonies. I take care of my kid. I have a job. I've been working since I was 16.
So you're an adult. You're supposed to have a job. Good for you. Yes. Go ahead.
But the way you talk, the way you was talking, Black men ain't doing that. All we doing is standing on the fucking corner selling drugs and killing people.
Thank you.
Okay. So got you.
And children gonna hear this.
Yeah, you so like push out you so ready to like just whatever, like throw what I'm saying away like I'm not saying anything to you. The way you think is very sad. And why would I as a Black man make myself successful and give my resources to a white woman that's been having money all her life from people that's been stealing and killing from this country the whole time? You want to talk about terrorists? You want to talk about terrorists? White men show Black men how to do all the shit that we doing.
Hello.
All right.
They've been the terrorists. They've been the rapists. They've been the one doing all this negative shit. Talking about Black men.
You're not gonna listen. Okay, now you're emotional. Now, are you driving, sir? Now you're emotional. Now you're screaming. Are you driving?
Okay, brother. Hey, brother, let me pick it up from here, brother. Let me get it.
Yeah, you're getting emotional. You're getting emotional.
Actually, what I'm gonna do is I'm going to remove all because it's too much. So all the women can stay in the background. I'm allowed the men to speak uninterruptedly to all of this stuff. Can you hear me, Pam?
Mm-hmm.
All right. So, first of all, Burke, I was trying to hear you, but it sounded like something was drowning you out.
I guess somebody jumped in.
Okay.
Or somebody got their phone hooked up to the car. Sound like.
Well, it sounded like it was you, but I guess not. Okay, G-Fam, welcome to the platform. So you can just speak to whatever jumped out at you.
Okay, I'm just gonna tell you about me, and then that'll clear it up. Check it. My daughter was 6 months years old when my daughter's mother left. I got custody of mine. She's 21 now. I'm military, psychology, instrumentation, and healthcare degree. Now you're not going to tell me that all men are bad, because they're definitely not. And we all and see, it's more than just one thing that affects us black people and white and women as a whole. It's a systematically thing. It's systematically done to us to make you feel like you feel, and you got to understand that first, because it's been systematically done. So in order to fix it, we're gonna all have to get together at some point, or it ain't gonna never work. And that's just bottom line. So y'all looking at all trying to blame it on the black men and the women. If we are not to blame, we need to be going to fight the people who to blame, which is the white folk. Because if you want me to take it deeper, I take it deeper. Then I can take it through the histories, through all that. But I'm just putting it in perspective of it's not the men or the women. It's the white folks, the people who built this system. That's what it is. So in order for us to fix it, we're gonna have to goddamn talk and be reasonable and understand each other. But y'all don't want to let one another talk and voice their opinions to even fix the problem. So how is it gonna even be fixed?
So communication is going to have to be a strength.
That's the key. I know y'all heard that growing up. Communication is key. But how you gonna communicate when ain't nobody communicate? It's like the art of war. They divide and conquer. Then it's like the art of war. They attack your communication. They attack your supply. They attack your transportation, or what transportation would be money in this instance. They attack all the things of war. But y'all too blind and too angry to see. Okay. So that's all it is. Y'all just need to understand that first. And see, I know this because I'm interested. And I know how they playing their game. They playing the game just like that. If y'all get used to the 48 laws of power, those are the games that they're playing against us. That's a book. That's a book called.
Oh shit! Hold on.
They're using it against us.
Those are great talking points, G fam, and I definitely want to bring the women back to get into the conversation with you and Burke. Communication. You are saying
that's kind of like my cat.
Oh, I'm here too.
Other court, huh?
I'm sorry, Conscious. I'm here too, sir. I'm also
Yeah, I need people. I need people to talk to me who disagree with what I'm saying. Cause see, I need a catalyst. Cause see, y'all, this ain't right. This is definitely not right. Cause
I will say
and my daughter's manipulated. My daughter had a scholarship at Citadel right now. Met her mother again, and she used emotional manipulation to get her in her wing, and now she's going downhill. She done got pregnant since she got back and everything. So who's the better parent? I mean, I can take it as many ways as y'all want.
Well, trust me, after I let these ladies back in here, they will take it anywhere. But I do agree, like there is because we talk about on this platform all the time, the core issue, of course, is what the outsiders have done to our community. And we've kind of been drinking the poison ever since. So now we also, in lots of ways, participate in our own spiritual demise and the detriment of the culture, etc. And there's going to be no way to combat what's outside until we can address what's now happened on the inside as a result of what happened on the outside. So I totally agree with that. Quake, are you there, sir? I think you're on mute. I'm gonna unmute you. Can you? Well, I can't unmute you. I think you muted yourself. But can you hear me? Because I wanted to get you in here before I bring the panel back. He might have walked away.
I apologize. I'm in a bad area, so I'm trying to like get in and do everything. All right. It just sounds like it's a bunch of hurt, man. Like overall, the woman who was speaking, it hurt me to hear her hurt, because it's like, damn, like how did we get here? How did she get there? Someone must have hurt her in the past, and she's kind of like, it feels like she's lashing out and generalizing all men, black men. Straight cisgender black men. It sounds like that. So it's like
damn, how do we reconcile? How do we come to reconnect? Because yeah, it's a lot of history that could be used, but we're here currently in the present, and we can make the changes with our decision making, and we can do the work to to reconnect. And I don't feel like that's happening. I feel like it's just a bunch of pointing fingers. It's this person, it's that person, and we have free will to actually make decisions for ourselves. Even though we were conditioned a certain way, we are now adults. We have the ability to make our own decisions. And a lot of the times I'm hearing it's like, um, it seems like it's a financial thing, it's a financial fear. Like, oh, we want to have financial stability. Of course, everybody wants to have financial stability, but it takes time, especially if you grow up with no examples to teach you how to get financial stability. So it just hearing her, it triggered me, and I don't get triggered too easy. I'm pretty passive guy. I'm like cool and all that stuff, and I love your content, Conscious TV.
Oh,
You are the shit. You know, for real. Like from a cisgender, I learned that from y'all. A cisgender male, you the shit, niggas. Like for real, on some real
I
shit.
appreciate
But
that.
yeah, no problem, man. No
So
problem.
I have a question for you and Bert. Then, like, I would assume that maybe why it feels like, well, clearly women have a big issue with the patriarchy that has played out this far because it's been oppressive, it's been abusive, it's been sexist, it's been divisive, and it essentially made them second-class citizens. I would assume that women speak from a place that may can feel man bashing, and I can understand why men like experience it as a man hating, man bashing. But I think for women too, they're triggered by a systemic issue that intercepts the issue of the overall black community, which is like white supremacy within our white supremacist system, then trickles down sexism, agenderism, all of that shit. So do you think that women, because I feel like women won't be able to trust black men collectively until black men can be honest about black male patriarchy. Like, I feel like if the good black men of the community keep taking, like, if they keep making it personal and then it never gets back to the conversation around the damage that patriarchy has had on black women that was created by the white man, but then was adopted by black men, then black women will never be able to like hear anything else until black men can address that system. Do y'all feel that that system has to be addressed before any conversation about good black men, any conversation about, you know, the virtuous good black men of the community can be had? Is that women want the damages accounted for at this point, and they're looking for that now first and foremost from their own black male counterparts, because those are the people that within reach, and those are the people who reflected that divisive system directly back to them. Or because we've had this because we've, as a society now, like, we're having these conversations, and it seems that black men and black women keep walking away disgruntled and not satisfied. And I'm only assuming that black women are just not refusing to let up until black men can acknowledge the fuckery, first and foremost.
I feel you. I mean, I think everything is based on our conditioning. Like, we don't even have our own culture. Like, we don't know where we come from. We learned all these different perspectives from learned behavior. Like, we are descendants of slaves, and over in this country, a lot of us are descendants of slaves. So we learned these patriarchy. I'm sorry if I'm not pronouncing it right, but we learned all these different perspectives from the slave master. I'm trying not to make it a slave show or nothing like that, but I think that me personally, I have no problem being honest. I have no problem. I don't know too much about the patriarchy. I didn't do a lot of reading and all that. I'm learning this through listening to you, because I listen to you all the time. So I'm like learning through your understanding and everything. But not all black men, like, the thing is, I think that y'all get it confused with the poor. Like, there's poor versions of everything. There's poor versions of homosexuality. There's poor versions of transgender. There's always a poor version of each demographic. There's always a poor version of each personality. It's not all. And the thing is, like, it seems like it's always pointed at the poor version, not the good. I don't hear enough, there's some good black men out here, or there's some good black women. I don't hear enough of, there's some good trans people here. There's some good homosexuals, lesbian, so forth and so on. I don't hear enough of that. I hear too much of pointing at what's wrong, and they're wrong for a reason. They're wrong. They chose to be wrong. That's their choice. But it's not all of us. And when I hear like her, I immediately go to, she must be in pain. She's responding to something that must have happened to her to make her come to this conclusion. So it's like, well, what do we do from here? Do we just allow her to just continuously live with that conclusion, or do we try to change it? And yeah, if it takes me saying, okay, well, let's address the patriarchy.
There's some feedback
That's
here,
the thing.
like Quack.
I apologize. God damn it. Girl, I'm out here to win. I'm fucking DoorDash and everything, so I'm trying to like get this in. But yeah, like if it takes that and that will resolve the issue or start the resolution, I'm with it. But I don't think that it's enough pointing at the good too. It's just a lot of, like, T.I. and his son. That's a privileged boy. Like, that boy been privileged all his life. He didn't grow up with the circumstances that maybe all of us grew up with. So we're coming from that understanding. He's coming from the understanding of privilege. He's used to having his way, used to getting yeses, not enough no's, and he's responding, and he's thinking that he has to show that he's not as privileged as we deem him to be. He didn't have the financial strife that maybe all of us had. Like, I'm out here door dashing. Shit. So I know he ain't never door dashed in his life. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, nah, like, I just think that instead of us attacking the young lady and all that stuff, maybe we should have that conversation. I'm not saying this time, because this topic is T.I. And I'm sorry if I'm taking too much time. I'm trying to rush. Yes. No, my fault, bro.
Oh no, you good. And I am going to bring the ladies back to respond to some of this too. And before I do, I also want to get to Gary, who just joined us. Gary, can you hear me? I think you're on mute as well.
Yes, sir. I'm here.
All right. Welcome to the platform, Gary. I don't know how much you've heard, but whatever stuck out to you, definitely speak to.
Okay. And if I sound like I'm delayed, it's like I'm hearing. It's almost like I'm hearing two different shows. You know
It's an echo. You're saying that you're hearing an echo?
Yes, sir. Or a delay. It's a delay.
Okay. I'm gonna mute myself and see if that helps as well.
No, I'm actually hearing more of a delay than an echo.
A delay. Okay. Are you listening through a second device?
No, I'm actually listening to headphones, so I can just take the headphones out.
Yeah, take the headphones out. That probably help. Sometimes the headphones.
Okay, so
you sound clear.
Yeah, that's better. Can you hear me clearly, though?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay. First of all, thank you again. I've been trying to get on your platform for probably the last year, but it's been the device.
Oh man!
Well, thank you.
Thank you for surviving Consciouztv.
I'm an LRLer, which I'm a pastor. I want to just I settle this for a particular reason. I hear what everybody is saying, and I respect everybody's position. I may not agree, but I respect everybody's position because everybody's position, of course, is brought on from their life's journey. Now, with that being said, there's a word that we're saying here that I think we're kind of missing or kind of jumping over it. The fact is, all of our journeys, we're not respecting everybody's journey or path. And this is what I mean. When I heard my sister say about, not dealing or broadening, the young ladies broadening their horizons with dealing with African American men as far as dating or marriage, I think sometimes we misinterpret perhaps what she is saying with all of us, because whenever we have a hot topic like this and we use the word all or terms that sound like it's a blanketed statement, for some people that becomes triggering. And so they immediately skip over the message and they dive at the fact of, I'm not a part of that. So I think we have to be cautious in when we're sharing or allow somebody to really give the purpose for why they're saying what they're saying. Now, with that, all that being said, really, really quickly, as I stated, I'm 49 years old. I've been married to my wife now for 24 years. All three of our children were raised in the same home. There was a point in our family, in our home, where in our dining room, there would be 10 to 15 young adults, young people, teenagers in our dining room, hanging around, eating, cooking. Their parents had allowed them to come spend time here because the parents felt safe with their kids being in our home. Now, there was a point where there was a conversation had around our dining room table, and their friend said this statement that blew Dana, that's my wife, blew our mind. They said to our children, you guys have it good. And it wasn't about finance or anything of that nature. This is what they were getting at. You guys have both of your parents in your home, and you're able to have conversation with them about whatever you want to have, whenever you want to have it, and you don't take the opportunity. But yet those same kids could come here and talk to us about their whatever issues they are having. That blew our mind because we understood this one fact. They saw the significance in our family structure, but our kids saw it, but they didn't necessarily appreciate it because of one reason. They were kids. They were teenagers. What they felt comfortable in talking to another adult didn't feel comfortable talking to mom and dad. Now, why is this important? Because I heard throughout this conversation, or a good portion of it, the last half, where it switched to the accountability factor between the parent and the children, and I think somebody used the word the community. I believe unequivocally that there is accountability that goes across the board. This is what I mean. First of all, when I counsel with parents and couples or whatever, and whenever they make the statement that we are not going to have children right now because we're not financially stable, I applaud them, but I also say to them that if you're waiting for there to be a perfect time financially for you to have children, you will probably never have children, because finances is not what it takes. You need it, but it should not be the main backbone, because there are families such as our home who was raised up with both parents, Our faith is Christian, raised up, kids went to church. We did not beat it over their heads when they became teenagers. They were raised up in a good, solid home. But when they got to a certain age and they began to spread their wings, so to speak, our oldest daughter, and they are what they call stair steps. So they go 21, 22, and 23. That's literally their age. But that was all Dana's fault. That's my story, and I'm sticking to it. When they got to a certain age, they began to make decisions and choices that we as parents did not agree with. And the first one for me that broke my heart was when my baby girl, at the time, she's the oldest, she fell in love with a young man. She was like 17 or 18. And she was so in love that she felt like our rules were too much. Now, here's what the rules were. Just being honest, it was keep your space, your room clean up around the house. And as a young lady, even as a young man, do not come in our house past a certain time at night. You can't come in here drunk and high and all that type of stuff. Just respect the rules of the house. They always worked. She felt like it was too much. Okay, fine. She moved out Conscious. And for the first 2 nights of her moving out, I stayed up all night looking at the door, waiting for her to come back home. And by the end of the 3rd night, I said, wait a minute. We've done all that we could do. This is her decision and her choice. I'm going to try not to cry because as some time went, her birthday is December 26th. Christmas Eve night, we get a call. This is about when she turned 18, we get a call and on her mother's line, and it's her screaming in the background. And she's saying, Mommy, I feel like I'm dying. And then she said the words no parents want to hear. I took something and I don't know. I don't want to tell you, but I took something that I've never taken before, and I'm dying. Tell my siblings I love them, but somebody come help me. We could not get to her because we did not know where she was. And unfortunately, she's able to, I can share it now, but it still hurts my heart. She had tried LSD. And in this little pact that they had, whenever they did something, they took the phones from each other so nobody could call, which is, again, the age. This is their way of thinking. So for an hour, we went through the police and all that. My niece was able to connect with the police at the right station. They found our baby running down the street, pulling out her hair because she, and we get to the hospital, and for 4.5 hours, our baby didn't know who. I'm trying not to cry, excuse me. She didn't know who we.
Take your time. Take your time, Gary.
She didn't know who we were.
Wow.
And the doctors told us that if she came back from it, we can't guarantee mentally what damage it would do. The church, the saints, we began to pray. And thank God, God delivered her. She had no, she had no lasting effects from it.
Amen.
The next morning, of course, she did what they call purging, and she began to share all the information that they had been hiding. I said all that to say this. She said to us when she came back to herself, she sat on my lap like a little baby, and she said, Daddy, you and Mommy did everything you could do the right way. I made a choice. You cannot beat yourself. Because of my choice. I say that to all of us on this call. I get the accountability, but it has to be put in the right place. Because when a parent hears anything that sounds like all
Yeah.
You hear something that sounds like all, and then you look at your situation, you say, wait a minute, that's not me. Because my child, as a young adult, made a decision
right
that affected not only her, but her siblings, her family, her inner circle. So all of us on this course, excuse me, there it is the word all.
Oh, you good.
We have to be understanding that your circumstances are true and valid to your journey, and where it may be similar, it pricks my heart as a pastor, as someone in my community that works with other families and young people. It pricks my heart when we beat up on each other to make it seem like somebody, a parent, didn't do the right thing, or this didn't. No. Sometimes we got to be honest with each other and say, no, your child screwed up. Sometimes we say to the young lady, if the marriage is going to pieces, everything is not always the husband's fault. We got to be willing to stand 10 toes down and be honest across the board and say, this, according to what you're sharing with me as somebody on the outside, what you allowing me to hear, this is where your accountability falls in this situation. Sir, this is where you screwed up. Because as long as we play the verbal game of picking sides, I don't care how much we want to bring our community together, and I'm all for it. But until we learn righteous accountability, we will never get any further than finger pointing. And all you're going to end up being is a bitter young adult, a bitter adult, and a very bitter older person who is throwing out on other people your pain, that you just won't take the time to be honest enough to say, I played a role in this. I played a role in this. This is my part in it. Whatever it may be, you have to be able to say that in somewhere, unless you were overtaken, and we know the differences, but when it's consensual, let's just use sex, when it's consensual in any form, you have to be able to say at some point, did I get a warning? Did I see a sign that I can say, yeah, I saw it, but I chose not to take heed because I thought I could get through it. And I'm not saying that's everybody's situation. My point in that example is we got to be able to really stand in our own stuff and see our part, because until you can see your part, you will never get fixed. I close with this, and I'm not going to be like a Pentecostal preacher and have 13 closings.
You're good. You're good.
I say this, our second oldest daughter, she's here with us now. So if you hear a little baby crying, because 3 weeks ago, our baby made Dana and I grandparents for the first time.
Congratulations.
Thank you so much to a beautiful little baby girl. Her name is Princess. She is my world.
Gary, can I tell you something? For one,
yes, sir.
I want to thank you for sharing that, and I want to. I'm happy to hear that everything turned out well and magnificent. I mean, my God, like with your daughter and your family. Yes. I also wanted to ask you about.
Yes.
I find your vulnerability very refreshing, because there's not too many Black men that I've definitely, heard in this space be able to be vulnerable, to be comfortable, almost even being vulnerable. I think it's compelling. I think it's necessary for Black men to see you fully present in your heart. I think this is really what is missing And I think that it's important for Black men to give themselves permission to feel all of the wonderful things, that come with having a heart, which is also terrifying and scary to open yourself up. But here it is, you're doing that. How have you been what makes you as you are experiencing your heart, what's giving you, is it just courage? Like what's compelling you to stay in touch with that in front of all these people, in front of me, to do this as a man? What are you telling yourself as you're experiencing yourself out in the light with tears and emotions and all of this?
At the age of 15, quickly, I was diagnosed with a bone disease called Blount's, which is very rarely known, but it's in the family of rickets. So for years, I walked around with extremely bowed legs, and where other people saw it as some women, I didn't know until I got to college, to be honest, thought it being sexy for men to have bowed legs. Understand, I was a musician, so my mind was focused on my music. And I set up to say this. I had to go through life in pain, severe pain, but being a musician still had to perform through my pain. So what that taught me was that there is a place where you can put yourself to do what needs to be done, and there's a strength that I believe God gives us where we don't really know it ourselves. It's just at the right time. The pressure is released. When that pressure is applied, what those in the church would call the anointing, the pressure of the moment releases, for me, a special anointing to be able to stand in that moment and give the strength and share what needs to be shared. I use the Blount's scenario because I've had to raise, had to raise our children through what many would call very interesting times. I'm at the time with the bone disease, and my wife is legally blind. But everyone that ever came to our home always thought we had tons of money, because our mentality was, if I had $10 and you had $5, we had $15. And we did whatever it took for the sake of our children to make our home stable. Said that to say this: when I hear you with strength, because you have your issues just like I do and everybody else, when I stand and be able to speak, it allows me to pull from your strength, from those who may not agree with what I say, but is respectable enough to hear my heart. I pull from all of that and be able to stand. What allows it to happen, Conscious, is I keep in my mind, there's a saying that says this, that the wicked in society seems louder because the voice of the righteous is too quiet. And so when society only hears and only sees wicked things, that 2 or 3 people can seem like thousands, because those who are righteous won't say a word. So that gives me strength, because I believe if I stand in my righteousness, there's somebody else that's going to have faith enough to be able to stand in their righteousness and speak their truth. And if enough of us speak from a righteous perspective, we do not have to agree, on everything, but stand in what is truth it does not, we don't have to agree that apple pie is the best pie in the world, but we can agree on the fact that it's a pie sitting in front of us. My wife will never touch a cooked apple, but she will eat the bejesus out of the crust because she loves, the crust. I get what people are asking for, research and data. I respect all of that. I'm telling you, the best research that I can give you is my experience, because sometimes data and all that it's good, but sometimes those research papers sometimes are written from people sometimes who have never ever had any real experience in it. So I'll close with this to be respectful of time. Some years ago, when our daughter, when I met Dana, she had a little girl, my oldest daughter. She was 4 months old when she came into my life. And I raised her with Dana since she was 4 months old. And to God be the glory. She had a sister. My wife's sister said to us, reading, are y'all doing this with raising her? Are you doing this because this said this and this said that? And I said to Dana, you don't have to argue that point. Some years later, my sister-in-law got pregnant. And we came back to New York to visit. And I said to her, I said, so did you follow what the book said? And she said to me, now she's a doctor. Follow what I'm saying? She's a doctor, real doctor, medical doctor, excuse me. And she says, that book didn't fit what's going on in my home. So I'm not against the stats. I just wanted to answer that because that was in that was in the chat. But what gives me the courage, Conscious, is that when you've lived through some hardships and you didn't have a chance to really share your heart all the time.
Yeah, I understand that.
When you get a chance to really share it, there's a passion.
Yeah.
And so I appreciate you, my brother.
No, I appreciate you. You sound like a very grateful man. And like you just said, as a result of the experiences that you've had, it kind of cracked open your heart. It made you really present, and you have found a value in being able to feel these things for the people in your life. And I think that that's really powerful.
Thank you, brother.
Yeah, I'm really happy that you're still here and that your family is still here. Wow. I mean, I'm kind of taken back. I'm really taken back. Wow. Yeah. That's powerful.
I would love some time to share with you, maybe even offline, the other side of the story as a writer, producer, and all that type of stuff.
Email me at consciouztv@gmail.com.
Absolutely.
I'm always available. You can follow me on Instagram and DM me at Consciouztv for sure.
For sure.
Yeah, contact me. I don't know how much time you have, but I also wanted to ask you before I let the. I didn't know if you had time to interact with the ladies.
Yes.
Not.
Yeah.
Okay. I also wanted. Okay, cool. I also wanted to ask you. So there are people in the chat who are talking about something that I noticed when it comes to these conversations between Black men and Black women is some people are distinguishing it. How do you feel about the difference between the anecdotal experience and the data, or AKA systemic issues? Like, how do you feel about a white person saying, well, I'm not racist, and I don't weaponize my privilege, and I'm a good white person, and I go out of my way to be mindful of minority people, in a conversation that is about systemic oppression? Like, do you also see that show up in these type of conversations where the genders come together and talk about patriarchy, and which is just another fancy word for systemic male privilege, or the systemic issues around a male curated reality?
Right. Yes, because again, as I stated, maybe somebody didn't hear it, I'm a pastor. And so there, even outside of a conversation here, those type of reactions happen just across the board in everyday life, because nobody, I don't care who you are, nobody wants to be seen or even viewed in a quote unquote negative light. So I do have an issue when your reasoning is to stay out the negative light. I want to word it the right way, because if it's not pure, who you really are is going to come out anyway. My daddy used to say all the time, you let a person talk long enough, they'll tell you everything they didn't want you to hear. And so when you, with what you just shared with these type of topics, I press this point of making sure that we understand in totality as much as possible where a person is really coming from when they make certain statements. Because we can take one statement and we could paint a narrative on it and drive that thing all over social media. And then when you really get back to the core, you find out that's not what the person meant anyway. That's why I started off by saying the word all can be dangerous to the stability in a conversation like this, because without background, all can seem like you're pointing a gun directly at me. So I think we just have to be careful, be honest, but be careful to how we word certain things. Because let's be honest, Conscious, we do live in a society where everybody, well, a lot of people are what we used to call sore tail. You know, every little thing, it's a fight. No, sometimes we just don't agree. And so we even see it in our schools. Children are taught, and I think it's very dangerous, that if mommy and daddy don't agree with what you're saying, even though you're 5, if mommy and daddy don't agree, they hate you. Do you realize how dangerous that is? Because the child doesn't have wisdom in life. Sometimes mom and daddy need to say no. Perhaps this is why T.I.'s son, which is why we're having the conversation that we're having to have, because there wasn't enough no's in his life. Again, that's just all based on outside looking in. I hope that kind of comes around to your question that you were asking.
Yeah, for sure. I had a something that you said that I was gonna speak to, but I totally forgot it. But yeah, it does. And I think I was gonna ask you, you know, as a do you think, because it keeps coming up in the stream too about emotional intelligence, and this is something that women also need to have in conversations where men are also talking about their experience as well, because oftentimes women don't use it when it comes to the plight of men, and then a lot of times men don't tend to use it. But when it comes to like the semantics and the word policing, you know, because I know like on my platform, like I'm really big on people like raising their emotional intelligence so that we don't get hung up on the specifics of language and just strive to really understand what is the overall experience that someone is trying to communicate to us. Because I think when we like nitpick through the language, like, well, y'all are saying all women, or y'all are saying all straights, or y'all are saying all, and it's just like you know what we're basically, because the word all really is not about. And I think we all know this, but our egos still are resistant anyway. Like we know that all is not literal. We know that all is just a person's way, or a people or a group's way of saying, this experience is valueless in my reality. You know, like that's what all represents. All represents. This issue or experience takes up a lot of space in my life, in my existence. It informs way too much of my reality. And so, but a lot of times it's very difficult to have the conversations around the systemic issues because, it becomes a matter of everybody feeling condemned and everybody, takes it personal, and then it becomes the policing of the words, and then we can never get to anything about anything because there's so many hurdles that we're cartwheeling through just to get to the basically of the situation.
Right.
It requires a level. When it comes to these issues, it's going to require a level of compassion that is almost unreal on regardless of who the target is, whether it's men or whether it's Black women or whether it's the LGBT community or whether it's the Christian community or the whatever it is, that it's going to require a level of compassion that I don't think we as a collective we are underestimating, but I can see that it's going to have to require. I think we lost. Is Gary still here?
No, yeah, I'm
yeah. So, what do you think about like the word policing and kind of the way that our egos hijack things, because it almost like ends up being a distraction, and I just be like, come on, y'all, like let's not get hung up on, let's not major in the minor here, like let's not get into the semantic words. I think that Black men know doggone well that Black women do not hate all men, or that they don't really feel all men, but obviously what they are saying is that, and this is what we have to consider as a man, because I'm a man, and I have to say the patriarchy was also meant to oppress me because I'm not a white man, I'm a Black man in a patriarchy, but we have been able to adopt a certain level of privilege from that. And so in that way, I'm not experiencing this system the way that women are. Therefore, it is very important to listen, and vice versa. Like, women are not men under the patriarchy. So they also are not experiencing that social conditioning the way that Black men are. And so there has to be a level of being aware of that, because I think that you spoke about it earlier, like there has to be a willingness on all ends to hear each other. But I guess the real solution boils down to, are both Black men and Black women willing to give up what they know and start again? Because Black women are going to have to divorce this idea that they are slaves to men and put here for the purpose of men, and men are going to have to divorce this idea that they are the sole rulers and dictators to the world. Like, both sides are going to have to give up what they've been taught about what your sex represents in terms of the status quo and the expectations of the society around you as a woman, the expectations on you as a Black man, that there's going to have to be a willingness to let these things go, because it's not working for us.
Great. First of all, a great question. That, and one of the reasons I always come to your page is I love the way you think. This is what I believe, honestly, that we all are going to have to mature while we're moving. We're going to have to learn on the job. In our 24 years of marriage, everything has not been peaches, and everything hasn't been perfect all the time. But there was something Dana said to me that has stuck to my heart and it always causes me to rethink some stuff. And she said, babe, sometimes you could be 1000% correct, but sometimes the way it's presented can cause me to look past the meaning and just deal with the fact that what you said, it crushed me. And then she said something that is, you know, a lot of people won't be willing to admit. She said, I know your heart, so I know you did not mean it to hurt me, but this is what I feel. That was so critical to where we are right now. We got to be honest, Conscious, to say, look, sis, I know you do not mean all men. I get it. Bruh, I know you do not mean all women are beasts. I get it. I'm smart enough. I'm intelligent enough to be able to decipher, to split the hairs. We can do it. However, the way that you presented your statement is ugly, and it's causing me to miss your entire point. The gentleman that was on before me, I didn't catch his name. He said something to the young lady that they were talking back and forth to, and he said something. He said, you guys. He made a general statement. Said, you guys seem like you're so ready to come out with. I'm adding this with your hammers and your bulldozers and yourself a chance to even not only hear what I'm saying, but to even sit in what I'm saying. Like, you haven't even given your heart and your mind an opportunity to really sit in. What's the old statement? You're not really within the conversation. You're not really waiting for me to stop speaking so you can like really answer intelligently. You're just waiting for an opportunity to say something.
Listening to respond and not listening to understand.
Yes. Do you remember? I know we all remember the Cosby Show, but there was one particular episode, and I don't believe anybody did. I don't believe the young lady did it intentionally. It's just kind of the way that we learn to function with each other, so we can feel like we're being heard, and that comes from our past, up your personal past. But there was a situation where, what was the second oldest daughter? I can't think of it, but yeah, she came in and she had this young boyfriend that she really liked, and she was doing some off the wall stuff to want to see him and da 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 da. And what the dad said to her when they finally had a chance to put the emotions to the side, and he began to talk to her heart. He said to her, he said, "Do you like steak?" She said, "Yes." He said, "Do you like potatoes?" "Yeah." He said, "How do you like your steak cooked?" She gave him away. You know, he went to this whole thing, and he said, "You went to this fine restaurant, and they cooked your steak the way you wanted it, set it up perfectly. And then when they brought it to you the way you wanted it, they brought it on a garbage pail top." And he went deep and said it wasn't just any garbage pail top. It was an old dirty, grimy. And he said you couldn't argue with them to say that they didn't give me my steak the way that I ordered it, but you didn't give it to me with any care. You gave it to me on a dirty, used top. And I said all that to say this: we've got to be careful to how we present what we present, because the moment we present it in a way that is undesirable, your entire presentation is shocked because you have killed the opportunity because of the way that you presented yourself. Your wording could be the answer to the entire conversation, but who is going to listen to you when you have presented it in a way that speaks negative, that doesn't respect my humanity, that makes me seem like I'm nothing? And I think that we as a community of African Americans, regardless to how other ethnicities and how other people want to come at us, if we do not learn, and I'm not talking about next week, if we do not learn now how to interact with each other and to be able to disagree, but just lifted, we will never get past where we are. Stop worrying about how other races are treating us. If we on the inside are treating each other like we're nothing, how dare we fight a war on the outside, Conscious? How dare we even decide to gather our goods to fight on the outside when the real fight needs to be internally? Because here's what
and I want to speak to that. I want to speak to that, Gary. And I also have it.
Okay, I apologize, please. If we don't clean up, because here's what will happen: we'll fight against everybody else, but while we're fighting against everybody else, we're looking out the side eye to our left and right. Because watch this. I don't know if you at some point are going to turn the gun on me because I have no trust in who you are because of the way that you treated me, even in peaceful times. So I think all of us have to take some time to really check ourselves.
Yeah.
Clean up the inside so that I can feel peaceable to fight with you and not have fear. That's where I see that.
Absolutely. Beautiful sentiments, and I did invite all the ladies back up. And before everybody gets in, and I'm glad the man had an opportunity to speak, I wanted to say this in terms of a conversation around accountability. Me and a friend of mine was speaking, matter of fact, just this morning, and we was having this conversation in the context of the same gender loving community. And I was telling my friend, I said, within the Black same gender loving community, it's the same notion that men ain't ish, that and most of the time we're talking about our dominant counterparts. It's just like in the heterosexual world, it seemed like even in the queer community, the dominant male partners emulate a lot of the toxic masculine construct that exists, and then those who are categorized in the middle or on the feminine have the same experience as women do under that patriarch, but just in the same gender loving context. And I was telling him, though, I said, you know what? It's not that men ain't ish. The reality is, I have my whole life met wonderful men who adore me, love me to death, want nothing more than to make sure that I am experiencing heaven on earth. And I did not entertain those men for one reason and one reason only: looks, because they weren't physically my type.
Right.
Right. So the statement that all men ain't ish has to be something that's really analyzed and thought about in terms of what men are you even attracted to? What are your deal breakers? What is your vetting process? Because I think that a lot of people could have already had the man that what's actually good for them had physicality and physical attraction been a factor that didn't even exist in our world to begin with.
Wow.
I am wise enough at this point in my life to understand that looks are absolutely irrelevant. Now I know that intellectually, but it's like, but weaning yourself off of a perception is a lot like cutting something out of your diet that you have eaten and desired for a long time in your life, like cutting sugar out or cutting. So I intellectually I know this is what I want to strive for, and literally I am so conscious about overcoming this corrupted part of myself, because I really do believe that on a spiritual level we are supposed to be attracted to principles and values and traits, not the way that somebody's flesh is arranged on its bones. Like, that's literally irrelevant. It has absolutely nothing to do with anything. I don't necessarily know where the attention to physicality even comes from to begin with, but nonetheless, it's here and we have it, but I can see how stagnating it is. And when I think about how much space physical attraction takes up in terms of who we decide we're going to be happy with sexually and who we decide we're going to be happy with romantically, I think to myself, God damn it, how many men and women, both gay and straight, pan, bi, trans, any label you want, would already be over the hilltop had look not ever been a factor, and you really could, and you literally was capable of choosing the person who you weren't attracted to, but who you know damn well was perfect for you. What if you had the capacity to actually enjoy and spend the rest of your life with the individual who is not your physical type, but has all of the other qualities necessary to be seen and have all the necessary character is getting late.
Nah,
All the characteristics of someone who is a prime and perfect candidate for you. And I'm just like, man, I'll be 38 this year, and I could have had my spouse
right
15 years ago had looks not ever been an issue, and it was only about quality, and it was only about the way I was treated, and that was the only thing that, because I willfully turned down people who were not my type, but who were great for me. They weren't physically my type, but were awesome for me. I could have already been successfully booed up in my ideal, but I allowed looks to play a part in my romantic life, and now I'm forced to have to be intelligent, because the old saying goes, when you keep doing the same thing over and over and over again, but you expect a different result, guess what? It's the act of insanity. So now in my life, I'm like, you know what? In this next season of my life, I'm going to take some chances. I'm going to go against what I have intentionally practiced my whole life, and I'm going to give myself a genuine chance to experience something new and to experience it in a different way. And I'm going to intentionally work on my mind and decolonizing my mind and decolonizing this, like dismantling this flesh, and get in tune with my spirit, because what Dr. Martin Luther King said still rings. I fully believe that we should be living in a world that solely, if there's going to be criticisms and judges, we should only be judging the merit of a man or woman's character. The only thing that if there's going to be a review of anything, that it should be who we actually are as people. Size, shape, color, gender, looks, all of that shit. These are all superficial things in nature. The only thing that actually matters is your personality and your contribution, or your lack thereof. Hell, and I would and I would like to strive for that level of like spiritual sight, particularly in my romantic life. Of course, these politics don't exist when it comes to my friends and my family. Like, people don't have to look a certain way for me to be close to, or me to love them platonically, or in family, or whatever, or in community. But obviously, like in my dating life specifically, this is something that should not be there as well. And I'm going to do everything in my power to get rid of it, and to get rid of that false perception that's been fed and reinforced all the way up to this point, because I just think it's stupid, and I don't know why it's important, and I don't know what it matters, like, at how a person looks at the end of the day as it relates to a romantic and sexual candidate. And I know plenty of other gay men and straight women and straight men who looks play a major part. And matter of fact, looks play such a major part that people are willing to stay in very toxic situations solely because there is an intense sexual connection, or there is a profound physical attractiveness that's binding the individual to a situation that they know is emotionally dangerous for them, spiritually dangerous for them, physically dangerous for them. And I think about how lust has led so many people to the death of themselves emotionally, and the death of themselves intellectually, and the death of themselves spiritually, and the death of themselves physically. How many people, expose themselves or compromise themselves in so many injurious ways just for the sake of their attraction to someone. And I mean, that lust shit is, because it's literally an aspect of our flesh. That lust shit is an aspect of our humanity. It's almost like you're trying to rewrite something that's encrypted or encoded within your biological makeup. And so you're fighting against a literal beast nature, but it can be fought against. The spirit will prevail against anything that you bring under subjection to your authority. We don't know a lot about that because we oftentimes we don't know about that authority. We damn sure don't utilize it to its capacity. So most people are very unfamiliar and don't know the reality of just how powerful your actual will is in restructuring your life. But
can I
said, I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, I just wanted to add, Conscious said he couldn't see himself with someone, like he would no longer make a judgment on people appearances. And I see when people do that in their relationship, it causes a bigger problem, because at one point that person is going to have to come up to that person's standards. For example, I'm in shape, I'm looking good, you eating, you don't care what you eat, you not looking good, you don't care about looking good. It's not going to work. Like, okay, so you say the kindness of the person. I'm just saying, a lot of times what probably we have to do is just let go and let our spiritual blessings come to us. A person, we will gravitate the right person to us instead of trying to pick and choose. You understand? We will gravitate that person that looks good, that wants to look good just like you. Give yourself time. Some people don't give themselves time and allow themselves, because if you take care of yourself and like the way you look good, you deserve a person just the same way that take care of themselves and look good too. You deserve that.
But
I'm sorry. The sentiment conscience of, basically seeing people for who they are, and not just solely based on looks, but other characteristics, other attributes that a person has. That's kind of what I was mentioning earlier about in terms of Black women expanding their options. It's not simply being just focused on race alone. Again, I understand
the Black man apart terribly, and I'm so glad.
Wait. Please, and sis, if I think we can deflect from where Miss Barbara was going, and I get it. If I could just share this really, really quick, sister, if you don't mind, just give me a minute because I got to get to work. I understood what you were saying when you were saying it. I got it. I understood. I felt your heart. So, and that's the point that I wanted to get to, is we have to give ourselves time to really hear a person's heart before we respond. Because when you just respond based on what you're originally hearing, sometimes it could take you up somewhere that you didn't want to go. But let me toss this in a really quick story, and I'm done with. I keep mentioning Dana, my love of my life, my wife. Let me tell you how we ended up getting married. You ready? I had started my 4th community choir, right? So I had a whole band. We was rocking, we was doing gigs, we were recording. And this young lady who was Dana's best friend at the time, she liked me and my bass player, right? But she really had a thing for my bass player. I mean, she was just like lust, it was crazy, right? Now, Dana is a beautiful, little chocolate gumdrop, she knew my bass player at the time. He was what we would call color struck, right? She is considered chocolate brown also. He liked at the time what we would call red bone. Are you following me?
Yes.
Listening. So, in my choir, right? In her head, she said, well, if I can get somebody to talk to Gary, then I can have a chance to talk to the bass player. Now, so again, we weren't talking, we weren't dating. You were just a member of my choir. Well, she put us on a 4-way with myself, Dana, herself, and my bass player. We're talking and chatting, and Dana and I ended up hitting it off. We didn't see each other for 2 weeks face to face. So all of our conversation was strictly on the phone for 2 weeks. But after the original conversation, we have remained together 24 years later. Now, here's my point in saying all this. To the point of what Conscious was saying, everybody has a type, whatever that may be. But in those 2 weeks of time of us not seeing each other, she had an opportunity to get to know my humanity. She didn't know that I was a musician. She sang in the choir, but she didn't know, who I really was. But at the same time, in those 2 weeks, she got a chance to see me outside of the stage. She had a chance to know me from behind the microphone. She had a chance to get to know me from writing and all that. She got a chance to know Gary. And in that, her type didn't change, but her heart stepped in. And she said, wait a minute, he might not be aesthetically what I am normally attracted to, but my heart is attracted to him as a person. And all I'm simply saying to his brothers and sisters, now I hope this kind of goes down the street that you were heading down, Conscious, is that we've got to mature to learn.
Oh, we're still going. Okay, go ahead.
I apologize. I'll gladly step back because I don't want you to miss your point. Go ahead and say it, sis, please.
Oh, I'm sorry, sir. No, I was just simply everything that you mentioned, everything that Conscious mentioned about basically seeing the person for who they are and seeing their heart and all that other stuff. That's what I meant by expanding your options and not being focused on the race of the individual that you're looking at. Expanding your options. If we're just it doesn't. And I speak because I'm a Black woman. It does not serve us as Black women to simply focus on the race. He has to be a Black man no matter what, because it hasn't gotten us anywhere. It hasn't gotten us anywhere. That's how the Black community looks the way it looks, because Black men, there's no incentive for Black men to do better by us if they know that we're not going anywhere, that we're tethered and stuck to them. Date whoever you want to date. If your preference, Black men have preferences. I understand Black women. Some Black women have preferences. So they're going to date Black men simply because he's Black no matter what, blackity black. I get that. But what you and Conscious both said, both of you sounded like basically what I was saying, you're agreeing with what I'm saying, is that basically see into the heart of the person. Your soulmate may come in the form of a 5'4" Black man. Your soulmate may come in the form of a 6 foot tall Latino man. It may come in the form of a pudgy looking Asian man. It may come into the form of a pudgy looking bald Black man.
I'm gonna be honest. My only physical requirement is I'm dating Black.
Okay, that's you. That's right. But Conscious, you're part of the LGBTQ, so that can work for you. But what I'm saying, I just speak from cis hetero Black women. Us being race loyal has not worked for us. You can say that it has not. As a collective, as the numbers, the stats, the data does not lie. So I'm just simply saying.
But to that point, Kat, I mean, Black women also have a physical type, also have a physical and a sexual type too. What do you think about all of the Black men who also, all of the cis hetero Black men who exist, who are not given a type, who are not given a chance because of their weight or because of their personal style or because of how they look, who are looking for a woman to adore, a Black woman to love, sort of family, who are simply being discounted simply because they are not considered to be. There are hundreds of thousands and millions of those Black men that exist who fall outside of those things. It's not that Black men ain't shit, but there's a lot of and there's an issue on both ends with physical attraction that stifles.
I was that guy.
Okay, so dating is not charity. You like what you like. Right. This is not charity. It's saying dating is not a soup kitchen. So date who you prefer. If you are someone, listen, if you go out as a man, if you go out in the dating world and you're 3,000 pounds and you're complaining about women don't want me, we'll find there are women who do. So and if the women who you want don't want you, maybe that's a reflection on maybe, I got to maybe change my diet. Maybe I got to go to fucking 24-hour fitness or fucking LA Fitness and hit the weights. I don't know.
Now you're making it superficial though.
But Conscious just asked me the question about what about the guys who look a certain way. That was a superficial question, so I answered it that way. But what I'm saying,
Black women. That's my point. It's because physical matters.
Right, but the physicality. I understand that.
There are perfectly great spirited people.
Right.
Who are available for a good world and are available for love and are available to have romance and are available in all these ways, who are being discounted solely on that one thing, which is the way they appear physically.
But you get to like what you like though. So again, no one should feel sad about liking what they like. You have a certain type that you like.
Hold on. Can I say this? That actually goes to see. You've been saying every time we have these discussions, Cat Mouse, you call women pygmecious and everything because because what they like. See, that's where it becomes a hypocrisy. You can't say, well, people like what they like, but then turn around and say, you know, y'all gotta stop leave these niggas alone because they ain't no good and this and
No,
it
listen.
can't go both ways.
Right. And I'm gonna answer that. If y'all like to deal with black men, then deal with them. Deal with them. Listen, deal with them. If that's what y'all like, that's what y'all like. What I'm saying is that I'm speaking for black women who do not want to be rooted and tethered, saying that if they don't want to be rooted and tethered, because again, dealing with black men in general or as a collective has not served black women. Us being race loyal has not served us. You can't say that it has. You can't say that it has.
How do you know that though? How do you know that?
How I know? Because I have eyes and I see.
You can't. You speak
and the data and the stats, and I have eyes and I see.
You speaking for everybody, and that's not right. You can't do that.
Yeah, right. Listen, I shouldn't have to say all. I shouldn't have to say all. When we talk about white supremacy, should nobody have to say all, or no, some. Not all white people. We understand when we talk about white supremacy, we understand the nuances and not every single white person, So I shouldn't have to verbalize and say all. So let's move past that. But when I'm saying,
it sounds like a whole bunch of self-hate coming from you. Like,
no. Excuse me, no. We're not gonna go. Listen, no. No, we're not gonna go there. 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 We're not gonna go there.
That's exactly
where you went.
No, we're not talking about self. It's not about self-hate.
I'm sorry.
That's exactly what it is.
You went, we need to take you all the way down.
No, it's not about self-hate. No one's self-hating nothing. I'm sorry, but my whole
hold on, y'all. Yes.
Thank you, Conscious. Miss Cat, I don't know you personally, so please, I think if we go back to what we were exchanging between Conscious and myself, and what just happened to me is a direct reflection of what I was getting to, and I believe Conscious was getting to, and also I believe in a way Miss Cat was also getting to also. But the way we get past that is being able to be secure in what we feel and how we feel it, right? But understanding the room that we are in and be able to present our thoughts, our feelings to meet the need of the time and to meet the need of the audience. Also, the audience cannot show up to the play ready to throw the whole dumpster at the person. So I'm not pointing finger. I'm just simply saying that all of us need to be in order to get, there's the word, the context.
How is it self-hate if I'm saying expand your options?
Yes.
How is that self-hatred?
That's not what you were saying.
That was not what you were saying.
Look how you saying it though. Look how you saying.
How am I saying that?
I want to have a conversation with you. I'm gonna let you know what you were saying.
You
were saying that black women, if they want to date beyond their tax bracket, most black men are beyond their tax bracket. So if you want to date black women, so we right on that, right? Then you were saying black men are no good, they're evil, they don't love, and then we have beautiful examples of men come on our panel, especially that young black man that really
3 or 4 of them. Go ahead.
That really set you straight. So if you
want to set me anything, go ahead.
It's a red pill of women. You the red pill.
What? No.
Kevin Samuels, you want a high value man, and you feel that a high value man is of another nationality and race. Good luck.
No, it's not.
I'm gonna tell you, Cat Mouse, I see right through you. I see
Okay,
right through
love.
you.
All right,
I
love.
see right through you. It's
No.
easy. It's easy to see through you.
What I'm saying is, well, listen, Miss Barbara. Is it Miss Barbara?
Yes,
You say you're married, right?
Yes.
To a black man,
Yes.
and you guys live in the ghetto.
I have dated other men. I've had high value
Why
men.
does it matter where she lives?
In the ghetto.
Okay, all right,
In the ghetto.
okay,
In the
okay.
ghetto.
All right,
My
all right.
high value man was Herbert Wright. He owned Enos Francis houses. He was the first black
Okay.
man that gave $29 million for.
What I'm saying is what I'm saying for black women. What I'm saying for black women. If you want to live a certain way, and maybe go into the middle class and upper middle class and live in safe areas and safe communities, you can expand your options.
Black men
I'm not married to a man that has me living in the ghetto.
Black
I'm
men
not
can provide
married to
that.
no man that
Black
has me
men can
living in
provide
the
that.
ghetto and has me living in.
When you
Black-
marry your great white hope and you make
No,
Right.
he's not white.
don't
He's
make
not
sure
white.
you don't run
He's
down
not
the street
white.
jogging in that safe
Yo,
community that
that's
you
her
gonna put him in.
decision,
Make
yo.
sure
Let her
he's not
have her.
running down the street jogging in that safe community that you gonna put him in.
Conscious.
Ma'am. Listen, black men don't protect and don't provide. Obviously, he ain't providing
That's a
for you
lie.
because he lives.
That's a lie.
Really?
That's a
And
lie.
why does the community look the way they do? Why does the community look the way it does? Black men killing black women every 5 hours. Black men kill black women every 5 hours.
Here we go.
Black
Here we go.
men are
And it's people
black
really.
women.
It's people really in the chat defending you, and you crazy.
every
Something's wrong with you.
black
Something's
men
wrong
are
with you.
killing black women.
Something's
How
wrong
about
with you.
that?
Sorry,
So
please,
every 5 hours.
Miss Cat, respectfully.
There are godless people on every nationality.
But
What about that?
please,
Oh, no. We're not talking about that.
Conscious,
I know your
please.
mama taught you better
Conscious,
than
conscious,
No.
please.
What has you men got you living in this?
We just saw the Dharma show.
Can I please?
What are we talking about, man?
Pastor Gary, can you please come in and
I'm gonna drop down.
Yeah, I'm just.
I need y'all all here.
I'm getting triggered because the reality is this. There are times that Cat Mouse says some things that I can agree with. Well, no one is going to agree with everything, but I must admit this tone of what, not even the passion that you speak with, but it's like it's certain words that you're using that is very triggering to me. I don't even know if you're really conscious of it at this point. If it's deliberately to be done to offend. But I know I literally have relatives in my family that literally live middle, have the income to live in the middle class society, but choose to stay in the urban community because they're building up in the community. They're constantly buying properties, trying to, because this is their home. This is where they come from. If everybody leaves the ghetto, quote unquote, what you're calling it, if everybody leaves, then who's there to help preserve, bring back to life, and change it? Most what quote unquote ghettos were not our communities. That's the first thing they were for the Europe, the Caucasians, right? And then we migrated to their neighborhoods and they left. Now they're coming back and regentrifying these neighborhoods that you call the ghetto, and they're building them up, and they're sending us to the mountains and the valleys that we
the men are building up. The men are building it up, right?
Listen, that's the problem. Main problem. All of us on here are adults, and every time we get on a panel and it gets this heavy, none of us can respect each other and hear each other out. That's the first thing that we're doing that's disrespectful.
Yeah, and this is Gary. I know y'all call me pastor, and I am, but at the end of the day, Barbara and Lawrence, my parents, they named me Gary. So, but I appreciate that. But that point you just made, my sister, thank you, because we can never get bigger. We can never expand our reach. We can never expand our footprint in society, because I don't care how you try to word it, you still live here on earth. And as a collective and as an individual,
that's right.
We do not get to the point to where we can speak our piece and yet respect each other and don't agree. Did we catch? We have got to mature to a place to where we can openly disagree with the position at a point.
But Miss Anya, you talk about the gentrification and all these people coming in the ghetto and gentrifying and stuff like that. Are black men stopping all this and stopping them from? I mean, what are the black men doing to stop?
Why you so focused on black men? Why you so focused on black men? What is wrong with you? What's wrong with you?
Are you serious?
Why are you so focused? Why everything?
Let me respond, please. Let me respond.
I just want to make
because here's the reality. I don't want to. I don't want to talk about what has happened unless I'm talking about it by the solution. I have black children. I have two black men that I am raising to be productive citizens. I personally cannot afford. I don't care about what nobody else would do with their kids, their men, their family. I cannot afford to say the black man ain't SHIT and give up on the black man because I have two sons that I am raising to be productive citizens. And because of that fact alone, I want mine to get up when they become men. I want them to be productive in the community, to treat black women right, whether they want a black woman, white woman, whoever, but to treat human people right. But if they choose to want to stay within the race, I want them to treat a black woman just as good as they would treat their mama. Just as good. So I personally cannot subscribe to black men ain't shit. Excuse me to anybody that's right. But I'm not going to be mad at your experience because I believe you feel the way you feel because of your experience. I'm never going to diminish that.
Okay, so me saying that black men, saying that black women expanding their options. If again, you don't want to be married, a lot of people don't want to be married. So black women who desire marriage, who have achieved a level of success, who achieve a level of academic success. What do you say to them? No, don't go. Be race loyal. Stick with the black man. What do you say to that?
Goodness, this is going. You so.
I say search with their heart. I know a lot of times. I know what's triggering for most people. I know it's triggering that you feel like you shouldn't have to say. I'm not speaking to all. I'm speaking in general. I'm making general statements. Yes. I know that for those that are getting offended because they feel like you're saying all, it's only because that's all they've been hearing all their lives. No one has ever differentiated. If you hear all your life, you ain't SHIT, you ain't SHIT, or whatever. It doesn't matter if it's a general statement.
So expanding options is not so. So when I say expanding options, what does that mean to any of you?
You did not. To me, that means don't settle for just one thing. That means that you can
very good.
More than one way to find happiness. I get it. I get it.
Why are you emphasizing that?
Everybody, we cannot talk at the same time. Can we take turns? I'm going back on mute. All I want to say is have compassion. That's what we're missing out on. It's not that what you're saying, in my opinion, like I said, there are certain things that are triggering. I understand why it's triggering. I'm a critical thinker. I understand what you're saying. And I can respect what you're saying per your experience. The same way I can respect the gentlemen that's on a panel that's offended, I can respect their opinion about it as well. Where I'm finding fault in the whole conversation is there's no compassion because everybody wants to put out and express their point of view and not have compassion for the next person's point of view. That's where the ball keeps constantly being dropped.
Can any of you counter my argument with facts? Statistics, data, can interview. Because all I'm hearing is this emotion and crying.
Ain't no emotions.
American women that date out of their nationality.
Oh my God.
I'm not the statistics that you're talking
about. It's
the
N-word. It's the N-word. Most black women that date outside their race, the family members or the person that they even date at the end of the word, wind up calling them the N-word.
May I say something here,
Mary,
please?
Can I go, please?
Yes, please. I apologize.
Go ahead.
No, it's okay. I just want to offer a different perspective. So, Anya, I understand your passion, everyone's passion, right? I can agree with everyone, and I can also understand where Cat and Mouse is coming from. I think people are being disingenuous to her and kind of dismissive. I hate when people call black women hurt and bitter as if the type of people she's talking about don't exist in our community. Of course, that's not every single black man on the face of the earth, but the type of black men that she's talking about definitely exist in our community. And they're Miss Barbara, can I just go? Damn, you didn't say your piece. Can I say something? I've been quiet this whole time. But the type of men she's talking about do exist. And I think instead of trying to paint everybody with one brush, we need to have realistic conversations with our children and tell them that all these type of people exist. Like Anya was saying, she's raising black boys, right? Me too. Like I have to tell my son, like, yes, there's good people in the world and there's bad people in the world. And my parental influence may not outweigh his cultural influence, and we have to take into account as a community that we have a lot of bad actors that are black men. So what if my son idolizes the rappers and the ones that want to be thugs, because that's the men we uplift and put on pedestals, right? Because they rich and they have money for nothing other than the fact that they have money. No matter how their character is, their principles are, their morals are, we uplift them and we set them as the standard of what a black man is in the public. So she's not wrong. You may not 100% agree with her, but she's not wrong. The type of people she's talking about definitely exist, and we need to start acknowledging, like, hey,
yes,
these type
we
of people
know they
exist.
exist.
We need to point them out, and we need to squash them so the good black men of the world can be lifted up and highlighted, instead of saying, well, that's not all of them. Stop talking about them so bad. Yes, let's stop protecting these bad people of our community.
I was trying to make a
same with the women. Same with the women.
It's a lot of positive.
No, this is what y'all end up doing. Y'all end up protecting the black people because it's hurtful to know that those people exist. And yes, they exist. They exist in every community.
I got a question. I got a question. I got a question.
Mm-hmm.
Who fault is that if your kid is seeing a negative role model in a positive light? Who fault is that?
It's nobody's. You can't stop it. It's life. Like they're going to see it. They're going to see.
No, you can, but you can though. You have control of that.
I'll tell you who fault it is. It's the media's fault.
Because
the media.
Because it's a lot of because it's
TV constantly being pumped in our heads 24/7 to be
it's
something that we not.
It's options. Everything has options. It's a lot of positive role model men out here.
If somebody say you ain't shit over and over and over and over and over again, and that's all you hear, then you're gonna begin believing that. That's the same with the TV. If all we see on TV is our people bickering and fighting and doing the wrong things,
okay, but you can change. You can change the narrative and watch something else. You don't have to watch that.
Yeah, we all need to throw our TVs away and our radios and just be out in nature and live in the camp. That's what we need to do. So we don't see. So we don't see none of that.
May I?
Nobody wants to do that. So that's what I'm saying. We do have to change what we seeing all the time and what's around us all the time. Because again, we live in a society where guess what? We on a platform right now called media. So we use these platforms all the time, 24/7, and all we seeing on there is negative images of ourselves. Because we subconsciously take in. That's really what it is.
Because we choose to use these platforms.
Does the black male ever have any responsibility for his own image?
Because we choose to use these platforms what we use them for.
Hold on. Allow me to respond to what Cat Mouse had just said. Does the black men have any responsibility?
Yes. May I answer that, Conscious? And I apologize for cutting in. Jesus Christ.
Yeah. Can I answer?
Yes, please, sir. A very simple answer to her question, and then, bro, I'm gone. Yes, we have a responsibility as men. Let me change this. We have responsibility as gentlemen, and I'm saying this in general, on purpose. We have a responsibility as gentlemen to upgrade our presentation in social media. Also, ladies, we have a responsibility as ladies to present ourselves in a way that is indicative of how we want to be received. Now, watch this. But then there's a third side to this that everybody dances around. We have a responsibility in the community to highlight, God help me, to highlight the good. Did y'all forget what I said about 40 minutes ago? That the voice of the wicked seems louder because the voice of the righteous is so silent. My brothers and my sisters, the imagery of what we do not appreciate in the community, the picture is bigger.
Exactly.
Because we intentionally do not bring to the table another image. Let me say this. We have a responsibility to highlight the good. We have a responsibility to put it on the forefront. We have a responsibility. I know somebody gonna probably get upset, but take you some Tylenol. I love you with the love of the Lord. We have a responsibility to go ahead and be a parent. They're not your friends. They are your gift from God to.
That's all I'm saying.
For you to pour into them. And when you see negative things that are coming across their timeline, you cannot stop it per se, but you can put your foot down and say, hold up, that's not going to be played here. And you got to use wisdom. Understand that your voice is not the only voice of influence that your children are getting throughout the course of the day. They have their friends. They have their
peers.
Parents not being parents no more. They too busy caught up on other stuff.
They have teachers who are coming in to the school with another agenda. There is an amazing amount of influence that your children are getting when they leave out of the confines of the school. They're getting influence if they're walking in music. Their ear gate consistently is being flooded with more than just your voice. But this is what I declare unto you. Hear my heart, not just my words. You better understand that your voice is not the only voice, but your voice has better be the most consistent voice. Because the consistency or the inability for us to be consistent, and not only our children, but our nieces and our nephews, our grandchildren, our neighbors' children, the fact that we are so inconsistent with positive things in their lives is the reason that negative images are taking precedent in their life. So we've got to stop hiding behind the bushes and having conversations with each other. Get up and go be a positive light in not just your kids.
Exactly.
But your neighbors.
Exactly.
You can't force it. You can't make it happen. But the one thing you can do is at a minimum, put it onto the table. You can at a minimum, when you see something good, point it out to them.
Amen.
Remember, there's so many other influences that you cannot stop it, but you can make sure that the good positive stuff is at least brought to their attention.
Right.
That's
but
where
Gary, you understand that is a very you're talking about a very small, and I agree with everything you said, but
yes.
And you also said this, that's one portion of one side of the coin, because you have your kids until they're 18, God willing, they go to, if they want to, they go to college, they leave the house, so they're going to have other influences. Think about how many 40, 50-year-old men out here that are still disrespecting women. Their parental influence has been totally overcome by societal influence, because we do uphold the bad people of society. Like, look how people treat Russell Wilson. They mad at this man for no other reason than the fact that he wants to take care of his wife and be a good man.
Thank you.
No, like that. So the thugs,
that is a portion of Black men who are insecure within themselves. A portion.
But that's the majority, though. What are we talking about?
It really. But can I answer to that, please? And thank you for that point. Conscious, if I'm overstepping, please, you can pull my card. But listen, it really, in my estimation, it really is not the majority. Now, let me give some context to that. I believe that the reason that we are able to say that it is a majority, again, goes back to my simple point that the other side of the conversation is not highlighted. It is not brought out. So it seems like it's so big. What would happen? And this is not for us to go into the street and go to march. What would happen if we intentionally, for 48 hours, decided to highlight in the African American community in your local area good parenting, solid parenting, be intentional, resharing the stuff that brings no glory to the home, that brings no glory to, watch this, your last name. Because you got to remember now, what you are putting in your kid's name becomes part of their legacy. What would happen?
Yeah, no, it's people in the chat saying that they can't hear, and StreamYard did something weird with the panel too.
I saw that switching. Yeah,
it was about the switching. But can y'all hold on for a minute, y'all? Can y'all hear Gary? You guys in the chat? Can y'all hear me in the chat? If you can hear me in the chat, give me a 1, please. I need to do an audio check because something just happened. And
I saw the panel changing.
Okay.
Yeah,
so y'all can hear you guys.
Yes.
Give me 1 in the chat if y'all can hear in the chat. Us on the panel can hear each other.
It says they can hear now.
It's a 1. Okay, so everybody good. Okay, yeah. StreamYard is
interesting.
Yeah.
And sir, you're a pastor, right?
Yes,
Are you Baptist or Pentecostal? Or?
I'm Pentecostal.
Okay, so we know that we can just move past the not all. Okay, fine. But 70 to 80% of Black children are being born out of wedlock. Your pastor, last time I checked, you're not supposed to do that, right? Okay, so 70-80% of Black children. Okay, I don't know where else in any other community is that number so high. We know that that's high in the Black community, and as a pastor, you know that's not how you're supposed to be. And we know that the reason why is the Black women are not here being unwedded mothers through Asian men. They're not being unwedded mothers through Hispanic men, Latino men,
some Black
white
women
men.
are.
They're
some are.
Okay.
You can't say
But
that.
the vast majority, the vast majority of the collective, the vast majority are being unwedded mothers through Black men.
I don't mean to break up. I just realized I have 11 people on this panel. When did I accidentally buy the deluxe package of StreamYard?
I don't know. But
I don't know, 5 minutes ago. I don't know.
Maybe that was my damn plan that was upgrading just now because I just invited I've never had 11 people on a panel. This is interesting. Okay.
Wait, on my side I only see 10, so I don't know what.
Is that Uno TV?
It is. Hey y'all.
Hi Uno.
God is a wonder. God bless you.
It's 11 of us.
Yeah. Go ahead, sis. So I can go get this check.
As a pastor, you know that's not holy, that's not biblical, that's not right.
Oh
So,
my God, she done said the same thing over and over again.
What's the point? What's the point? What's the point?
what's the point?
What's the point?
What's the point? How
What's
do
the
you
point?
build a strong community if the men are not marrying the
Stop
women and
blaming the
they're
men.
pregnant?
Stop
They
blaming the
want to make
men.
men build
Stop blaming the
communities.
men. It's women out here who don't want to be married. It's
Can
women
I-
out here who don't want to be
Stop.
married. It's
Stop.
women out here who it's women out here who make bad choices on men. Stop just blaming the men.
Okay, so to
It's
make
men
better
that know.
choices,
It's men.
so
It's
to
women
make
that.
this-
It's women that men.
Sir.
It's women. It's women that know men that they laying down next to
Okay.
ain't worth shit. Ain't gonna
I'm
be
glad
shit.
you
Ain't did
said
shit.
that. I'm glad you said
And
that.
they
So
still
to
lay
make better
down
choices-
because
to make
they
better
still lay
choices,
down and choose to have
I'm
kids
so
by the
happy.
men. So stop
to
blaming
make
the
better-
men.
So to make better
It's
choices for black women, so
it's
black
equal
women can make better
opportunity.
exactly. So black women can make better choices by expanding their options and not being tethered to a group of men who make unwedded mothers at the highest rate. Go ahead. Anybody else? Uno TV. Hi.
My friend
Hi.
is white and they not married, and he a deadbeat. He don't do for them kids like he supposed to.
Can you bring up the stats? The stats, man. We stats and data. What's the number? What's the percentage? What is the percentage? What's the percentage of white children being born on a white eye?
Hell about them stats.
May I-
Okay, exactly.
may I
So
ask-
then you're not arguing in good faith. You're not arguing in good faith.
Wait,
You're
I
not
don't-
arguing in good faith. You're being
Conscious, I don't-
emotional. You're being
Conscious,
emotional.
Conscious, I don't want to utilize, I'm not a title person, but I don't want to say the pastor thing. But let me say this. I don't know if y'all are catching what's happening.
What's happening,
Right
Pastor?
right in front of us. Right in front of us.
A division.
We are.
Hold on. Excuse me. I'm sorry. I don't mean to cut you out, Mr. Gary.
Mhm.
I don't mean to cut you out. But I just looked up your statistics, Miss Cat Mouse, and it said Hispanic women are the highest women who have babies unwedded.
Okay, but guess what? But guess what though? In their community, they don't push their children out the household if they have child of wedlock, because most of them get pregnant young, and for the most
Very
part, they
young.
stay in the community and make sure everybody take care of the children. Carry on.
Yeah, so let me say this. Yes, I get it with the numbers and Miss Cat, I appreciate the need for the stats, but here's what's happening with all of the numbers and all the stats that we bring up.
Y'all don't care about stats because you have this
Now you don't care about stats. So now you don't care about stats. Shut up.
No, you don't care about stats because it paints black men in a bad light. That's the only time y'all don't care about stats, when it paints
You
men
just
and
said you
black
don't
men in a
care.
bad light. No,
You just
I
said you
said
didn't
y'all
care.
don't care. Y'all
Conscious,
don't
can I
care.
please- Conscious, can I please
Excuse me. Hold on.
Can I please just complete my statement? And I really try to respect everybody's point. We can never get to we can never get to where anybody's point is ever made with clarity because we intentionally are fighting over it's important, but it's not important. Listen, brothers and sisters, oh God, how in the world can we expect forget outside, how can we ever expect for people that are African American to even want to come sit in a real conversation if we here cannot be respectable enough to even hear the other person's point? Listen, I sit on panels with other situations outside of StreamYard, outside of social media, and the one thing that doesn't happen, even if you don't agree, we do not sit up here and kill each other because we don't agree on the point. How in the world can we get better if we're so messed up that we can't even hear somebody's point? I mean, this is the simplest thing. Hear what I'm saying. You don't have to agree. Just hear what's being said, because you might find out that the answer that you're looking for might be in the next sentence, but we won't sit quiet enough. Maybe it's because we haven't been heard all of our lives. Maybe you're really not fighting this conversation. Uh-oh, I feel something pushing me. But maybe you're actually fighting someone who's already dead, and you didn't get a chance to say to them that you hurt me, that you crushed my. Maybe you're not fighting with each other here. Maybe you're fighting in a fight with someone who you know you will never get an answer for, who you know you will never get an apology for. There, you need to understand, if that's your case, it's okay. But you need to talk to someone, because what it comes across is a very bitter, and I'm talking male and female, unlearned, bitter, mean, and just distracted from this little thing called life. We are too intelligent, brothers and sisters. We're too smart. We've got too much to offer to the world for us to allow something as simple as "you can't hear me" to cause us to stay stagnated. Stop fighting the outside, because maybe the stagnation is internal. Stop blaming everybody else, and just consider that this stagnant it's me. Maybe it's me. And I'm pouring it out on you, and you're fighting back saying, well, why are you angry with me? I ain't did nothing to you. I don't know you to be angry with you. Could it be, just as a thought, that maybe you need to have this conversation with someone else? And maybe, watch this, maybe it's got nothing to do with this conversation at all, but maybe this is the only spot or the only place that you've actually had an opportunity to speak your heart, to speak your piece, and you're pouring it out in a place that is inappropriate, and so it comes off as just being angry.
I'm just talking about. I don't mean to interrupt, Pastor, but I'm just talking about this. This.
Yes, the stats. Yes,
the stats, and
you
everybody.
just said you didn't
hold
care
on.
about
Everybody.
stats.
No. I said. Let me finish what I was going to say. What I was saying was that when it comes to Black men, stats don't. It seems what y'all saying is that stats don't matter. I'm saying 70-80% of Black children are being born out of wedlock, and like I said, other races are not making Black women unwedded mothers. Black men
Not
are.
true.
And every time,
Not
and
true.
every time. Well, hold on. Please.
You've been talking the whole damn
Please.
Wait a minute.
Please.
CTV.
Every single time I try to hold Black men to the fire,
Ma'am.
it's a bunch of y'all trying to freaking be super women and try to protect them. They can stand. Yes, you are. You're trying to stand on their own. This is why Black men. This is why Black men don't build. This is why Black men don't do shit, because y'all just a bunch of.
If you don't deal with Black men, why do you want to hold them to the fire? I'm confused by that. You don't deal with Black men. You've already said this repeatedly. So why do you?
I'm not. No. Why you should care? I care for Black women. Y'all don't care for Black women. I care for Black women. Y'all don't give a damn about Black women because y'all want Black women to be tethered. Y'all want Black women to be tethered to their asses. I care
I'm
for.
confused. Why do you feel that? Why do you feel like you have to be the one to hold somebody, to hold a group of people that you say that you denounce? You said it repeatedly in so many different ways.
I don't need to hold Black people, Black men. I'm talking about Black men.
Hello. If y'all are going to ask each other questions, allow the other person to actually respond. Y'all are actually talking through each other, and nobody can hear y'all. Y'all can't hear each other. The panel can't hear y'all.
Talking the whole time.
Hold on. Wait a minute. If y'all ask people questions, let them respond. Don't talk through and over each other. Like, let's try to actually dialogue here.
Now, can I please go? I only
CTV.
got 5 minutes.
Hold on. Yes, after Cat Mouse, say what you need to say. And then.
And then can I say this Ray? Can I say something?
Yes, and Ray. Yes.
Thank you, love.
Okay. And my apologies. My apologies for speaking over everybody. I don't want this to be contentious. I don't want this to be in a argumentative. Listen, all I said was expand your options. And then yes, and then we got okay, and then also I mentioned about black men. I understand y'all have black sons.
You said black men were terrorists. I heard what you say.
Okay, white men are terrorists. White men are terrorists too. Does that is everybody feeling good when I say white men are terrorists too? Does everybody feel good about that? Okay.
No.
All right. So okay, so white men are terrorists too. So
they all are bad. That's not what that means.
Okay.
And I've been trying to say that the whole time.
We know that, ma'am. Listen. We good. Are you married to a black man? Are you married to a black man? Are you married?
Why does that matter? Why does that matter?
Okay,
Didn't I just tell you in the private chat? I got a boo thing. That's a black man, and the son.
All right, there we go.
Way above my tax bracket.
Awesome. That's good for you, sis. I'm proud that you found that unicorn. I'm proud that you found the unicorn. I'm glad
but it wasn't the right time. But we
you
still
found the
together.
unicorn.
We don't
You
live
found
together.
good, exactly.
Together. Okay.
Good.
And we
You
still
found the
together.
unicorn.
And what?
But ma'am, like I said, we cannot. You guys are using. Okay, there's two sides to the brain. There's the left side that deals with logic, statistic, and facts, and then the right side of the brain that deals with emotions and deals with emotion. So basically, I'm trying to speak.
That's what
No, I'm spewing facts. You guys can't hear facts.
Hey,
I'm spewing facts.
Hello, hold on here. Let me get in here a little bit. So the conversation was brought up around Russell Wilson earlier. And people were saying that this is the way that all black men feel. No, to somebody else's point, no. Those are the way that insecure ass, hyper masculine identified, fragile ass niggas feel, because that rhetoric comes out of the 2 Chainz and the Trick Daddy ass community. It don't come out of the Good Fathers community. It don't come out of the Wholesome Dads community. You don't hear that rhetoric from them. We keep seeing a consistent backlash from a certain demographic and certain group of black men against certain things in the community. So it's very evident that it's not all black men who are participating in certain things or believe in certain things.
Right.
Dr. Cleo always talks about, because he's came onto this platform quite a few times, and he also talks about like how anti-black it is for us as a black and brown community to like double down on each other the way that we do, because no other race talks about themselves like this but us.
Thank you.
And he also talks about how we need to get into the habit of speaking like individually and stop the collective witch hunt against whatever side, and
generalized statements.
because the constant generalizations is what leads to like false information. It leads to stereotypes, misinformation. It leads to urban legends in the community. So now, of course, there is data. Of course, there is data, but the issue with data is that data also has to be interpreted. Data is nuanced. Data has context and contexts within them. So numbers don't represent something in and of themselves. They are a response to 50,011 things that are happening that contribute to why numbers are piling up over here in this corner and piling up over here in this corner. So, and I think there's room for that. But I'm just gonna say that, and then
okay. And again, it's not. Listen, I'm gonna leave it at this: date who you want to date, marry who you want to marry. You think you found you a good black man, good for you. But stop talking down at other black women who are choosing to expand their options. That's it, and that's all. Love who you want to love, but don't try to down other black women and try to prevent or try to talk shit about black women who desire to date and expand their damn options.
There's
Y'all
nothing
want to be
wrong with expanding your options, but when you drench it in hateful rhetoric, that's when it becomes a problem. It's like
you
having a
don't. So
preference.
listen.
It's like having a
You
preference.
said your dad and your
You have
brother
a
with the
Black,
shit,
so
bro.
I'm listen, if we and for us for
You have
us
a
to for black
and that's one
black
thing. But when it's
for black
prejudice, it's another. You were
it's not
speaking
prejudice. So
out of
black
prejudice.
women,
Yes,
so
you
black
were.
community,
You call
the black
men
community,
terrorists. That's prejudice.
okay, to the black community. If we want to talk about the black community and bettering the black community, if y'all don't want to hold black men accountable, then let the black community burn to the fucking let the black community burn to the fucking ground. Let it burn to the
It's
fucking ground. And I mean that with every fiber of my being. Let it burn. Because black men is running around destroying the black community. Okay. So I'm sorry.
It's already burned to the fucking ground. You too late.
Okay, all right.
May
Well,
I,
then let it
wait,
burn.
hold
Let it fucking
on.
burn then.
Wait, pause.
May I say this,
Let it
please?
burn.
May I
Go
say
ahead.
this, please, brother?
That's hateful.
Thank you.
That's
Thank you.
hateful rhetoric.
Listen.
No, it's not.
Listen.
Okay,
Wait.
let me tell her this
Wait,
because
please.
I lived amongst
No,
Can we
please,
go in
guys.
order? Gary,
Please,
Gary,
guys.
don't talk. Gary, don't talk. Let Uno talk. Uno is next, and then me. Y'all been talking for hours. No, sir. Please, come on. Let's have some chat etiquette. No, you can hold that since your turn. Let's have chat etiquette. Seriously, praise God. And it's Uno's turn.
Thank you so much.
This is not cool. This is not cool. It's Uno's turn. And you can speak after I speak or whoever TTV
It's a
says.
bad static coming from your phone, right? It's like real staticky.
So
it was doing this the
CT,
last time. I don't know what's going on.
I'm sorry,
It's a brand new phone. Weird.
Hold on,
CT,
hold on,
I'm sorry.
hold on, y'all. I have hold on. Ray, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah. It's are you using a headpiece?
Well, I'm using a completely different one now. I'm using a wait, hold on. What if I turn it down? Is that better?
No, it's like static every time you speak.
Oh, it's so weird because this is a brand new phone, like literal iPhone 14 and brand new headphones.
Yeah, it's static and bad.
Yeah, I think it's doing it on my end too.
Yeah, I don't think StreamYard likes me. Hold on, I'm gonna try something else and I'll come back up.
I'm okay. Okay.
May I,
Okay.
CT, please? This is Gary.
Yes.
Please. Thank you. And I actually got to go to work, so that's why I was going to toss us in there. Again, same point, guys. We got to be able to hear each other because we cannot get to a conclusion if we cannot hear each other's point. That's a dead horse. We can beat that into the ground. But what's a triggering point, I believe, for some people is when we hear a statement that seems like accountability is only from one side. But we have to be honest. Yes, our men, we got to come up. We got to do our thing. But we also cannot sit around and act like our sisters are not doing, let's say like this. There are some women who need to have a better representation of themselves. Because what my mother used to say was, if you get it into the head of that young lady, if that young lady has standards for her life and does not come down from those standards, she doesn't even have to yell. All she has to do is set her standards in life and keep pressing through, because any gentleman or lady, whatever, that does not meet her standards, don't even entertain it. Keep moving. The problem is we are allowing people to pull our standards down just so that we can say that we got somebody laying next to us in the bed, so that we can say on social media that I'm dating somebody. And and by doing that, you, not anybody else, you are setting low standards for yourself. So ladies, pull yourself up too. You young men, pull yourself up too. Let's not make it one-sided, because that's wrong information. Everybody set some standards for yourselves. Pull yourself up and move on with your lives. But stop all this bickering and stuff right here on social media. Because let me tell you something. Y'all say what y'all want. They listening. And we wonder why we're not getting into certain spaces, is because they sit back and they hear this type of action against each other, and they say like this: why would I? Because if we bring you onto our platform, will you react like this? That's all I'm saying. Is we gotta learn to respect each other, standards up, and stay there.
Is it Uno TV? Is it Uno TV's turn?
Can I add this about?
Let you. Thank you, Conscious. I appreciate you, and I'll see you
for being here.
You got it. Love you guys. All right. Blessings, guys. Stop it. Blessings, guys. Bye bye.
Have a good day, Pastor.
You too. Bye bye.
Okay. Hold on. Is there anybody who hasn't spoke yet who wanted to speak?
Girl, the trenches, child. I mean, shit.
Yeah.
Goddamn. Woo, child. Okay.
I know that. Yes, because I know that Burke is very triggered by cat. Well, it seems like everybody's triggered by cat.
I'm not triggered by it. It's just certain things she say. Like, it's crazy.
Okay, I'm going to try to be as non-triggering as possible. But I'm going to say this. Only Conscious gonna cut me off. If y'all cut me off, I'm screaming at all y'all on the panel. I'm sorry to say it. So, I want everybody to hear what I gotta say before everybody starts yelling. Because I know this topic is very, very touchy. And so we're all like on our toes right now. The reason I feel like Cat Mouse is not getting heard per se is because, again, we as a Black community have this rhetoric where you're not supposed to talk about the negative, because once you do, then it opens a light for everybody to come attack us too. Now, again, Cat Mouse's perspective and a lot of Black women's perspective now has been open based off of certain YouTubers who have had the rhetoric of, like she said, go after who loves you. That's basically what she said. The reason why I got taken out of construe was because she said, oh, basically that Black man ain't shit. And like someone else said, that's all we hear now, because that was presented on social media. That we're seeing on all these podcasts. That we're seeing, on a regular day-to-day basis on, social media. And I get it, Again, me being part of LGBTQ, I only can say so much because I don't always understand the hetero male space to everything that goes on. But I will say this, back to a concept about the Russell Wilsons of the world and why it seems that only the futures of the world get praised and the Russell Wilsons do not. There is a small spectrum of men in the Russell Wilson world that don't get talked about, that don't get praised, because A, as a father, it's your duty to take care of your children, protect your wife or your baby mama or whoever woman in your life. And then in the future side of the world, where most of these young men are now growing up as that being an influence and seeing that on TV, the babies and the Tory Laneses and the Lil Waynes, the Drakes, whatever, who some of them, let's be real, denounce dark-skinned Black women to uplift light-skinned Black women. And then that turns to not just a Black versus Black woman war. Now we're having a colorism war, a featureism war, a texturism war. Only the Black community has these wars of depicting every piece of shit that goes in it. The other communities do not. Now, when Cat Mouse said that Black men are the terrorists, she said that. And again, if you want to look at the data that she's speaking on, you can, and you want to denounce it, so be it. But apparently, because I don't know, I'm not out here killing people, but every 5.5 hours, per the data, Black men are killing Black women. Now you take that for how you want to take it. Because if you as a Black man know, hey, I'm not killing Black women, but you know somebody who is you not saying shit, you're just as part of the problem.
Thank you.
And so what I'm trying to express is the fact that, like the pastor said, we're always going to have these arguments solely based on the fact that nobody is agreeing with each other. Everybody has their own personal experience, their own endo experience, which causes them to have their own personal bias. So we are never going to be on accord as a Black community because we all feel a certain way about certain shit in certain topics of the Black community. Now, because about 20 minutes to 5 minutes now. To hetero Black men, because again, I'm gay. I can't speak for everybody. Why you have so many Black women on this edge is because, again, an example of what young men are now idolizing. It seems like in the home, outside the fact that there's not a lot of father figures who are in the home nowadays. It's not like it was back in the day where your granny made sure you took care of that motherfucking child. That's not happening anymore. It's being glorified a baby mama culture. That's being glorified on both Black men and Black women. And sad to say it, there's more statistic now that even Black men that go outside the race to date or have procreate with other women are making baby mamas too.
Thank you.
Now you can come back and say that as Black women, it's y'all fault y'all not picking the right nigga. How's she supposed to know who the right nigga is once she get pregnant by him?
Thank you.
Now you can have conversation. You can use contraception. You can bet. You can do all the shit that most Black women now are saying on in social media spaces. Guess what? If that woman loves that man enough that she'll give a fuck what that man has to offer, but she'll have that baby, you can't tell her shit. So yes, Black women are just as far as Black men is too. But guess what? Y'all always say, "Oh, it's the woman who carries the child, so she has the full bearing." No, it's not. No, it's not. You can say all that lot of happy life bullshit in her ear to get her pregnant, and then leave her a single mother. And then when she go take the child support, oh man, fuck her. She all this bullshit. It does not work that way. At some point in fashion, if y'all want to be the way it was back in the Gap, where men were the breadwinners and the women were submissive in the home, take care of the kids, just that. Y'all told Black women, as Black men, y'all told Black women to step up and do better. And they did. And guess what? Half of them now, I don't know what the statistic is, majority of them now are now the breadwinners of their household, and most of them are single mothers. So when are you going to allow, when you want a woman to allow a Black man, because this is a Black conversation, a Black man to do what he's supposed to do if she's making more than him? There are some women who do not care that a Black man is making less than them. They don't, because they want a piece of a man.
Thank you.
Cool. But guess what, though? It's always going to be an argument of, well, niggas ain't shit because they ain't doing. Okay.
I never
let that man do what he's supposed to do if he's showing it. And that's why when Malcolm Media said he feel like I hate all Black men. No. I have my own personal bias with Black men, hetero Black men, because I see my mother get married to a Black man who cheated on her half the marriage. And he was a man of God. A man of God. So when the pastor was saying his stuff, something I identify with, something like, yeah, you blowing wind. Because not every man of God can speak the truth and follow the rules of the Bible to verbatim. But I got to this pastor. He said what he said, and he had a very different story. But I'm just saying, we have to collectively figure out what the hell the problem is. And I'm sad to say it because I might love Dick as much as I do, but it ain't always be the man's fault. But they are majority whole accountability for the Black community, yes. Because I made a comment earlier in the chat where I said, hetero Black men will not allow women, gay Black men, gay Black women, and the trans community to run the community, because at the end of the day, who runs the community in every other race and ethnicity? The men, not the women. And that's where it starts at. When the man go back and take control and do shit they're supposed to do. And that's all I gotta say.
Thank you.
You spoke the truth.
Yeah, respectfully, all right? Because it seems like every time us men talk, who is hetero, we don't get no flaw like that. We've been respecting everyone's flaw. Y'all don't respect our flaws. Like every time
we can't hear.
There's some static in your phone, Queen. Are you talking through an ear? Are you talking through a device?
Yeah, but my phone fucked up, so
I got it. Oh, he done muted. Well, I think what Quake was trying to say is that why is it that when straight black men go to speak and stand up that they don't get the same applause? Is it because most people feel like, I guess it, well, I mean, I guess there's no applause because, I mean, what I keep hearing being echoed is that it's such a minority of men, straight black men, who are actually like addressing the patriarchal issue that I guess people are not impressed by the minority. It's going to take it's going to take a much more noticeable backlash and clapback from the cis straight male community for it to really feel like something that's truly worthy. But I do think that a step in the right direction is just men participating in spaces like this. Like, men need to continue to jump in women's spaces and say, yeah, like, we got to get rid of the fucked up and the toxic. We got to confront the toxicity, you know, of the male community, to jump up in the LGBT spaces when LGBT people are talking about those issues and rally behind. I mean, that definitely becomes noticeable when men are being allies in our way and jumping in. I do understand. I do empathize with it's not all men. I mean, the reality is, I don't know. Because here's the reality. All of the toxic niggas that we talk about in the culture and in the manosphere and in hip hop, I actually don't know any men really like this in real life. Like, my uncles are not like this. My cousins are not like this. Like, I know the complete opposite as well of these men. I know, I do know that also, like, drama, bad behaving people get much more publicity, and that's just across the board. Then even the kid in the family, if anybody has ever had a sibling who was on bad behavior, they got more attention from their parents than your honor roll ass did, than your taking out the trash how you should ass did, the bad kid or the rebel kid. So we live in a culture period where bad behaving people take up more space. I think sometimes that can skew our perception of what's happening and how big a thing is. But
Conscious, you know how when you talk about white supremacy and what mayonnaise people do, and then there's always those white people that say, well, not all white people, when we talk about police brutality, not all police do that. It's a way, when you say, when they say, oh, not all, it's a way to shut down debate and conversation. Of course, not all. We have to talk about what the problem is and get to the root of the problem. We'll actually discuss what the problem is and try to come up with solutions. Because when it's police brutality, when it's white supremacy, and there's always that crowd that said, not all white people are like this. Not all police are doing this. Well, yeah, we know that. Duh, we know that. That should go without saying. The problem is when we talk about in the black community, between black women, black children, black men, the problem consistently for decades upon decades has been black men not stepping up to the mantle of manhood. For the past decade, we see what we see. We all have eyes. If we're not blind, we all have eyes, and we see what we're seeing. And then the numbers are backing up what we see. So the statistics, the research, the data backs up what we all can see clearly, what the issue and what the problem is. And so we can't just say, oh, well, my uncle, my grandpa, and my brother, my son, he would never. Well, all these black men are somebody's grandpa, there's somebody's son, there's somebody's brothers, and they're nevering. They're going out in the community and they're nevering. They're doing things that we wouldn't think that, no, not my son, not my dad, not my brother. We have to move past the personal and get to and come to the conversation with facts, numbers, and logic. Understand, leave your emotions at the door. Okay, you're married, your fiance's black and all this other stuff. That's fine. Leave that at the door. We understand not all, but but by that, you cannot shut the conversation down and say, well, my cousin's not that way, so therefore what? That's not, you're not coming to the conversation in good faith.
Unrighteous, evil people. You cannot be saying a race and whole. That's the most ignorant thing. How far have we come from that? We have overcame that. You understand? All white people are evil. All black people are this and that. God, you judge a person by their context, how they treat you, what kind of God they serve, how they react with you. As a, because let me tell you something, I have lived with the richest of white folks, the richest of immigrants, and I'm gonna tell you, it's very uncomfortable. It's very uncomfortable sending your black, beautiful children to them all white schools. It's very dangerous and uncomfortable for them. I thought I was doing the great white hope. My kids said, "Are you insane? You had me in that all white terrible school. I couldn't stand it." They try to do this to me. People even try to kill my kids, chase them to school, try to kill them. But I thought I was, leaving Harlem, and I'm in the fabulous life with the great old white folks. My neighbors are airline pilots and nurses and doctors. Miserable damn life. Listen, the thing we have to do is keep our communities, clean up our communities, and get the village back, loving the communities. Loving the community. That's what they wanted to do with the gentrification, destroy our community so the village cannot raise the child. We have to go back to raising the child. We have to, because see, you had an example of good parents. You could be as good as you can to your children. You would die for your children. Most parents will actually die for their children. You understand? And their children still wind up messed up, but they wind up being able to save another child because another child listened to them. Never give up.
Miss Barbara, do men protect and provide for the community?
I want to hold on. I want to say, I can't speak for nobody else, but I can speak for myself. When I'm bringing up the fact that these type of men exist in this type of whimsical space for me and not in my direct experience in terms of the men that I actually have a relationship to, that's not a deflection from the criminality and assault and whatever the fuck is pervasive in our communities, because we all have lived it and we see certain things. I'm making a point to say that if we want to talk about the numbers, then it's probably in our best interest to actually be specific and factual. So if it's only 50% of black men in a particular area, then we need to say 50% and not all, because 50% is not all. 30% is not all. 60% is not all. And I understand, just like in any type of allyship situation, if women want black men to be allies, then that's going to be a way to help reinforce allyship. Is because when you keep, because the people tell the LGBT people the same shit. Y'all say all straight, all straight, all straight, all straight, all cisgender, and y'all correct the living shit out of us despite the numbers and despite the data, etc. But if the data is the data, then let the data be. And then let's address the 50%. Let's address the 40%. Let's address the that percent. If the people that we want support for are telling us what triggers them up or what hinders them, then like, look, either this is really about the pathway forward and us galvanizing our efforts and working in tandem together to make a difference, or it's just about continuing to trigger each other up and use triggering ass language and piss everybody the fuck off, and then we get nowhere real fast as usual. So I'm all for us finding nice. I'm all for us finding nice mediums in order to be able to move forward to get to some proactiveness. Because clearly what everybody is saying here is that really we can't do it without each other. I mean, aside from the people who definitely believe in divesting, I mean, then divest. But for those who are not and I mean, we're gonna have to work together in this bitch. So it's gonna take compromises and understanding from all sides.
Understand, and we do need to come together, but it's hard to come together if we can't, if we say, hey, this is a problem, and then there's black men and black women saying no, that's no, you're making the black men feel uncomfortable. It seems to me that every time we bring up issues of black men, trying to hold them accountable, it's a group of black men and black women trying to protect this image of black men when we're trying to.
What are you holding? What are you holding black men accountable for exactly? I just want to know.
Oh, okay. You want to go there? Okay.
Yes, I just want, and let her talk. Let her talk, everybody. Let her talk. I just want to know what she holding black men accountable for.
Okay. For creating broken homes, one, for unwedded, the high rate of unwedded mothers. Let's see, killing black women at a rate, I think someone said 5 hours, every 5 hours. And I know somebody's going to say white people do it too, but I'm talking about the reason why I say these rates.
We're not talking about white people. We're talking about black people.
All right, very good. All right, so 5 hours, black men are killing black women every 5 hours. Black femicide, that is a huge problem.
Oh, wait a minute, hold on. I want to help out. Cat Mouse here. So I'm looking up statistics myself. So,
okay.
Wow. What race has the most fatherless children? That would be black children who 57.6% of black children, more than half of black
it's
children.
Not 70, like she said.
Hold on.
Okay, more than majority.
Well, I mean,
majority.
No, that's not majority. That's half. 50 is half.
Yeah,
Do the math.
There's 56.
I blame the economic economy on that. You got me.
Hello.
Let Conscious finish.
Hello.
Go ahead.
57.6% of black children are experiencing fatherlessness. So that's a little more than half of the black community, which is that's still atrocious.
Yes, it's atrocious. Thank you. And then black children have experienced the highest rate of poverty. Now, we talk about economy. Men are supposed to provide. I think we should all agree that men should be providing for their women and providing for their children. I don't know anybody here that would argue against that. So if black children experience the most impoverished circumstances compared to any other race of children, then that points to the failure of black men as a collective. Of course, not all, but it speaks to the failure of black men. Again, we understand that this is a capitalist society, a global capitalist society. And because of that, there has to be an underclass, right? There has to be a working class. There has to be an underclass. The question becomes, does it have to be black people? And specifically, does it have to be black men who are the permanent, which seems to be we're moving into being a permanent underclass because our black men are not doing the provision and not providing for their children. Go ahead.
Can I give you an explanation or opinion about that? How many black? Can you look this up, Conscious? How many black women are on Section 8 in America?
Because of the failure of black men. That point.
Here we go.
The fact that the black woman has to go to the white man and beg him for housing assistance.
A lot of black women go to the government because they want to go to the government. A lot of women don't want to be because they want to go to the government.
Can I say something? It is government assistance unless you put the father, if you're not married, unless you put the father on child support, you can't even get government assistance. And I know that for a fact because my sister had to do it for her to get her government assistance. She had to put the man on child support.
Okay, so men should be paying child support to help feed their children. Child support is the bare minimum. But go ahead.
Listen to me.
No, but
listen to me.
But I'm saying that to
say. Well, hold on. hold on real quick. So as I'm looking through this, so I'm gonna try to narrow it down to gender, but as of right now, it's definitely true that the white population is participates in the most government welfare programs than any other ethnicity. Now we are white people represent 37% of government benefit assistant recipients. We are following behind them 26%. They represent 37%, and then Hispanic, Asian, and Native American, etc. But I just want to introduce that. I'll continue to look through this.
Thank you, Conscious.
Okay. So let me
ask me a question, sir. Go ahead. Go ahead, sir.
Let me finish what I was saying.
Go ahead, sir.
No.
Okay, go ahead.
Can't talk.
Can you all tell me if my mic is it still wonky?
We hear you.
Who can't talk?
No, it's Renee. I was just checking.
Because it's data. Because y'all got to be serious. The black man has been denied his civil jobs and everything, affirmative action and everything to be successful.
So has the black women. Black women deal with racism and sexism, but go off. Black women deal with sexism and racism, but yeah, go off.
There's a lot of systematic oppression across the board. That's what Ms. Barbara's trying to convey.
That's what I'm trying to say as well.
Black women deal with racism and sexism, and somehow we make a way. But go ahead.
But no, this is why I can't agree with that, because it's more cool to be a damn drug dealer than to be a lawyer or a cop or something. So let's stop talking like they just don't have no options at all.
Exactly,
No,
exactly.
Not what we said. That is not what I said. I said it was systematic oppression.
And you are correct.
It's also self-oppression. That's my point.
Yeah, self-oppression. The main thing is self-oppression. What we have is called a
low. On these young men is a felony, and once they put that on, they are denied jobs.
It's a wrap. It's a wrap.
Okay, stop.
In my community,
no one is forcing them to
I'm gonna say this, and then I'm gonna let y'all have it, man. Whether y'all want to believe it or not, all women don't want to be protected and provided by black men. It's women out here who would rather put your black ass on child support, take your child support, get government assistance, because they don't want you to dictate what's gonna be done in this house, what's being paid for, what this do, what that do. A lot of women don't want to be protected and provided by black men. Black women.
Somebody has stopping you from being.
God, can I talk? Can I talk? Can I
talk? Allow Bert to sound off.
Yes, let him say his piece.
Right, shit, like. Stop acting like all women want to be protected and provided for. Because if that was the case, would no black women be on child support? Be putting black men on child support and be on Section 8. Being on Section 8 means you're going to be in the bottom of the barrel of your wherever you living at. Which means your kid is 10 times out of 10 going to be caught up in the system. That's point. That ain't stats. That's facts for your ass. And you can sit here and laugh. You can sit here and laugh like it's funny and try to act like I'm not saying something that's true, but that's true. Part of the reason why you got these black terrorists that you talking about, and these kids growing up in fucked up environments is because where they've been fucking brought up at.
You feel black women don't want to do right. Don't want to do whatever she want to do.
She don't want no man telling her you can't. As my woman, you can't. As my woman, I don't want you wearing this. I don't want you shaking your ass on the internet. I don't want you wearing half naked clothes. You need to make sure my kids are being fed and this and that. They don't want the structure or the guidance.
Yo, see,
if you sitting here.
You know that you're a partner, not her.
There's a lot of good black men that try to put that on women and they walk away. I'm gonna say it. I'm gonna tell on my own self. That's why my ass is broke, busted, and fucking disgusted.
Come on. We gonna tell the truth. We gonna tell the truth, or we gonna lie. Are we gonna tell the truth?
I was working for the fucking railroad. The man tried to tell me what to do, how to guide myself, but no, I wanted to be a fast ass. All I wanted was champagne, drugs, my fly apartment. I ain't want no damn brownstone.
Thank you. Thank you. What's your name? What's your name? What's your name, man? What is your name, man? What is your name? What's your name, man? What is your name, man? What is your name, man? Ma'am, what is your name? What's your name, man? Barbara. God bless you, Barbara, because you out here telling the truth. It's a lot of women out here. There's a lot of women like you, like you were out here in the world, and they blame black men. It's a lot of black men that try. It's a lot of black men that come out that do for their kids. It's a lot of black men try to raise their families.
Y'all stop hollering.
It's a lot of black. It's a lot of black men that try to raise their families, try to be with one woman, try to do all the right things, bro. But if a woman, if a woman neglects that, if a woman don't let you do that, what can you do but walk away? That's all you can do.
Okay.
CTV, can I jump in real quick? It's Ray.
Yeah, can Ray say something really
Yes,
quick?
hold on.
Can
Hey,
someone else speak?
y'all, people would not have to yell if people were not talking through and
Yeah, bro, they don't even let nobody talk,
Like,
man. Y'all find one thing, y'all don't like what somebody saying, y'all want to over talk them, bro. Like,
do the same
that's
thing.
petty, bro. No, because I let people talk. I ain't interrupt nobody.
Burke has had less talking time than everybody on this panel.
Right.
collectively. Y'all been up here for hours. Okay, so
Exactly.
As
please,
soon as I get to talking, y'all get to talking over me and stuff, bro. It's petty, bro.
I do want, because y'all can't talk at the men. You got to talk to the men. This
Can
is
I
a
ask him a
dialogue, not a firing squad. Ray, welcome back to the platform. I know you're trying to get your mic together. Yes,
Okay, is it better now?
it's still static, but I'll see if we can push through.
Okay, so I just want to say this,
It is better.
and please, no one interrupt me, please.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so what I'm gonna try to do real quick, because I be on and I jump off. Okay, I've lived in Europe for 33 years. I live in one of the most homogenous white countries on the planet, which is Switzerland. My husband is a wealthy white man. I was married to a regular working class white man before that, also Swiss. So what I'm going to tell you guys is this. A lot of the problems that black males have in America, it has to do with the system, how the system was built. Because it's not because a black man is a black man and he doesn't want to do this, he doesn't want to do that. Y'all have to understand that the 13th Amendment, for example, was created so when they abolished slavery, if they sentenced you to prison, they can make you do prison labor, which is a form of slavery. Therefore, when black men come out, they need to keep the system running. So what they do is they keep putting these felonies and these crimes, different crimes, charging black men with different crimes so that they continue to feed the system. Whereas you have here in Switzerland, when somebody goes to prison, these are white people. White people, they care about one another. So therefore, they're not going to want their own to be eternally incarcerated. Therefore, they have all these programs. So when they come out of jail, they're able-bodied citizens ready to go back to work. Here in Switzerland, they don't list their citizens by race. In Switzerland, a Swiss is a Swiss. I'm not an Afro-American Swiss. I am a Swiss. And therefore, they because they value their citizens, because their citizens are seen as a commodity, because the black man is not seen as a valued commodity in America. That is why we have generations, literally centuries, and we're talking 200-300 years, where they intentionally try to break the spirit of the black man. So then here we go. We're talking about black on black crime. Well, white people kill each other in Appalachia at the same rate that black people kill each other in Chicago. It's your environment. So it's the system and it's environmental. And this is what we have to move away from. And I realize that there's a lot of hurt with black women, and I completely agree that there is generational hurt amongst black women, between black women and black men, because we've They've left us either of their own accord or involuntarily. And this is a situation where we have to begin. We have to start. We can't go back to a fully grown man. We have to start with our nephews, our godsons, our own sons. We have to start building community. My first husband and I, we're divorced, but he's still one of my best friends. And although there were things that went on in our marriage and the reasons why I divorced him, my children, my sons don't know why. Why? Because it's none of their business. I am not going to tear down their father to them because I want them to have their own relationship with their father. My relationship with my ex-husband is so good that he came to my wedding, to my current husband. And so what I'm trying to tell you is that money and status and all these things don't matter within your relationship if your relationship is screwed. Race doesn't play a role. Like I said, I'm married to my white husband, this white husband, for 25 years. We have the same issues that I probably would have with a black husband. So what I'm saying is we have to look at this from, like CTV is trying to provide, stats and facts. This is what we have to do. We have to see that the black man to this day is an endangered species in America. And I'm not making excuses for black men. They do some trash ass shit. Obviously, just like black women do some trash ass shit. But black women are not being literally hunted by the system the way that black men are. And so that's all I want to say. I'm looking at this from the outside, from the inside out, because I'm in Switzerland. And let me tell you, when we had our Black Lives Matter march here for George Floyd and Breonna Taylor, it was the biggest march Switzerland has ever seen. We had in Zurich, where I live, 20,000 people alone. That's a lot for Zurich, because Switzerland only has 8 million people. And then you had another 10,000 in the French part in Geneva, because something happened when the whole story about George Floyd broke internationally, and then Breonna Taylor. It broke something and it began to rebuild something. Before, as a black person, you were kind of treated kind of shady oftentimes. But when white people, even my own husband, who's been with me all these years, when he saw, I've never watched the video, but when he saw what happened as a physician, when he saw what happened to George Floyd, and when all the other white people all around Europe saw what happened to George Floyd, they were absolutely appalled. And they finally understood that black men in America are disrespected and disregarded and hunted and killed without regard.
Thank you.
And so this is what we have to understand. This is not just something that you guys are experiencing, and they can't, it's hard for them to get out. We have to understand they are trapped in the system just like the black women are. And like I'm raising 2 black men. I know my kids are biracial, and people gonna have their arguments. Are they black? My boys consider themselves black. In the story, we're not discussing it because black love and black mama equals black children. I don't care. So, but they understand the privilege of their complexion. They understand that too, which is why I make them learn about their culture, probably even more than some full black mothers do, because I need them to understand as soon as somebody sees me, you're black. I don't care how light skinned you are, I don't care how straight your hair is, you're black. And so we have to start to approach one another with love and respect and stop all this. Oh, if you marry a man from another race, it's going to be skippity doo dah, wonderful day. No, it's not. It's the same amount of work as if you marry a black man. If you are coming in on an equal intellectual level, it's about your intellect, it's about your character. It's about these things, the same things that attract somebody else to a person of another race. You can have that in your own race. It's the same thing. It's based on intellect, their spirit, their spirituality, all of those things that make a relationship work can work. Same race or biracial relationship. We have to get away from this white men or men of another culture are better than our own. I didn't marry a white man because he was white. I married him because I fell in love. So I'm dropping down. God bless you guys. I don't stay long. So
Thank you for that.
love you. Okay, bye love. Bye guys. Thank
Bye.
you for being
Okay.
respectful. Thank you.
Bye,
I
Ray.
also want
I
to
love the
say this
fact that
too.
she's actually
And
married to
hold on, y'all. Let me drop this link. It's another panel. I mean, it's another slot opened up. Thank you, Ray, for that. I do want to say that let's just entertain hypothetically that other races of men were better. I wouldn't even be surprised at that because I mean, I don't live anywhere else, so I can't speak to no other place but this country. I wouldn't be surprised at that because black male Americans are in and Ray was saying this too, are in a unique position. Like, why? Like, you damn right. If you ain't been through cattle slavery and systemic racism,
she right.
then your ass should be all right as a
doing
male of
well.
another ethnicity.
Exactly.
You should be all right. I mean, you ain't been through the generational trauma issues that are still pervasive in the community that affect the people of today, just like they did in ancient times. So, but see, this is where it gets interesting. Our people are still a wounded people. So black women are inheriting wounded black men and vice versa. Now, I do think women get a leg up because the feminine consciousness is naturally more empathic than the masculine consciousness is. So women tend to strive better under stress and strive better under grief and strive better under pressure and strive better under these things because of their spiritual capacity than the male consciousness does. And so in that way, it makes the plight of women very interesting as it relates to black men, because the question does come, how much are black women supposed to continue to endure before it's time for the scales of power to balance themselves out? At some point, black men have to move away from a attraction to power and a attraction to equality and resource. There has to be, once again, there's a level of accountability that has to take place in the black community that is going to wrestle with all of our egos. And how willing we are to have that ego death, I don't know yet, because the conversations make it clear that there's way too much ego present to really get to the actual resolve. But it's a unique position that black Americans are in the West, and it's hard to deal with a trauma-induced people. This is why you have a lot of black people that have a lot of disdain for other black people and have anti-blackness in them, like Miss Monica, who we heard from. There's lots of black people who don't want shit to do with other black people. They prefer to live in white communities. They prefer to go to white schools. They prefer, because it's very difficult, and black people are not responsible in and of themselves for the state that they're in, which is what makes it even more fucked up, because you're gonna keep, if the space you're in is not getting better, you're going to keep getting sick in the space that made you sick to begin with. And because America refuses to actually deal with the race issue and refused to be proactive in rectifying the issue of the African population here, there's no reparations, there's no attention to mental health. There's no issue about national. I mean, there's no attention brought to national identity. There's no specifics made about what has happened to the African population here, and that's pretty wild. And so now you've just left a conquered people who've been railroaded over in the most extreme terroristic of way, appearing to have an opportunity to just pull themselves up by their bootstraps, when that's not even the case either, because the system of Jim Crowism and racism has just evolved and become more cleverly disguised and embedded within the system. And so Black Americans are literally in the West. I mean, are literally in the sunken place, trying to have a sense of solidarity and have an experience of love and grapple with all of these complexities regarding our existence while living in a system that's also evolving in a more complex way and conspiring against our attempts to liberate ourselves in various ways. I don't know how you deal with something like that except to tank the entire system.
But Conscious, you said something earlier which was very, very interesting, that Black women under this, we all agree, is a system of oppression, that Black women, I guess because we're Black women, that we may be more equipped to deal with it, or maybe have more, I don't know, maybe because we're women, because we're Black women, that we're more equipped to deal with it. But then this is why I keep going back to expand your options, because it's like, okay, well, why would I want to be with someone who's not equipped to overcome adversity in the way that Black women have been overcoming adversity? Like, you know, you take a single mother with a plethora of children, and she gonna put herself through med school, she gonna put herself through nursing school, she gonna pull herself up, she gonna go to law school, she gonna make a way out of a way. My mom did it, my aunties, everybody in my family did it. So why would we then want to be tethered to a group of males who basically decided to whine, bitch, and moan about how fair things are? I mean, most Black people grew up in, not all Black people, but a lot of Black people, too many grew up in poverty, grew up in grew up in fatherless homes. Not everybody, but too many of us have. So if Black women are kind of built to overcome and be this kind of, I don't know, superwoman, why would I want to be kind of linked up with a male group who are basically, I'm sorry, this basically can't, you know, they're victims, always victims, there's always an excuse, perpetual victimhood, basically. And the lady that spoke earlier, she married well, the first husband was white, the second husband was white. The first husband didn't have a lot of money. Her current husband she calls it wealthy. She married to a wealthy white man. So she married to a man who, you know, has all the advantages. He's a white male, privilege, and all this other stuff. But I don't know. It's like, why would me as a woman who faced adversity and overcome adversity, why in hell would I want to be tethered and linked to a male group who make every excuse under the damn sun as why they can't pay child support, why they can't see their kids, why they can't be in the kids' lives because people won't let them, as to why they won't go to high school, why they won't graduate high school, why they won't get a GED, why they keep breaking the law. It's the 13th Amendment, it's slavery, it's this, and it's that. We all know about the 13th Amendment. Yes, the 13th Amendment applies if you break the law.
Can I say something? Can I say something?
There are a lot of
Can I just say this real quick? I need to just say this real quick, Miss Barb, and I'm gonna give you the floor. Cat Mouse, do you not understand that what we are experiencing now are the residuals of slavery?
Hold on, somebody got music playing in the background. Okay, go ahead.
Do you not understand that these are the residuals and trauma from post-traumatic slave syndrome?
No, it's not.
No, it's
Yes,
not.
it
No,
is.
it's not.
Oh my God! What
Who
planet are you on?
hold on. Wait, I'm gonna answer that.
What
My
planet
part.
are you on?
I'm sorry.
What planet are you not? What planet are you on?
So let me
And
just answer that. Let me answer that since it was directed at me. Let me answer that. Let me answer that.
After slavery, African Americans in the 1800s and early 1900s were some of the brightest entrepreneurs in the country.
But how long were we enslaved? But how long was we enslaved?
Let her talk.
We were
We
enslaved
had
for 200
dignity.
years.
We had a
You
sense
really
of
think?
purpose.
You
What
really
you
think
see is
there's
the
no
results of Ice
residuals from
Cube.
slavery?
What you
Get
see
outta
is the
here.
results of
Get outta
Larry
here.
Hoover in the
You
GDs.
two
What
are
you see is the
unaware.
result
You
of
are
Tuki.
unaware, and you are Mayo agents.
Sis,
You
No,
are not
ma'am, aren't you
representing
married to a white man? Aren't you married to a white man? But hold on one
Who
second.
married to a white man? Who married to a white man? Who?
Wait, is that you or is that the? Oh, I'm sorry. You must be somebody else. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Okay, so Ashley, hold on. Ashley, hold on. Ashley, let me get to some of these new people on the panel first. Welcome to the platform, Tweety Robs. Hi.
Hey, wow, I finally got to speak, Lloyd. How you doing, Mr.
I
Clancy?
know. Tired and drowsy, but hanging
I
in
know
there.
you are. I've been listening to you. I think around like 10:30 this morning is when I first got in, and right now it's 2:35.
Right.
And when I tell you I've been listening to the whole thing, honey.
Tell me what you think.
But yeah, I will not be long because y'all got on battle gear, and I'm just the baby to the party. Okay. I did want to share something though. First of all, my name is Tweety Rob. Thank you, Conscious, for letting me come in because I listen to you all the time, baby.
Thank
you on 4-5 times a week. I'm right there with you, hiding in the bushes.
Yes.
But I just wanted to share a little thing because we started talking about the T.I. son situation, and now we're on a natural progression of what's going on in the Black versus man versus woman thing. As a person that has lived in Atlanta, 3 different parts of Mississippi, Houston, a frequent traveler of New Orleans, 3 different parts of California, I can honestly say I've seen how, based off of geographically where people are, say for instance, I grew up in Mississippi as a child. I knew nothing but chocolate black men. So naturally, that's what I gravitated towards, right? It wasn't cool to be with the yellow boys. I moved to California. First person I fell in love, yellow, 4 different ways of persuasion in black, but mostly black. But like he's the Cali boy, he's a little swirly, from South Central. And I noticed, usually what I was used to in the South, none of those men wanted me. They didn't check for me. They didn't like black skinned girls. It was all about the Asians, the Mexicans, the white girls. That's what the men in California liked, right? Then I take it on down to Houston. I spent a while in Houston. And I'm thinking Houston is just a bigger, well, Texas in general is it coincides with Mississippi, but I'm thinking it's going to be, something I'm used to. And it wasn't, because the men in Houston, guess what? If you wasn't anything from a Megan Thee Stallion to Beyonce, everything else, they did not care. And that's recently. I'm saying as recent as 2019. My point in saying that, because Bag ain't never had a problem finding a man, right? What I have had a problem with is finding men who looks beyond the exterior or deeming me as the fun girl, and noticing how some of my homegirls of different nationalities, different complexions and all that, noticing how they were finding these relationships and dudes would only tolerate me seasonally. That happened a lot. I am one of those. I can raise my hand up. I love black men way more than I should, right? A lot of us fall victimhood to that because we, it's the sense of nurture. You know what you know as a child, and you go through experiences. Either you stay on that track or you completely veer off. It's not a right or wrong way on who you should date or whatever. I'm not gonna point to every black man because I heard old boy earlier who was just trying to be heard to say, well, it's a lot of women in this generation. I really want to get on when he said that, because he's absolutely true. The hood rat mentality that's circulating right now, the stripper mentality, the city girl mentality, it's almost like a disease that has overcompensated a lot of Black women from, I would say, 37 and below. A lot of women do think that they're not morally bound. They aren't trying to be like, I'm gonna get a man and we gonna do this mom and daddy thing. It's more, I'm not gonna say all, it's more women now that do hold that concept of, I'm gonna run this nigga for his check. We're gonna run on down to the county office and it's up. There are a percentage of women like that because I'm related to them. Just truth be told, I ain't trying to put that business out, but they are out there like that. However, we all can agree, because I keep hearing y'all talk about, how institutionalized a lot of our Black men are, and then a lot of them are. We're all systematically bound. All of that is true, and I think that's why we keep arguing in circles, because all of that is a factor. But one thing I do know for a fact is everything is not for everybody. So every Black man that I may find attractive is not for me. What do you do when something is not for you? Somebody said it earlier. Go where you're loved, go where you're appreciated. If you're a Black woman that like Black men, guess what? Black people are not a monolith. And I know we say that, but do we really think that? We are not a monolith. Black people are the culture, right? And I hate when they say that, because it's only a small spectrum of who the culture is. Y'all was talking about Russell Wilson earlier. We know thousands of Russell Wilsons at the bank, at the grocery store, at the library, down the street, down the hall, wherever we at. We see these guys all the time, but they're not the popular guys on campus. The nerds in the college dorm working to be some type of scientist, they're not pushing culture. Just the way that we say that we're so in control of culture makes it seem to other nationalities that all Black people are what the culture sees. And that's where I feel like things get messed up, because no, it's not. We are a very colorful group of people, personality wise, on down, because we're not all raised the same. Some of us are growing up in Section 8. Some of us are growing up in the hills. Some of us are growing up in middle class homes. Some of us are growing up in the country. Some of us are growing up in the snow. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
We're it's a bunch
all
of
over.
it's right. It's a bunch of different spectrums of who Black people are. And I know for me personally, and I'm gonna get off because I feel like I said a lot without telling my whole life story. I'm I'm kind of just in the realm of, like, I do know location matters. That's my main point. And I know for the type of woman I am, because right now I'm currently in Mississippi. I can't deal with Mississippi men. It's great for the Mississippi women, whoever like that style. It's not for me. But I can't patronize every man in Mississippi for not being what I want. But you know what I can do? I don't know, take my ass to DC, go back to Cali, hell, go overseas. Like, I do have a wide range of, like, what I will accept in a man. Do I prefer him to be heavy melanated? Absolutely, because I want gorgeous brown babies one day. But going off of what Cat and Mouse was saying earlier, because she did say this point, don't close your eyes and heart to other possibilities. I have been doing it. Unfortunately, they don't usually stick that long, because they always kind of fetishize me a little bit. And when I get to feeling that way, I'm like, no. But I don't give a dude a pass just because he Black either. Because when you get to talking ignorant, and I can tell you not the type that's gonna do what I need you to do, I scoot you along too. But I just want to say, it's an endless circle, y'all. It's not the Black men is completely wrong. It's not the white women. I mean, the Black women are completely wrong. It's just a whole cycle, something that we are fighting against
We've been
spiritually and
fighting
systematically.
since slavery. Exactly.
Yeah,
I'll
that's all
say
I'm gonna
this.
say. Yeah, I'm going back
Thank
to
you
the
for that.
show.
That was beautiful. Thank you for those talking points, honey.
You too.
She came and slayed it. I wanted to say, she had sparked a thought before I let everybody else come into the space. About like the WAP culture and the stripper culture. It's funny because, you know, we living in the age of the divine feminine and the age of Aquarius, and The divine feminine is coming through with a vengeance, honey. Like this whole era is an entire like from the divestment community to the women's equality community to the my body, my wound movement to like boss bitch energy movement. All that shit is the result. Like the reason why y'all seeing all this feminine energy in the world now is because it's the divine feminine coming. And of course, she's gonna first enter into the space on her revenge and her ego shit. So the divine feminine is on a remember when y'all tried to control my pussy? I can pop it how I want. I'm gonna rub it how I want. I'm gonna shove it. Like that's why y'all seeing the thought culture. The thought culture is just like a very extreme reclaim of female autonomy. Like I make my choices. You don't get to tell me what the fuck to do. Men don't own me. The state don't own me. Religion don't own me. The church don't own me. I make my own decisions. This is my fucking temple, my altar, etc. Like, and so we're going to see like a lot of extremes, but the pendulum is going to balance. Like, it's just that sometimes when shit is all the way wrong to the right, the universe has to go to the extreme left to correct all of that shit. Like, so it's extreme energy matching extreme energy, but like all eras, things get hardcore and things kind of end up wallowing somewhere in the middle finally. But it's gonna be on for a while because a lot has been done to the feminine. There's been and there's still a lot of genocide upon the feminine. It's still a lot of oppression regarding the effeminate. Even the effeminate within men is oppressed. Like femininity is just oppressed in this world, period. Like anywhere that it is fucking attacked, it's hunted, it's witch hunted against. So it's an interesting time. But I like what she was saying too about like just diversifying your portfolio, realizing that all men don't have to be for you, and to just like explore your options, to go where you're celebrated, not where you're tolerated or where you're fetishized, to just like find your own tribe, etc. But I want Reckless is here, Jace is here.
Conscious, can I say something really, really quick? Did you hear that Angela Lansbury died for Murder, She Wrote?
No, I have not.
I
never even watched that growing up.
But you know she was Mrs. Potts on Beauty and the Beast, for those who are like Disney geeks like me. She was the voice of Mrs. Potts on Beauty and the Beast, that's all.
Oh wow.
Well,
okay. Rest in peace. That's
Angela
crazy.
Lansbury.
Yeah.
She was 96.
Oh wow. Oh, she was a full life. Okay. Michelle.
White lives matter.
Can I say something?
Reckless. Are you? Hold on. Are you there, Reckless? Can you hear me?
I'm here. Do I sound clear? Muffled.
Oh, you sound clear. What's going on?
Hey,
Welcome to the platform,
I love him.
Hey. So just so you guys know,
hey, Reckless.
I know, right? That's my boo thing right there.
Hey, Miss Barbara. Hey, Emily. Because Miss Barbara, lace up because I'm coming for you per usual. All right. So first things first. I came in. I've been watching the conversation for the most of the time here that I actually been in the live. I'm assuming, and correct me if I'm wrong, I'm assuming a lot of people on this panel, or I'm going to say previously has joined the panel. This isn't their first time watching Conscious. I'm assuming. That's an assumption that I'm making. But however, with that assumption, for me personally, it's very irritating that literally a lot of people literally come to Conscious's panels, watch his panels, watch his content, and have this, I guess, this false sense or idea of people believing that we're not aware that Black men are not systematically oppressed. But the issue is it's not fully about them being oppressed. The issue is how they assimilate to try to make their way out of it. Now, Black women, I understand, I always come to your defense, but don't worry. In 2.5 seconds, I'm a windmill on y'all too. But however, look, it's like this. is that yes, we understand that Black men have went through trauma. We understand that the system is not fair to Black men. We understand all of these things. But however, it's the end result of you trying to make it. It's the end result of you trying to make it out, and that's what the issue seems to come into effect. You cannot sit up here and say, I need help, but at the same time, you want to hold on to tactics to make yourself master. You must submit to me. I must be the provider. But yet, if you look at statistically, Black women make more money than Black men, statistically. So, like, you cannot try to hold on to something that puts you, quote unquote, in a position of power, but then yet when it's time for you to, quote unquote, carry out those roles and those tasks, you can't do so because of the current state that the environment and the culture is in. Now, Black women, another thing I do want to say as well, too, is that Black women, I believe that at the same time, yes, you are also victims of this particular system. But however, the same way that Black men utilize the system and weaponize it against Black women also weaponize the system against Black men. It's the same way how when Black men start to actually express how they feel, you tell them stop being a little bitch. We don't want, or you start to emasculate them or insult them because you literally tell them to show emotion, but then when they actually start to show emotion, you want to disregard it just because it's something that you don't want to hear at the moment. And that's one way that women in particular may also use the exact same system that oppresses them to also make it out of the system as well and hold on to their power in a sense. So I believe that in order for all of us to make it out, we have to let go of all this toxic ass shit, like these toxic ideas of love and marriage and all, like the toxicity of it all has to go. Because the thing about it, where the mind goes, the body's going to follow. I don't understand why people think, and I've actually seen the comments before, because like for me, I like to watch stuff before I get on. I've seen people in the comments saying that yes, women have been told that they don't need a man, and men have been told they don't need a. First and foremost, you're not gonna need anybody but your goddamn self. Stop trying to do something for somebody else. Do it for yourself. I'm not going to be with somebody. I'm not going to leave a woman in charge of, quote unquote, taking care of my kids, because guess what? That's my responsibility as well. I'm not going to have a man in charge of, quote unquote, providing, because guess what? I'm an adult as well too. I can provide for my damn self. The purpose of it is for you to be whole and also work on yourself, because guess what? When you work on yourself, you don't have to worry about anybody else. And I think that's the issue that comes into effect, is because we're sitting up here with half broken. We need, and I'm using need as very strong, we need our partner for certain things, but it's nothing wrong with you needing them for certain things. As in, if you notice that they're good at something, okay, that's your partner. They're good at something. You go with them, you learn what they learn, and then you obtain that skill set or that trait yourself, and you work on yourself, aka self-development. But the issue comes into effect is when you don't do those things. You depend on that person for that character trait or skill set, and then what happens if that person just ups and leaves? What happens if that person just, God forbid, passes away? Do stuff for yourself. Stop trying to do it for somebody else. And then that's the reason why we have a lot of broken households. And because keep in mind, yes, we can talk about marriage, we can talk about all these things, but if these people aren't whole, then what you think gonna happen? It's gonna be a broken marriage. Marriage does not symbolize love. It symbolizes my shit. It symbolizes that I just want to keep my shit somewhat safe. And then on top of it, do we really value marriage the way that we do? Because there's plenty of times that individuals have literally gotten on this panel and talked about how whenever they got a divorce, the person took half of their shit. So what are we doing here? But that's it.
Thank you.
Thank you for that. Agreed. Jace, welcome to the platform. Can you hear me?
Hey. Jesus keeping it across, baby. Hey, Conscious.
Hey, bro.
And hey, Reckless. I've been thinking of you, and it's nice to see you on the panel.
Hey, I've been working.
Yeah, I know that's right.
And Jace been recovering, honey.
Oh, child, I'm still in recovery mode, and I have to say I have been entertained from the beginning of this. I've been on the whole time,
in the bushes, doing exercise, do what I need to do to
Yes.
be strong and better. I had a birthday on October 9th, and I have
Oh my
thanked thank
goodness.
the ultimate creator for another year of fabulousness, no matter how the year
Wow. Happy belated birthday, Miss J.
you. And I thank you for your prayers that you reached out to me and acknowledged when I was in the hospital. I really appreciate that.
Of course. Thank God for you updating us because yes, I needed to keep a nice white candle lit in your honor.
Thank you so much.
Maintain healing energy over you. So I'm glad that you're doing well and you're recovering and you're getting stronger every day. And hell, it must be working because you're here too with the shenanigans. So I know you in good spirits.
But I want to first say to all the single mothers who have been busting ass, who have done all they know to do to rear their sons and their daughters and to love and care and do their best. To me, you are the woman king. To me, without you, we wouldn't have the brilliant Black men and women that we have today. We have to tip our hats to our foremothers who took beatings and stood by men who were confused and felt worthless and etc. I mean, women, Black women, because I can only speak from that perspective. To me, Black women are the power.
Yeah.
We have to understand that in this country, when these savages came and stole some and just planted a flag and took somebody else's property, that when they put together that revered piece of paper called the Constitution, we were not considered people. We were not considered people. We were not a part in the structuring of that document that everybody is holding up and waving like a flag. We weren't a part of that. The laws that have been constructed in this country are for the people that put them together.
That's right.
That's right up to the 13th and the 14th Amendment. The 13th Amendment, if you get a chance, watch Ava DuVernay's.
Yes,
exactly.
It's full of speed bumps, baby. It's full of speed bumps. And what had happened that slavery began to be called another thing because it became in the South the peonage system where we saw Black men who were free men in black and white striped clothing. They were part of that whole, we were not free, that whole slavery thing right up through and after World War II had our Black men who were free men still serving the savages who felt the pain of their labor force go away. They would see a Black man who was not able to walk the main street but could walk the railroads, who was able to, during Restoration, was able to carry a rifle or a weapon. They would approach them and put a gun in their chest and say, Mr. So-and-so say you stole a pig and you owe him $5. And so therefore you gonna come and work that $5 off, okay? And you never knew how long that it would take you to be away from your family, who sometimes didn't even know what happened to their husbands.
And the bank loans that they give.
And so that began this whole idea that Black men make better defendants. They look better in the shackles and chains that they had coming across the passage, that they don't, that these mayonnaise savages don't don't like the awakening. They don't like that we have learned their laws, that we have used their laws within their system better than they have. They don't like that. We're witnessing it today. These people are about power. Our black men, as fucked up as they can be, as lovely and wonderful as they can be, I heard someone say that they are an endangered species, and it breaks my heart because that is the truth. It is the truth. We are not making an excuse. Conscious, you have said that the only example of manhood that black men have seen in this country has come from savages, many, who are all only about power. It has nothing to do with heart, has nothing to do with love, it has nothing to do with growth. It's all about maintaining power. I pray for black men in our community because what I see so much of the time is hopelessness. They single mothers who have sons who these days are glorifying hip hoppers and people like T.I. and all of these young men who come out with music that doesn't glorify us as black women, because we're gonna still be bitches and hoes. I don't care if you're the vice president of the United States. It doesn't matter how well we do in life. There will be a sector of black men who will consider us to be bitches and
right, exactly.
The whole thing. And so they have become enchanted by guns and violence and gangs and not, I don't, if gangs were truly about their communities, if gangs were really making their communities safe so that their mothers and their daughters and their sisters and their grandmothers and the females in their family would be safe going to a store, for instance, if they were actually about building up the community, I could get with them.
But Jace, that's how they started. That's how it started originally until drugs came in.
Absolutely, absolutely. I'm not going to even.
Vigilantes.
I'm really not. I understand it, and it was also a way that many of our men saw as a way to earn, to be able to take care of their families. It was like a way to get fast, quick money. When in fact, the people who were bringing they run the true dealers run their business like Wall Street. They're not, we're the
Wall Street.
We are the low hanging fruit. We the low hanging fruit. We're the easiest ones.
Oh, our government.
To pluck. So I felt that everyone that has been on, and especially I want to say to Pastor Gary, everyone that has come on this panel to me have made some very valid points. I think sometimes when you have these discussions, first of all, I really can't even articulate how much I spent about 4 or 5 years since you've been on YouTube that I've been listening and following, and I first of all applaud you for the growth. I applaud you for having these kinds of discussions. I applaud you for allowing the screaming in the house. I applaud you for all of that. It works my nerve. It's like I just want to say.
Well, speaking of that, Auntie Jace, like how do you feel the women did? The men found it The men always complain about having to interact with women, especially on these platforms as it relates to these discussions. They feel spoken to, they feel disrespected, they feel, I mean, it's just like a lot of chaos. How did you feel about the way the women showed up in an opportunity to kind of like talk to men rather than talk at them about these type of issues, etc.? Did you feel like it was a proper or conducive, productive, or do you feel like the women
I think, baby, I think that many times when you open up the panel and people come on, they come on locked and loaded. They come on, I hear the word triggered. They come on ready to be confrontational sometimes. This is not all the time. They come on ready to make a point. I hear the men who I hear the men, and I feel them feeling disrespected because many of the men that come on the panel aren't those men that we might be discussing. They are not the men who are out here doing a bunch of fuck shit. They're men who are actually doing the very best they can for their families and doing the very best they can for their children. However, it hurts them when they keep hearing what sounds like Black women attacking and bashing them and placing them as a whole, painting with that broad stroke. I also hear the women who have come up, who have had experiences, who have loved men who didn't love them the same way, who have stood by men who didn't honor or treat or protect them, who have endured the pain and the anguish and the abandonment by men who themselves have all of that. They have abandonment issues. They have separation anxiety. They are themselves lost and trying to find themselves. I think when Reverend Gary or Pastor Gary spoke, he spoke from his heart, and it was absolutely beautiful, because the one point he was attempting to make is that, first of all, none of us will ever get to the root. None of us will ever be able to. We speak about this community that is so fractured, that is so beaten down or whatever, that if we don't learn to listen, and not just listen, but be able to interpret what someone is saying. For instance, when the discourse between Cat Mouse and a number of people on the panel, when she was saying that you expand your thought, expand, look in other places if you're not feeling loved by the men that you choose, the Black men that you love, to look for love in other places. To me, shit, I've dated people from Algiers to Zimbabwe, from Australia to Antarctica, shit. And the one thing about men is that they really are from Mars. I mean, there is a thread that runs through the male system or something. You're right when you say women are empathic. We really are. Our hearts don't always choose correctly. That's why we have women who stay in marriages that bring them no joy, who stay with a man who doesn't honor them, who continues to disrespect and hurt them physically, mentally, emotionally, spiritually, because, the saying goes, a heart wants what the heart wants. And it's not always the best indicator or the best thing to totally rely on I just love what Derek.
I always say this. I always say this, Jace. And even the Bible says that the heart is vastly deceptive. And wicked. And it's really because, like, you have to have something in place other than your heart, especially when it comes to choosing your inner circle and choosing your spouse. It has to be, you know, like your wisdom and your intellect, because the heart only sees the God in other people. This is what can lead to gullibility on our end and an endless hope for people and this kind of eternal longing after their potential. Like, the heart is the part of us that's God. So it has the capacity to see past all of that woundedness and brokenness and all those issues, etc. So if you're leading, like you said, from your heart alone, oh yeah, you're going to catch all type of things in the net of your heart, because your heart has the capacity to receive all of those things and to hold all of those things, good, bad, and indifferent. But if you're trying to also make sure that you get something out of the deal and that you're having a dignified experience and a reciprocal experience and that you're not harmed in the process, then yes, you have to be able to also develop other standards and make other observations about who you're choosing, because the heart can put you in some dangerous situations and can bring you into proximity to some very, very dangerous people, all because you have the capacity to love their dangerous ass.
That's right. And I want the women, because Black women are kings. I mean, we have become the most educated. We have always had to be that on this land. When you mentioned the buck breaking and Black women being abused and ard to keep the massa off their husbands, we have had to be that. We have had to have that strength. We have had to stand on the front lines. So it is not unusual for me to think that women who have children, who go out and do what they must do absent a man in the family, that is what we do. We are the leaders. And what we are, the toxic feminine, however, is the one that seems to have given up on and have become so short-sighted that we look through a broad lens. We don't uplift the Russell Wilsons. We don't see the Russell Wilsons around us, because we have become so focused on those that are out here running amok. We get to the point where we say, I got it all. I don't need you. The only way you can be in my life really is if I want you, because you're not really, you are bringing me, maybe the sex is good. You're bringing me a level or filling a space that I, as a woman, need to be filled. However, you are not making what I would think is a meaningful contribution. Our families were broken up and fractured from the very beginning. It has been a thing. We were children separated from their mothers and their fathers, husbands sent away. We have come from a broken place, period. And now we are birthing these beautiful, articulate Black men and Black women who are aware, we can't, first of all, older people need to begin to listen to what younger people are telling them, and younger people need to understand that the Sojourner Truths and the Fannie Lee Hamers and all of our ancestors were woke, because they knew what freedom was when they came here. Okay. That's why there were so many of them that were willing to put their lives on the line for freedom. the Harriet Tubmans and all the men and the women who came here, they understood by watching the direction that the birds flew or what position the stars were in, what was going on with them. They knew freedom. White folks, mayonnaise folks, the savages, tried to beat that out of us in these breaking islands. But the one thing they can't break is the spirit.
All right.
And what I want us all to do is when we come to these panels, do your very best to not come with a chip, to not come locked and loaded, to not come with trying to force somebody to see things. We are as individual as our fingerprints. Our walks in life are as individual as our fingerprints. Some of us may share some situations. However, we are all walking our walk. And I like to think that we are doing our best to make it through this brokenness and this chaos that we have had to live with since landing on these shores. I choose to think that there is something within us that won't allow us to give up on each other. It makes me feel better to think that while we come on and because these things become counseling sessions. Your chats become counseling sessions. People come on and they listen because you can bring up a thought. I listened to your Jeffrey Dahmer video, that you bring something else to the table. And it's always based in the spirit, in the soul. Like, how can we say that we are walking in the Christian way? How can we say that we are pro-life and blah, 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 when we uphold the death penalty, for instance? But anyway, I just want to say that I am encouraged by many of the young Black men and women that I am meeting. I watched a series called The Power of the Black Vote by Tremaine, I forget his last name, but he has a podcast speaking to young Black men and women who are interested in politics, who understand that it is important for us to get a seat at the table. I am encouraged. And I pray for our community because the real deal is we have endured 400 years on this soil, fractured, broken, hurt, damaged. We haven't had any breaks. And any other immigrant coming into this country knows about civil rights because of us. And yet when they get here, they align themselves with the savages who will one day remind them that you're not one of us. Who will one day that you're not one of us. And then when they get niggerized, the first community they want to run to is us. And what do?
Welcome.
We align ourselves with them. We help them get their shit together, forgetting that ours is burned, as someone said, burned to the fucking ground. This is a moment in time when it, to me, is imperative that we lay down our knives and our swords and our ill feelings and our hurt and our pain as best we can against each other and do our best to learn to listen. More than listen, to begin to hear what Black men are saying to Black women and what the cries that the Black women are, the tears, the cries, the anger that they might, whatever, that they listen, because it isn't coming, it didn't just come out of nowhere. It didn't. just come out of nowhere. We must do this for our very survival. Our very survival depends on it. That this community that we are all a part of, this thing that when somebody sees us, no matter whether we're trans, no matter whether we're part of the LGBTQI community, no matter how good or how bad, we are first in a savage's eyesight, Black. And because we are Black, because we are brilliant, because we are standing up and telling our own stories, we're not allowing a white man, a slave owner, talk to us about bondage and slavery. We're telling our stories, which is difficult for mayonnaise people to listen to because it's important to them that they remain good and compassionate, when in fact none of that exists within them. None of it. And I'm not saying that's true across the board. Yes, there are some who do have. I mean, I have friends, the rainbow, that are truly, truly standing with us. Now we see at this very moment, we see them with their masks off. We see them in full view. We see them saying, I don't care what somebody has done. I just want power. We see some of our people who become puppets to this, who are standing on the front lines with the White Lives Matter. We're all intelligent enough to know that every life is precious to somebody, whether we dig them or not. However, there would not have been a Black Lives Matter if we had been treated equitably, if we had been treated like if that paper that they hold up and what the Constitution says and the institutionalists and all of these folks who sit around trying to think about what some MF thought back in the 1700s. Hell, none of them ever thought we would have AKs and ARs and fly in planes and have fabulous first class. None of them ever. They may have dreamed it, but none of them ever lived to see it. So we can't go to that antiquated fucking thinking and think that it's going to work in this day and time. Okay, that is the stupidest shit. When I hear people debating what the fuck are we talking about? They dead, they dust, they don't exist, they're fucking dead, okay? So we are living, and one of your own from the Alexander Hamilton said the Constitution is a living document, which means it's supposed to progress as the people progress.
People progress, right?
And I digress. I understand the importance of us healing, and it's not going to be easy because you can't have that brokenness right within your very DNA and think that it's just going to automatically disappear. It's time for us to do the best we can, Black men, Black women. It's time for us to do our best to just, as Gary said, come to me speaking from your heart. I don't have to agree with you. We can even get to a point where we can agree to disagree. But at least I have come with an open mind and an open heart. And I want to hear what I'm hearing. I'm actually hearing what you have to say. I'm actually hearing what your experience has been or is. And this is in no way excusing the fuck shit that we see the rappers doing. Every time you see somebody is shot, somebody got dead, somebody is cutting up, and our children are looking at that, ingesting that, and thinking, well, hell, that this is what life is, when it isn't. It isn't.
Exactly.
And so, in terms of villages, I myself don't have any children. I have lots of nieces and nephews. I mentor a lot of young people. I love hanging out with them, because I can always learn. I love hearing their perspective, what they see is going on, because many of us we may not see the progression, but we can certainly help it. We can certainly help them by, like, I think it was Barbara who said that we can help other children. They don't have to necessarily be our blood. We can help as a village, because to me, the village still exists. The village is still here. I think there are probably more good people, even within the chat, great people who are themselves doing the best they can to be examples of righteousness, examples of showing love and compassion and mercy, showing examples of love, that which we are told that the Creator pours out on us daily. Every day you wake up, the love, the Christ in you rises. The light, our bodies are 400 plus trillion cells of light. Every day we wake up, our lights are on. And we are all, I hope, are doing the best we can to try to make a way through this noise, this static, this anger, this frustration, this anxiety, and we are doing our best, but we can do much, much more if we within our churches, if Western religion hadn't come along and colonization hadn't come along, and as Funky Dineva would say, fucked up the church's money. They hadn't come along and try to tell us that our ways are witchcraft, that our ways are wrong, that our ways are this, our ways are that, and yet when they get in trouble, they will go to the voodoo woman and ask her to do some work.
Talk about it.
They run to us all the time. So if we could just come back to that point within us to help us understand the power we have spiritually, we could just get to that point. If we could just understand that power, and that we stop allowing what is swirling around us to keep us at odds with each other, keep us at each other's necks. Do your best not to give up on some of these young men and young women who are experiencing their lives and their music and their stuff. If we could just not give up, I guess is all, just not give up, that we'll be the powerhouse that we are. We are the power. We are the power.
Yes, and on that note, that is a beautiful note. I absolutely have to get out of here, y'all. But that was the power outro that we needed. I think that is a great note to close a 7.5 hour show out on.
Yes,
Conscious, you putting in that work.
Staying connected. I'm about to put this
Thank you, Conscious.
I'm about to put this work into this pillow too. Yes, God. Thank y'all. This was really epic, multi-layered. These panels are always go, where they need to go to the maximum because of you guys. So I thank y'all for participating and for taking the crazy ride always when it comes to discussions. I would like to see more improvement in the men and women exchanges, because I think it's such an amazing opportunity to really get accustomed to exchanging with each other and not talking about and at each other, but talking directly to each other, because people see this stuff in the replay too, and the things that happen here impact people and shape people and give people ideas about things. So there's really like a lot of like y'all honestly become content creators when y'all hit the link. That's what I want y'all to know. Like when y'all hit the link, y'all become content creators. So what you do here, it lasts. It goes on. People hear what you say, your responses, etc., your ideas, and so I don't take this lightly. I think that you know, it's a time to really it's an opportunity to really apply self, to really do something productive, something that's legendary, something that you know, something that you can really stand behind. And I would like us to see better dynamics between the sexes, because we can do it. We can really do it, you know. So yeah, but I just need a nap. I'm gonna knock the fuck out, and then
And I just one last thing. Honest to God, from the bottom of my heart, I do respect y'all's opinion. I understand where it's coming from. I didn't mean to come across as me being anti whatever, anti man, anti black man. I'm not.
I just want to say,
I don't think you
I just
did.
want
I
to say
think a
one
lot
quick
of
thing to her.
it is how we hear, how we interpret what you say. You know,
Yeah.
I think a lot of it is interpretation. You know,
I
so
understand. I think black women are the fucking shit.
Yeah.
I want us to go where we are loved. That's it.
Right.
Go where you feel safe and where you feel loved. And whatever that love looks like, if you're a black woman and you are trans, if you lesbian, if it looks like a woman, another black woman, if it looks like a Hispanic woman, if the love comes to you in the form of a Native American man, or
But that's why a black woman
makes
has to
me feel
defend her
safe.
children. You know, we cannot allow other black women to allow of our young generation to hear, you're not shit, you're not this, you're not that, you're not. No. Judge a person by their righteousness.
Right, but we also have to. But we also have to. We also have to kind of speak the ugly truth. And it's ugly. It is hard to hear because we have black fathers, we have black brothers, we have sons, we have uncles, you know,
My
cousins, and
man is
all that.
black, so,
But
and he
right.
makes me feel safe,
But
so.
but what I'm saying is the proximity to wherever it is. If you got a good black man as your fiance, a good black man as a son, as a brother, fine. But the numbers don't lie. And that's all I was speaking to. I was trying to speak to the numbers and the data don't lie. So as black women, we must go where we are loved. And it doesn't feel like black women get a lot of love from our black men. And if that's the case, then instead of you being tethered to that,
demons come in all colors.
Right. That's why I say expand your options.
Every nationality.
Standards,
So you must teach these young
expectations.
women, if anybody put their hands on you, they will always.
Well, it's just us. I just say, let's not give up on each other.
Yes, but I'm gonna hit you up in the inbox, bro. I just told you I had to go. They still going at it. I'm like, I have to go. Thank y'all.
Yeah, you get some rest, honey, and continue the good work that you are doing.
All right, y'all. That was Jay.
All right.
Make sure y'all subscribe to my boo. I will see y'all later. Thumbs up the video, chat. I'm out. Peace.